It's the last day of the week and we're only 32 teams away from covering all the 256 teams. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind, where I'm going to be a host and caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Fixes. Fixes, it feels like it hasn't even been that long since we witnessed the week one.
It literally feels like yesterday. We just begun and quickly the time has passed. But after this, I think we'll have a rather more vivid picture of what has happened in week one, because after this, we're going to have a massive shuffle. A lot of these people have been complaining, you know, certain groups being a little unfair. I don't feel like that. It is all about how you come out and perform. And based on this week's performance, of course, the teams are going to be seeded. So that's going to be really exciting.
And as you mentioned, based on this week's performance, the teams are going to be seeded. In general, the upcoming shuffles that are going to be happening inside of the groups, they will be shuffled accordingly to the overall standings. So the overall standings are going to be considered, and then the shuffles are going to be happening inside of the group. So once again, in the upcoming 3 games that are left over for all these teams to play it out, once again, they will have another chance. But we have been mentioning this, that there's going to be so much pressure on the teams, considering they're only going to be having 3 more games to solidify a slot inside of the top 64, and that's going to be even more tougher because there's going to be insane amount of pressure. Now, Fixes going back to inside of the week one. Once again, Fixes, as we do know, in week one, we witnessed quite a lot of upsets as well. Some of the teams that we expected to perform, they were not able to perform. And then some of the newer teams, they just come out in the open. You talk about DT, which was Dream Team. Creative Esports as well was one of those who was able to perform quite well.
Yeah, even Jux for the likes of it. Amazing was a rather more amazing player. But when you talk about a few teams that really disappointed you, you have to mention Gladiators Esports, of course. It was a completely different set of players, but still a team that has won the previous BGIS. You would expect a little bit more from them. The likes of Newman also, and a few others. But Hyderabad Hydras had really impressed me. RIP Mizo, another one of those teams. Hailing from Mizoram, they have been impeccable. But going on to week number 2, I think yesterday was one of the best days. It was a very competitive matchup. We had Team Psych go all out. GLitchX Reborn, I think beyond all our expectations, they performed really well.
Even unfortunately, though, Aerobots was not able to play that well, so that was another big of a problem inside of that group. But hopefully, maybe Aerobots in the upcoming 3 games that will be happening in the upcoming weeks, they're going to be able to perform a little bit better. Another factor that can add a lot of pressure, that has to be the prize pool as well. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 crore rupees on the line inside of this BGIS, from which the first spot will be getting 60 lakhs to themselves. The second will be getting 30, and of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards. And there's also going to be some individual prizes given to the players who manage to perform individually quite well, and soon enough we're going to be having the graphic on the screen as well.
Yeah, of course. When you're talking about the BGIS entirely, I think it's all about being the best team in the country, and a lot of these teams are trying day and night, grinding it out to just achieve that. Of course, the prize pool does matter. 60 lakh for the winners and 2 crores. Again, we're hitting those numbers. Imagine when we, in fact, I personally started as an esports player. We were just playing tournaments of around 10,000, 20,000. That was a lot. From that 10,000 to 20,000 in just a span of couple of years, we've come across playing with Crores. So you can you can rather see how beautifully Krafton has been, evolving the ecosystem, giving chance to all these new players, the underdogs, or as we call it nowadays, the undergods. They've been performing really well.
That is true. And finally, now the prize pool graphic is going to be on the board in front of our screens, and this is where things will be a little bit more cleared up. And now moving back to the conversation that we're having right now, some of the teams that have been performing exceptionally well right now, Team IQ they have to be at the first spot. They managed to accumulate the most amount of points. They were dominant so much inside of the week one, and I'm pretty sure up till now we haven't really found out any other team who has been able to live up to that marker. But moving on forward towards the prize pool distribution, we're going to have the graphic in front of us. 2 crore rupees on the line, as I mentioned, from which the first spot getting 60 lakhs, the second one getting 30 lakhs, the third one getting 20, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards until you see the individual prizes, the special prizes. MVP of the tournament getting 2,50,000.
And considering we've had so many new participants, and considering the fact that all these players, the ones like Amazing, Retreat, we had a couple of players from RIP Mizo yesterday from GLitchX Reborn. There are so many new kids on the block that have been delivering. So this time, this MVP award is going to be hotly contested, Necro.
That is true, but now it's time to move on and look at the format and tell the new viewers who are joining alongside how this tournament has been functioning and how it's going to be functioning in the future too. As the format's in front of us, we're currently inside of the grind stage, where we have been witnessing 256 invited teams duke it out against each other. Still 32 more teams to go, which are going to be covered today itself, but in general, we have gotten 256 teams, which have been divided into 16 groups, and each group will be having a chance to play 3 games, at least in the span of first 2 weeks, and then after the first 2 weeks, once again, based on the overall standings, the group will be shuffled once again.
Oh, of course, and after that, we'll have a more rather even lobbies according to how teams performed in week 1 and 2. So after that, you know, the teams will be then segregated into various rounds, right? They'll be getting their rewards for the ones that place from the 1st to the 16th spot. They get a direct entry into round 4. Then from there onwards, it kind of reduces down to round 2, and then we'll have a lot of players going into round 3 from 33rd to the 64th. And then the entire round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4s will begin, followed by an interesting wild card, and we'll have the semi-finals, we'll have week 1, week 2, and then the grand finals, which is going to be a LAN, and that really fills my heart with joy.
Of course, before now talking about the grind itself, TOS 64 is going to be the way to go. If you manage to place yourself anywhere between 1st to 16, you're directly going to be qualifying inside of the round 4. If you manage to place yourself anywhere between 17 to 32, you're directly going to be moving into the round 3. If you manage to place yourself now anywhere in the latter half, which is going to be 33 to 64, then you will be moving to the round 2 itself. Moving on forward towards the points distribution. Even this has been a big change inside of the entire format too, as the first spot getting 10 points, the second one getting 6, the third one getting 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until from 9th till 16 you get none. So that's a massive drop off right there.
So many teams have faced the tremor. There have been certain teams that have been quite rewarded with the new points distribution. I think the biggest example, we also mentioned about it yesterday, it was Hyderabad Hydras. 29 finishes, no chicken dinner, still on the tippity top in their particular group. But heading on ahead, we've got so many things to cover, so many new teams coming into play. Now this is where Group 9 comes into action, and it, I also have to say, is quite stacked up.
That for sure is, as we've got the groups in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Off the day 4, we're going to be having Team XSpark, LIVECRAFT Esports, Hyper Legends, Megastar Gaming. You've also got VASISTA Esports, JSR, MADSOUL, Undefeated, Mizoram. There's a lot of these known teams, and then once again the returning names as well. Now my eyes are of course going to be stacked up on Team XSpark, considering this is one of the known teams inside of the region, and I also want to see what Undefeated Mizoram has to offer.
Oh, for sure. And along with them, we've got the likes of even Megastars, R Esports are all making a comeback. Megastars sticking up to their lineup, VASISTA Esports. You have to talk about the players being former members of Lucknow Giants, LIVECRAFT Esports. We've seen the likes of Clowny, but I don't think he's going to play today. But yes, the talk of the town, I think they've been making headlines, had to be XSpark, but we'll talk more about them just a wee while later. But right now, looking at Group 10, you've got the likes of REVENANT, Marcos, again, those big names, Do or Die, Team MAYUR, MASTIZONE Gaming, Team Insane, Mizoram, ASLAAA Esports, and R4W Official. Now, goes on to say one of the oldest clans of India is finally participating, and I'm rather keen to see who all are playing. I think the viewers would be quite excited because we do know it. And nonetheless, last but not the least, Team TAMILAS, a team that has been creating a lot of waves in the block.
Exactly. As you mentioned, even inside of this group, there's so many of the known teams. Team TAMILAS once again making that comeback. I still remember back in the time when I saw Team TAMILAS perform, they were going through a rough patch. I hope the same thing's not going to be continuing over here, and Team TAMILAS is much more like a reformed team. Now, moving back to the Group 9 that we witnessed a while ago, we also saw Megastars Gaming. You mentioned about this team, right? Megastars Gaming is the past Team Mayavi, if I'm not wrong, and my eyes are, of course, going to be locked up on them as well, because when we saw that team perform for the first time in 2023, this team was just pulling off some wonders to the point where some of the people were not even able to believe the performance they were able to put up. But yeah, for now, we've got the today's schedule in front of us, and as we know, Group 9 is going to be the one to kick things off in Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then Group 10 is going to be chiming in, and the same schedule continues.
Indeed. And now I think, Necro, it's time to get back to business, right? Enough of the formalities. Team X Park, a team that went on to place third in the BGIS. But hey, that was a different team. We had Pukar in it. We had Aditya in it. Now everybody has gone their own separate ways. They've played their respective matches. I think, for Pukar and Aditya, they did decent, if not the best. But talking about this new roster being led by Shadow, another very recent turned IGL. He's been doing a really good job. And Sarang, Spraygod, they've been having the form of their lives finally. But I'm really excited to see Ninja, the boy from Bhubaneswar. How does he showcase his skills?
Indeed, there's going to be so many teams and so many players where expectations are going to be there. Team X Park is one of those teams that has got some heavy fan base, and every single person in the chat's going to be rooting for them. But at this point, it's really tough to root for a team considering we have been seeing what's been happening in the past. Even some of the known teams, they've been struggling too much. At this point, it's getting really tough to guarantee anyone's slot inside of the main event because we never know what's going to be happening. A lot of these known teams, they're starting to overthink a lot of the scenarios, or some of the teams they're not even thinking at all and just straight up approaching the fights. So that's been a little bit of a problem. Hopefully Team X Park is not going to be one of those egoistic teams.
I mean, really, fingers crossed, because we did see teams like, Alibaba Raiders, Gujarat Tigers kind of falling off. Though Gujarat Tigers kind of redeemed themselves in the final game, but still a performance that kind of left us a little bit to be more desired. But that being said, our publishers have been doing an amazing job in the backlines, and a little glimpse of that is going to be showcased in this beautiful promo, which is right about now.
Now, once again, the X-Suit, it looks amazing, but Fixes, I guess we got to really focus on the groups that are going to be upcoming, and also a little bit of the past as well that has been happening so far. Now, another team that really pops up in my mind has to be Glitch X Reborn, a team that has just came in out of nowhere. In 2023, they dominated quite nicely. We saw them inside of the grand finals. Then inside of 2024, they went through a complete roster shuffle, and still they're able to perform quite decent. What are your thoughts on them?
I think the entire idea of BGIS The Grind was meant for teams like Glitch X Reborn. And as an org, this team has been producing a lot of gems to the community. We've seen Alibaba Raiders, formerly when they were in Glitch X Reborn, they performed so very well. And now the torch is being carried forward by these young buds. And I hope to see them in the further rounds of the BGIS and even in the grand finals maybe.
I mean, with the way they've been playing, I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be seeing them inside of the main event too, because the consistency has been there from them. And I just want to see that consistency moving up even more. Now, soon enough, we're going to be having the matchup in front of us too. And Fixes, we have been seeing the Group 9 for a while now on our screens too. My expectations from Team X Park and some of the known names is of course going to be there, but my expectations from some of the new and upcoming teams that might be there from the in-game qualifiers in the main event too are going to be there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to play with your main playing four inside of the in-game qualifiers, which have already started on April 15th, which is today itself, and then it's going to be concluded on April 21st, and you will be having a chance to play Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi. It's up to you which one do you want to play.
And in fact, ensure that you're not playing those event modes, because then it won't be calculated. You have to play the regular maps that have been mentioned or are displayed on your screen right now. And we've all constantly been giving pointers. You have to ensure you kind of need those 20-30 finishes if you're getting good enough. Always focus on getting those chicken dinners. Play together, at least in pairs. Do not try anything out of the new that you've not done before. Do not try any sorts of those absurd rotations. Stick together, and I think we will see you in round 1.
Exactly. Now it's time to move on towards the matchup and find out which is going to be that group to duke it out. Of course, we know it's going to be Group 9, ladies and gentlemen. Team ESPORT is going to be the one to jump inside of the entire Battlegrounds off the rip. Then even LIVECRAFT Esports is going to be their Hyper Legends. MEGASTARS Gaming. You brought up a point about MEGASTARS Gaming. This lineup's been over here since a while. These guys have been playing with each other for a really long time too. Now I'm expecting this team to be a little bit more better. Consider what mistakes they made in the 2023 and come back in 2024 with much more of a better mindset and better play style.
Yeah, considering they've played the big leagues and they know how to soak in that pressure. So high expectations from these lads, but then again, you have to talk about 5filter Esports as well. Another team that we've seen in BGIS, BMPS in those initial few rounds, and they also have a lot of potential. I think maybe something from 5filter Esports we get to see or replicate something like GlitchX Reborn or maybe GameHub did yesterday. But undefeated Mizoram. Now every single day, every time a group comes up, there is a team from Mizoram. There have been some really brilliant results. For example, we've seen RIP Mizo play so well. We've seen OG Mizoram play so well. But then there have also been a few teams from Mizoram that could not really perform or maybe could not live up to the expectations. Like yesterday we saw Evo Mizoram. There were situations where they kind of were always getting caught in the middle of nowhere. And those are the few tweaks that they still need to work out, because you still have 3 more games to go. And hoping to see the teams perform well today.
Exactly. Evo Mizoram, they failed miserably, and hopefully the same thing's not going to be happening to the upcoming team, which is currently going to be witnessed today itself, undefeated. Now, moving on towards the talks that we're having, there's another team you mentioned about this, 5filter Esports. I still remember back in 2023 when I saw this team, 5filter Esports, me, Johnny, and Salted, we all were surprised the gameplay this team showcased. They managed to wrap up a chicken dinner in the first game itself. I still remember, I don't exactly recall what round it was, but this team was performing up to the mark. And now that we're back inside of 2024, the only thing you're going to be expecting is that this team to be even better, learn from their past mistakes and just be even better. But unfortunately, some of the things haven't really been going that well, man. Some of the teams, they haven't been able to update their strategy, their playbook accordingly, and they've easily been getting read like a playbook.
Yeah, I mean, they've stood the test of time. That is what I have to say about 5filter Esports. They've come in right from the qualifiers. They did make that grind, and as a result have earned a spot also over here. But that's enough chatter, Necro. Let's get directly talking about the business. Let's talk about what's going to happen, because it is the final day of week number 2, and here is the flight path trajectory right in front of us, all the way from Sosnovka military base till Georgie. A little bit inclined towards the western side. The team's dropping down on the east. Well, they're going to have a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, playing flat path completely tilted towards the left side, and as you mentioned, stretching all the way towards the right is going to be a big problem for a majority of these teams, and we see LC just instantly taking an exit towards the Sosnovka military base. Volt instantly follows them up as well, probably going to try to move in towards Novoprana, that's for sure. Nameless as well, just moving towards that spot. At this point in time, if the teams do want to move in towards Milta Farm or even Prison, Milta Power be it, they would need to drop down on a temporary drop location, get their hands on some basic loots, some weapons, and then probably try and secure a couple of vehicles and then rotate towards their designated drop locations. But for now, we're probably going to be witnessing some of the drop collisions, considering these teams have never played against each other. Unless they have practiced in some scrims, then that's a different thing.
I mean, definitely not with the same 16 though. Haven't really seen on any broadcasts or any domestic circuit tournaments. So it's going to be something uncharted for all these teams. But yeah, in situations like this, Necro, always advise that stick to the basics. And the teams that have done that, and we also did touch upon it, right? We need to know that thin line between becoming a little cocky and then understanding how to position yourselves and when to pick up those fights. The teams that have realized that, I think they've reaped their rewards. But seems like Team ESPORT might be in a little bit of a kerfuffle, because they've got a team surrounding them already.
That is true. ESPORT up against a team IO I'm not sure what's going on there. All the players of X-Park inside of that one single compound, and Team X-Park in a little bit of an uncomfortable, unsettled form. There's UDF as well on the left side. That's going to be undefeated Mizoram. And off the rip, we're seeing one of the eliminations pop up on the screens. I think so it's the player of SN who got eliminated instantly. That's not a great start for them, considering they're starting things off from the centric side of the map. SN towards Pachinki, losing out on one of the players, and then you've also got the players of Megastar Gaming moving in towards their drop location too. Probably going to try to move in a little bit more on the northern side. I'm not sure where they're going to try to go because, once again, recently a lot of these teams, they've been making some tweaks towards their drop locations too. So even for us, it's been a big surprise seeing some of the big names change their drop location, especially Godlike has to be one of those, right? Dropping in towards School. And I just want to see when there's going to be another team towards School against Godlike, what their secondary drop location is going to be, because there has to be a backup plan, right?
I think you hit the right spot. Kamith next week, who knows who's going to drop around School. But a little bit of a correction. I felt like somebody from Nameless Crew got picked off over there. And yeah, it's going to hurt their endeavors because Nameless Crew, another team we've seen in the BGIS and the BMPS as well, did make a name for themselves. A rather rough start for these lads. Need to somehow recuperate and, could go on to show something like maybe Team Troy Tamilans did in one of those matches of Miramar, where they're still just having 3 players managed to get a second spot. If they could sort of accomplish anything similar to that, that would be great for them.
Team X-Park moving towards Yasna Polyana. Even Yasna Polyana in the future is probably going to be one of the hot spots. I've seen so many teams go towards that drop location. And I just want to see when those reshuffles do happen based on the overall standings. There's a high chance that we might see more drop clashes, and I'm down for those. Because the teams that are doing great, there's a chance they will be matched up against each other, so the lobby will be even more stacked up. So that's just going to be the icing on top of the cake, and I'm pretty sure fixes for us, that's the prime entertainment that we're looking for.
You know, a lot of viewers, however, might still complain that a lot of teams did not play according to how they were supposed to play. But hey, I think we don't care how big the team is or what they've done in the past. What we care is how you've performed in the grind. I think it should be fair that they've been segregated that way, and would be really excited to see. And this is what I was talking about, Necro. Nameless losing out on their IGL themselves. Now, it's going to be a little troublesome for them. I think he can have that aerial view, could be looking out on all these players, but still missing out on that extra pair of hands. That is going to botch them a little bit.
Without the IGL, now Nameless would need to try and at least pull out another scouter inside of the lobby. I think so the vehicle's stuck there, Fixes. It's going to be tough to get that US out of that spot. But yeah, Hyper, another team that is once again returning back inside of 2024. But I think so the roster is also being changed over here from Hyper. It's not the same playing four that we witnessed in the past, but once again, it's been a year, Fixes. You know, sometimes it gets really tough to recall what exactly happened a year ago. But one thing is for sure, I've seen this team play in the past, and Hyper had their own tough times.
Yeah, you know, Team Hyper, they've always been the hustlers on the block. And we've seen them in multiple tournaments, like you said. A few couple of their players have been changed, few still sticking together. But this is it, right? Locked and loaded. This is the squad playing in the BGIS this time around. Now, this is the team that I've been talking about, right? 5Filter Esports. Now, we've seen Arshkod. He's one of those players, definitely, you know, I'm looking forward to. Has been a rather interesting prospect in 2023. Did not really shine like he was supposed to, but who knows? You know, he's kept his grind on. They've held on to their players. And this time, maybe they could surprise not just us, but maybe all the viewers watching the broadcast.
Interesting choice of weapon, though. M1684. Maybe he just did not really find the suitable weaponry that was needed.
Yeah.
But probably in the future he'll find that. But yeah, 5Filter Esports, Zodiac is one of those players that is a heavy hitter. And moving in towards Ninja Jod, one of the main mans. He's always been there on the MVP board in the recent tournaments too. Ninja, this man packs a lot of punch. And the stats that you see on the screen for now from 2023 is a prime example of that. 85 finishes in 33 matches. That's a humongous score.
Indeed. And I think he's one of those players that you can always say that I think you can categorize him as an evergreen player. I have never seen Ninja George really out of form. And early on, yeah, he had his brothers in arms. He had his duos. He had Aquanox. But this time, I think they're going to feel quite settled with Spray God and Sarang. Yeah, they have had a little bit of problems lately, but doesn't matter unless and until you just solve it out. We did see Ninja departing from the roster for a temporary period, but he's back again with the boys. And ever since, I think Team X-Park, they've been on the right path. And for VASISTA, now this is a team that needs to be talked about. You could see Su leading the charge. I think one of those players was the IGL of VST. And now coming along with MJ, one of the players I believe used to play for GOG also, along with K47. So again, a bunch of misfits coming in together. Austin, another well-known player in the community. But they've got to prove themselves back again.
Indeed they do. There's so many new teams on the block fixes. Inside of this group, Group 9, they do consist of a lot of new teams. And then there's also a decent amount of returning names too. RE is another one of those names. Yesterday we saw Real Esports, today it's RE Sports. And RE Sports is one of those old organizations too. So now, once again, there's going to be a little bit of a shuffle, right? RE Sports' players, they have been sent on over towards Real Esports, and now RE Sports, they have signed in a complete new pack. Expectations from this lineup has to be massive as well, considering this org has been there around the block for a while.
You know, I kind of liked how they renamed themselves. RE Sports, okay, that banner is gone. What do we come up with? Real Esports. We are the real RE Sports. And yeah, I think talking about their performance yesterday, it was kind of in the middle of things. Nothing too fancy. We could see them going all out, very aggressive, trying to take as many fights as possible. But there were instances where they did succeed. But there were also times when they fell flat. Now that is what, Necro, I think we've always been harping about. You know, trying to understand that fine line, knowing what to do, which decisions to take, and always prioritizing on your positions. Now it was again a hybrid circle. This time still centered around Rosehawk and 5Filter Esports. And even the likes of RE Sports would be feeling a little bit more comfortable considering where they are situated.
That is true. I mean, RE right inside of Rosehawk right now doing super good for themselves. And just look at the zone as well, slowly and steadily moving up. The wall of death, it's not going to be taking that much damage, so you can't still easily tank it. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But the circle once again shifts in the centric spot. Pretty standard shift, nothing really out of the ordinary. It's all going to be good in the hood for every single team, but you can already see all the good spots, all the hot spots already being taken away. So if you're going to be one of the late breachers, you will need to try and settle down for the remaining, which is something you would not really want to do. Unless if you do not really want to settle down for the remaining, then you would need to try and assert some dominance. And I'm pretty sure Megastars Gaming can be one of those teams that can assert their dominance on the lobby. They're one of those teams that can straight up ram their vehicles. But yeah, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the in-game qualifiers, they've already been started from today itself. As I mentioned, from 15th of April till 21st April. So yeah, make sure to give your best shot before now. There's a fight going on. And unfortunately, Rolla wasn't able to give his best shot in that fight.
Yeah, JSR already losing out of one of their men. And this was another fight that was not supposed to happen. But since they were crossing roads at the same time, and it all came down to who left the vehicle and who shot the bullets first and who's connected. And Hyper, they're going to be happy with a freebie there. Would take it with an open arms. But, you know, when you look at what was happening around Milta, we did have Team Volt crossing over the bridge from Novripnoy side. And it was MG right in front of them. But MG decided to hold back whilst Volt, they have already made their entry inside the circle. Potato Hill still up for contestation. Nobody has managed to establish that real estate. Because could be one of those pivotal areas that we are looking forward to. I think that is exactly where Volt is headed right now.
Indeed. I mean, Volt is another one of those teams, right? I've been seeing them from 2023 itself. So even for them, the storyline's going to be quite shaky, because the pressure will be there of performing at the top. So let's see how Volt, they're going to be able to deal with that. Slowly and steadily moving in a little bit too closer to the players of 5Filter Esports. But I'm pretty sure 5Filter Esports, they would not really want to go for the fight. But unfortunately, Volt, they move up a little bit too close. My man pulls out the shotgun, almost gets the knock too. Unfortunately, was not really able to follow it up instantly on Volt. You can see that send it moment coming through as well. There's a Tommy gun in the man's hands, but he's taking too much damage. Amon's taken down way too low. Nikki was knocked out a while ago. Amon knocked out too. Even Volt losing out on players left, right, center. And what just happened? 5Filter Esports, they crumbled down in that fight. There's still one more man alive in the backlines in the name of Zodiac, but it's better to just play for the placements.
Yeah, he needs to tuck his tail and run. Does have that monstruck, but yeah, to no avail. Volt responding very beautifully, quite fast over there. And we could see the players of 5Filter Esports, the commotion. They could not deal with it. And while they needed that backup, I think a few whiffing of those bullets, you know, even switched to the Tommy gun. For a moment, I felt like it was a 2v1 fight. But the cavalry arrived rather sooner, as a result of which 5Filter Esports, everything has been followed for them. They need to rethink their approach. We had been talking so much about them, and this is what happens when you do not have yourself on guard at every given moment of the game. LIVECRAFT, even they're on a move quite quickly, just barely breaching inside of the zone. Once again, they found quite a clear breaching line. This early inside of the zone, it's going to be easy to breach in, but still, it's all about getting the prime spot in the hands, and already all the prime spots have been taken away. So LIVECRAFT, they would need to just try and adjust on whatever that's left over. Even the potato hill's quite empty, and that's something that's really out of the ordinary. If the teams do want, they can definitely go ahead and try and stack up on the potato hill. But no one's really going for the contention. I think so everyone thinks that that hill is already being acquired by someone else. You know what? I could still not figure out why 5Filter Esports really left apartments. They went out in the open. Maybe they were trying to scout for something. But really, that backfired. Yeah. But like you said, you know, now apartments is up for grabs. If Volt do want to take on it, they certainly have the avenues to do so. Now, Team X-Park sort of resorting to something that Jelly used to do while he plays for Godlike. You know, this is one of their first splits. This is where they kind of tend to always come across. And a quick look at the replay. It all began with that Ramen. And you could see, right, it was initially a 2v1 situation. But Vishu and Cyrex did give the backup on time. And while Zodiac, I think he was just trying to get on his vehicles. It was a little too late. But Ninja Jot, getting back to his old antics, already has managed to pick up one player from Instinct Outliers.
Now, Fixes, my honest opinion on that fight towards the school apartments, or at least nearby the school apartments, is still the players of 5Filter Esports, they had the advantage in that fight whatsoever. Exactly. They were the one defending that entire ground down. They had the advantage inside of that fight. But still somehow they screwed things over. They should have heard that buggy or the vehicle approach them, and then they should have just tried to move outside of the way. But instead, one of the men got instantly ran over, and then the man still pulled out the shotgun, still did a lot of damage on the man who was standing right next to him. So even that's a big red flag right there. They were not able to get the knockout instantly as soon as the man ejected outside the vehicle. A lot of shots were whiffed in that instance. So 5Filter Esports, I would say they did mess up that fight massively. And then later on, it's getting really tough for them to sort of cover things up, and already things were messed up a little bit too much. Before now, towards Pachinki, you can see so many fights happening too. Look at the wave of vehicles just wanting to move in, be it from the northern side, be it from the right side of the map, even from the southern side, you've got Nameless crew moving in. There's going to be a lot of fights happening soon enough.
Oh, indeed. You know, again, talking about 5Filter, don't you really think that they kind of lacked confidence? They were caught unprepared, off guard, and yeah, I completely agree with you. They did whiff those shots when they had the opportunity, when the vehicles were coming at their direction. They did open up the scope and did pour in a little bit of lead, but did not get that conviction, did not get that second knock. That had to be impertinent there. But for Megastars, taking control over the Potato Hills, they do spot out Team X-Park right on the horizon. Or maybe have heard those gunshots. Now they have to piece it together very carefully, Necro, because now if they engage in this fight, kind of makes them vulnerable to maybe getting third-partied by somebody else.
True. And it is one of those teams that is going to be having the confidence at all-time high. That's why you can see them holding down the potato hill. There's a team right behind him. As you mentioned, Team XSpark slowly and steadily trying to creep up. Black's on top of the house. Still his position's in compromise. So I guess that's a good news. But Team XSpark's position has been compromised. And that might just be a little bit of a problem too. Team XSpark finally spotting out some of the players of MG. And for Megastars Gaming, all they need to do is just keep themselves a little bit more hidden. Just do not really go for the peaks that are unnecessary. And you guys saw the next circle too, moving down a little bit south. So you can already see the teams on another side starting to struggle and panic. And IO is one of those, wanting to move in slowly and steadily to the southern side. It's going to be a longer rotation for them, and already all the centric spots have been taken away. Even the Pachinki side is slowly and steadily starting to get filled up. You can see SN over there. Probably as soon as the next circle shift happens, the Pachinki is going to get filled up by a lot of teams.
Oh, indeed. And recently we've seen quite a couple of those Pachinki circles. And we've always been talking about the algorithm, the iterations in these tournaments kind of have those similarities. But for Team XSpark, they know what they have to do. Playing around the edges, Sarang from the backlines will be providing cover fire in case Team Volt decides to maybe try and third party. Team XSpark, they have shown faith in their salters. And on pen and paper, I think one of the best lineups in the country. But yeah, pen and papers do not mean anything unless and until you prove it in the battlegrounds. And I think that is why Team XSpark have come out here. MADSOUL Esports, as discussed, just around the center. You've got a couple of teams around the Pachinki area. But I think everybody is just floating around waiting for that hard shift, that curveball to hit. And once that does, you are going to see some numerous migrations inside, and you want to see those contestations around the center. LIVECRAFT, we've seen them dropping down at the southern island, and now they've crossed over. Earlier, they were kind of positioned around the Sugar Cube hills. But now, like I said, they're all floating around.
Oh, look at the circle. Just shifting right on top of the Pachinki. And now the city is going to be acquired by so many teams. It's going to be a complete menace. Once again, I'm getting a little bit of flashbacks of the same circle that we witnessed once in the past. It's going to be all hell breaking loose towards Pachinki. It's going to be a race to the best compounds, to the best houses inside of Pachinki. And as you like to mention, Fixes, the real estate prices are going to be high in that spot now.
Oh, yeah.
You can see a massive wave of vehicles just wanting to move inside of the circle. Even VOLTX, they're probably going to be facing a lot of the problems themselves. Black's getting knocked out. Nicely done by Team XSpark. The first knock found. That's going to be a big punch in the gut for the players of MG to recover from. And that's why you can see MG instantly just wanting to back away. But Team XSpark, they had the intentions to chase him down. I'm not exactly sure what Legit is trying to pull off there as well, because his buggy's tires can be blown up as well. But what is Legit doing? He's reversing back. Legit's got nowhere to go. And he messes up massively. I mentioned this. Legit was just still driving around inside of the same spot. And MG, what a big plunder that was. That was panic right there.
You know, scattering around like flies. This was so well thought of by Team XSpark. They waited for Team MG to make a move. They didn't come out and bait Sarang, and Ninja Jod did the needful. And it was, again, like you said, right? The commotion was there, and it was all chaotic. And Team MG, they did not know what to do in that situation, how to respond. As a result of which, very early on into the game, they've lost out on 2 of their players.
Megastars Gaming, what a big blunder that was. You can clearly see that panic set in too. That's not something you expect from such a big banner right there. But yeah, now the players starting to move in once again towards the Pachinki side. I'm not sure if they're going to be greeted with open arms by the foes or not. But Thunder messing his driving up a little bit. But instead, they just decide to hold down the trenches, which is a wiser option too. But then our esports is going to be another one of those teams that might just apply that bit of a pressure. Cypher's taken down way too low. MG Esports. So even for them.
Oh
okay, nice. I'm glad we caught that on cam.
It's the pressure. It's the pressure that the players aren't able to soak in. Necro should not be a cause of concern. Should get that revive. But has to make sure that he does not repeat that. Because the next time, maybe
I don't
somebody...
mean to be rude.
I mean, it's understandable, but here comes another push, right? It is going to be Team MADSOUL and Team MG against the world. The numbers are still there. It's a 2v2 situation. Fool just trying to lead the charge over there, but Thunder and Cypher letting him pour in. As Whitey from the backlines, he's being dealt with. Akshu dealing all that damage. And MADSOUL, they take an early exit.
What just happened with Mad? They entered inside of the fight and they instantly just got taken out. Rough luck for the players of Mad. Even Nameless crew wanting to sort of pitch inside of the fight a little bit. Cypher is being chipped down a little bit slowly and steadily. Hopefully the man's got enough meds to try and patch himself back up, considering there is going to be some death crits in the front to go for the loot for. And that's what Thunder's trying to do. Tosses in a smoke, goes for the loot up as well. Cypher's going to be back up on a full HP. AK, slowly and steadily moving up and pushing up against the players of our esports. This circle's starting to get quite shaky now. It's getting quite interesting. Every single team just inside of Pochinki region. There's going to be too many fights happening at the same time. It's tough to even keep track of what exactly is going on around the block. SN, even they face quite a lot of problems. Utilities tossed outside. Pablo finds a knockout. Nicely done. UDF, even they face a lot of problems themselves. Undefeated Mizoram. This is not a fight they would want to lose, but SN, they're one of those teams that are quite desperate to win a fight themselves too. And the man... Okay, I genuinely thought he just blew himself up over there.
I have no clue what on earth is happening in this particular fight. But Shelby up against the world, against the entire horde over there. Does not have a lot of HP to work around. Needs to patch himself up, but here comes the push. And finally, he gets exterminated from the lobby. UDF Mizoram made a really reckless push. And boy, oh boy, Necro, they somehow made it work. But now Imagine the circle going away from Pochinki. Imagine it goes towards the open lands. It is only going to be LIVECRAFT who have themselves some good position to hold on to. But if it is an urban circle, we have to check. We have to take a quick look at the number of throwables all these teams have.
That was one of the most scrappy fights I've witnessed, hands down.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Team X-Spark? Even they unfortunately lost out on one of the players. Volt, nicely done. The utility that was tossed in. It finds that knock. It's the opener, but I'm pretty sure Volt are not going to try to push up close and personal. For Team X-Spark, they need to move inside the zone. That's why you can see a big smoke pathway being created. The streets being completely covered by the smokes. A couple of more smokes tossed up at the top, just wanting to cross on over towards the opposite side. Before now, the players of Volt, they're being a big problem. JSR, even they engage in a fight against the players of Hyper. There's Aryan right on the right side. If Lion wants, he can go for the peak, but Lion is completely unknown to that fact. Another nade tossed in. Lion's going to be chipped up a little bit more, but the nade does not blow up in time, and Lion is dealt with.
I mean, he could have proven fatal, because I felt like the players of Hyper did not acknowledge of his position. Team X-Spark finally trying to go in for a push, and two of them already being taken down. It comes down to that one player, Ninja Jord, against the entire horde of Team Vault, as he's managed to deal with one, gets the second. But the big question is, can he clutch it out?
Ninja getting two of the knockouts instantly in that fight. Even Volt's now in a big panic moment. Another utility being tossed inside the smoke, hoping that at least he's going to be able to find someone, but that's not going to be the case. But at least it gets the confirmation that there's no one in the smoke lines. Going for the resurrection onto the fallen players and seeing the opportunity. Even AK, they start to move up close and personal for AK. It's going to be a clear rotation thanks to Team X-Spark, considering they dealt so much damage against Volt. AK right on the front lines, and Ninja Jod is one of those players that now sort of feeling it coursing through his veins that he can probably be the one to clutch things out. Utilities being tossed from Team X-Spark. It's a two-man squad trying to deal with a complete four-man squad in the front. It will be a tough pill to swallow. But let's see how Team X-Spark deal with this circumstance, considering they do have a lot of punch, they do have a lot of firepower, and they can definitely try and channel it in the right direction.
They need to use the buggy. They need to take a longer rotation, because this is what exactly I was talking about. The zone shifting out in the open. The gods of BGMI, they've decided to open the Pandora's box, and it is chaos all over. But all of the contents from the box did come hope also. And hoping that Team X-Spark somehow make it. But now LIVECRAFT, they've got that glee smile on their face. As Cypher, he decides to go after our esports. Crisis coming down below. Thunder already being dealt with. Cypher, he's got a lot of work to be done. But then again, he gets picked off, and it is going to be Crisis who is going to be their makers. Puts them down 6 feet under.
if I'm not wrong, Cypher missed a lot of shots too against that player, Crisis. So our esports just having so many lifelines given to them in this fight, and now they're also getting approached by another team in the front lines. Ninja Shot getting picked off. A big problem for Team X Spark. A big blunder. LIVECRAFT Esports, this is the exact moment they could have been asking themselves to be in. The stars being aligned for this team, and now it's their time to strike. All the 4 players up and live, they've got the best position they can ask themselves to be in too. And you can see LIVECRAFT instantly just trying to scout the opponent crowds out. Just waiting for the players to move outside of their comfort zone, leave those grounds. And that's what slowly and steadily is going to start to happen. Pasha, what a beautiful knockout that was.
Indeed it was. And LIVECRAFT, they played on a gamble, and seems like it has paid off. Not just in dividends, but could earn them this victory over here. There's so many teams, in fact 4, who have to carve their way inside the zone. And LIVECRAFT, they say you need to provide your IDs, else entry is restricted, as Crisis not having the best of HPs. But look at that grenade coming in from Spray and Sheik. She had no idea of what was happening. ASTROKIDS, the numbers are starting to fall, and Nameless, they are going to be unleashing hell upon them.
The amount of utilities we've been seeing, it's crazy. Too many nades just blowing up left, right, and center. So many confirmations just following up on the board as well. And just like that, you see our esports taking an exit from the entire game. And then AK is still somehow surviving with all the 3 players. The resurrection's going to be there without a doubt. LIVECRAFT still out in the open. They've got the best spot. They've also got a couple of shacks and some haystacks to play around with. Nameless Crew out in the open too, but it's really getting tough to spot the players through the smoke now. And slowly and steadily, you can see Viper being approached by the foes. Nice shot with the shotgun. Viper, this time, he's the one to instantly get stringed down. Viper can feed all the venom just coursing through his veins, while Nameless Crew slowly and steadily, even they're asserting their dominance inside of the lobby. Rapido is trying to make sure he's being as rapid as possible, but he's out in the open. Not a lot can be done. Get spotted. Hyper's going to be the one to put the nail in the coffin, but still Nameless Crew. They've got 3 more players up in life.
Oh, so they certainly do. Now it's a Mexican standoff. Hyper having the numbers advantage. LIVECRAFT still the positional advantage being there for them. As Ryzen, he's managed to take down 1. Hyper in a whole world of trouble as the circle has again shifted out into no man's land. LIVECRAFT, even they have to make some movements, barely 8 meters, but sometimes these 8 meters feel like a lot. Given the situation right now, I think they have to let it simmer. They'll have to let the players of Nameless and Hyper come out in the open, and that is when they have to go all out.
Unfortunately, Viper losing out on his life. Oh my god, look at how low Pasha is. Barely surviving on a pixel of an HP. Another nade sails in, and this time Pasha falls down. A big blunder for the players of LIVECRAFT. This is something that should not be happening this late inside of the game. LIVECRAFT, they have had a prime position throughout the entire moment. And now in the final few seconds, LIVECRAFT slowly and steadily is starting to get dismantled. It's not a good news at all. But then it's Ryzen hitting back. Gets the first knockout. The second one almost could have been followed up as well, but Pasha is also being knocked out from them. Nameless Crew 2 just facing the brunt, and the wall of death moving in from the back lines. He needs to move out in the open, and that's when LIVECRAFT can actually feel the pressure just tingling up. Hyper even there slowly and steadily leaving that cover, trying to move inside of the zone. They're prone out in the open too. Aryan goes for the shots, and that's it. Hyper, the man needs to move back up. He's still somehow alive. I don't understand. Aryan barely surviving on not a lot of HP, and Ryzen making that push happen, but still Aryan strikes him down. Ryzen put to sleep, but that's all he's going to fight. It's going to be the players of LIVECRAFT Esports to come out on top in the first game of the day.
What a start to the evening it was, Necro. I mean, it did come down to the wire, which could have easily been LIVECRAFT Esports. It came down to the final men over there. And Aryan, kudos to him because, yeah, he knew he was out of options. He was, in fact, going outside the circle to not give that one finish point. But given the situation was, kudos to Ryzen for not losing his calm in that particular moment. Because having lost out on one of his players over there, not really instantly going for the revival, rather letting Trigger do that heavy lifting. Instead, he did majority of the work, tried to keep the players of Hyper at bay, but Nameless Crew, this is one of those teams I was talking about, you know, could share a similar fate like Troy Tamil Esports. Starting off the game, they lost out one of their players, and then somehow they made it work, making it into the top 3, considering an early loss, I think is quite commendable.
That entire final moment, though, it still got way too close for comfort for the players of LIVECRAFT.
Oh,
that
for
could
sure.
have been almost losable by them, but still somehow in the end, they do sort of close things out. Ryzen was the man who held things together. He was like a Spider-Man trying to stop the train, and he was the only person who was putting in the majority of the work as well. So yeah, he was the main savior for that team, that's for sure.
That indeed was. But you know, Nameless crew, I think they've given us so many of those moments. If you recall, ASTROKID, these guys were just trying to push in, and suddenly they wanted to go after Crisis, but later then realized that the grenades are coming out of nowhere, to the point where they kind of evaporate inside of that place. Nameless crew, they did so much. In fact, even kudos to Hyper. There was one of those moments where they were kind of playing inside the gutters, and they had to deal with one of the players. I think it was Leo, and after dealing with him, they knew that the backlines were completely clear. We just have to let the fight between a Nameless crew and LIVECRAFT simmer. And once one of the players of LIVECRAFT was picked off, I felt like Drigger should have given a cover fire once their other teammate was really low on their HP, because he had an absolute clear vision. But yeah, you know, in situations as such, in those tight moments, sometimes you lose track of what's really happening. But regardless, LIVECRAFT coming out big, getting that chicken dinner. I think LIVECRAFT again, you know, goes on to show how relentless this team has always been.
Honestly speaking, Fixes, the previous game was one of the most scrappiest games I've witnessed inside of the grind. I mean, it was just panic all across the board. It's really getting even tougher to analyze things. And then LIVECRAFT in the final moments, right, just sort of messing things up as well. Even a scrappy fight from them. The execution wasn't too great. Moving on forward towards Aryan. I don't understand how was he able to survive for that long. He was tanking the damage from the blue, getting up, moving inside of the zone. Still the man managed to get one knock onto Ryzen, and then finally he got knocked out himself. So I guess Ryzen in the final moment just pinged his position, and the teammates went for the spam through the smoke. But still, Aryan, the fact that he was able to stay alive for that long was a big red flag in itself. And then some of the fights we saw just going completely downhill. MG was one of those teams that just completely panicked against Team X-Spark. So many scrappy moments. It's really tough for me to understand what exactly happened in the previous game. So for now, let's just move on and look at the MVP.
Of course, and I think, you know, quite deservedly. I don't know what the stats would speak. Yeah, of course, it's going to be Teju. 5 finishes for this lad. But if you talk about the chicken dinner in its entirety, kudos to Ryzen. But yeah, stats and figures show that Teju was the one who performed. And in fact, yeah, you've got to give him, you've got to give the credit where it's due, right? Considering the fact that Hyper, they were around the extremities, just on the exterior parts of Pochinki. And I had this little bit of an inkling that told me that the circle is going to go outside of the city. And that is what happened. LIVECRAFT benefited massively. Had it been inside the city, could have been anybody else also. But the top performers, I think we do have some usual suspects. There you have it, Ryzen, Trigger, both of them making their mark. But for undefeated Mizoram, I think this was also a very good performance from their side, considering how reckless they were. And I think they were a wrecking ball by all means.
That's for sure. They, of course, got quite a decent start for the day, and I would say if the momentum keeps on swinging in their favor just the same way, and if they keep the consistency up at the average of 10 points per game, undefeated Mizoram can actually be somewhere in the top 64 in the overall standings I'm talking about. But yeah, moving on forward towards HyperX OM, even him getting 4 finishes wrapped up, or even Ryzen getting 3, and then moving on forward towards Trigger getting 3 for himself too. LIVECRAFT Esports, of course, a great performance that was, but considering the Wall of Death wasn't exactly their enemy, and considering the zone was favoring them over and over again, I would say LIVECRAFT Esports, still a lot of things were messed up, and it could have been even messy. Moving on forward towards the point standings of the previous game, LIVECRAFT should be at the top, but no, I guess it's going to be Hyper Legends with 14 eliminations wrapped up. They get 20 points in total. Impressive.
Yeah, and considering the fact that this is where the new point structure really comes into play. Otherwise, it would have been LIVECRAFT Esports having those extra 5 points, and hence they would have been placed a little higher. Maybe even for Hyper Legends, they could also argue on the same. But ASTROKIDS, I think we saw they've had their fair share of troubles. Eventually, so many of those artillery barrage on them. Our esports, nonetheless, I think there were moments where we could see them flourish. Did get those 5 finishes, but VASISTA esports, early 5 eliminations, but in terms of trying to get inside the circle, that is where they kind of fell short. Nameless crew, I think, yeah, a little bit of more finishes could have really helped in their endeavors, but Team X-Spark, man, you got to feel for them, especially how they started things off with a shebang. But then those compound fights where they started losing out on numbers, and then they took those buggies, and whilst they were all rotating, got picked off by LIVECRAFT.
Exactly. Now, once again, I want to focus a little bit more on the players of ASTROKIDS. The way they rotated inside of Pochinki was quite funny, and then from Pochinki towards the circle was also quite incredible. Now, inside of Pochinki, they were playing all the way towards the extreme side. They took advantage of so many fights to try and sneakily move inside of the zone, slowly and steadily. It was quite a great rotation. I would say it was quite a great move as well. As long as they were able to get a lot of points secured, I would still say that's a great start. 10 points in the first game, not that bad. Once again, it's all about the consistency, being able to swing that momentum in your favor over and over again, and just keep on carrying on in the future. ASTROKIDS is another one of those teams that is once again back inside of 2024, and we have been witnessing this team all the way back in 2023 itself. ASTROKIDS back in 2023, not that promising. Before now in 2024, looking pretty promising.
Certainly an interesting prospect this year as well. We come up with a lot of hopes and aspirations. I think that is what we came initially with 5-Filter Esports. And seems like the pressure just became too much for them to handle, and they kind of succumbed under it. But yeah, ASTROKIDS, Nameless Crew, Hyper, these were those teams that really rose up to the occasion along with LIVECRAFT. I think I've seen Clowny has been such a good friend of mine for so long, and every time he kind of loses his players, still comes back. This time, however, not a part of the playing four, but I think the scouting job that has been done by him is impeccable. I mean, imagine the cojones on these lads to kind of completely do something very extraordinary, something unorthodox that the entire lobby was not following, and look how the stars aligned for them. But it was just game number one. We kind of have a slight idea now as to what body language are the players coming up with. There are certain teams that are going quite aggressive. Then we have a certain few that are looking at positions. But seems like this is going to be a lot of fun in the next two games.
Now, once again, guys, reminding you all that the in-game qualifiers have already started. Today is the 15th April, and the in-game qualifiers are lasting till 21st April. So make sure you're playing with the main playing four that you've been registering on the website. If you try to play in with a stand-in or a complete new player, the games are not going to be counted. And once again, you will be having a chance to play some of the classic maps: Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Vikendi. All those maps will be there for you to play. It's up to you which map you guys want to play. But once again, Fixes, you got something to add on?
I mean, coming in next would be Miramar. And this is one of those moments where I think the teams that could not perform in Erangel, they will have to redeem themselves. You cannot put things till Sanhok, because Sanhok again is unexpected, uncharted lands. Anything could be possible over there. So eyes will definitely be on teams like 5-Filter Esports, Megastars, X-Park, all those big names that are trying to make a mark, because we have seen so many of those big teams kind of crumble, and I really do not want the same fate to be for these few teams as well.
That is true. Now, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar, and I guess we can expect a little bit more better from the side of MG and a lot more other teams who are not able to perform. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, we've got a nice little promo lined up for you guys. So let's move on and check that out. Now, listen, I'm going to be a sellout once again over here, and I'm going to say that cosmetic looks amazing. I recommend you guys to go inside of the game and try your luck right now. Maybe you can get your hands on that skin. It's incredible, you might as well just go ahead and try it out. Fixes, did you try it?
I've been doing that for the past couple of days, every single time, after I knew that it's just 10 UC for the first spade. And yeah, I have a little bit of a miser there, always, 10 UC, something that I can afford, go for it, and then get disappointed. But you know what? I keep on trying every single day, like you guys should be doing as well. Who knows? If I'm not lucky, maybe Lady Luck will bless you.
Exactly. And one thing is for sure, because Lady Luck has been blessing LiveCraft Esports so far, maybe on the map of Miramar as well, they can be blessed once again. I want to see a Lost Leona Circle. You know, we've been seeing this urban finish meta inside the map of Erangel. Maybe a Lost Leona Circle in the end too towards Miramar. You know how spicy it can be. You never know. Whichever angle you peek out from, you can get shot at from anywhere because the buildings are so high. There's so many angles where you can peek from. It's an incredible extravaganza, as Salty likes to mention. But yeah, moving on forward, fixes, and talking about the map of Miramar. Now, my real expectations are definitely going to be there from MG. First, Erangel completely screwed up. They're going to be having another chance to recover on Miramar.
I hope so they do, because it's going to be very, very important for them. Because if they do not, maybe their dreams might just take a little bit of a hiatus over there that they would not appreciate. But that being said, another quick look at the matchup once again. Yeah, the big boys haven't really shown up, but the others certainly have done. And that kind of fulfills our intentions on this entire grind, as Necro, he's going to be taking a little bit of a breather. And the man who does all the analysis, who breaks every fight down to the T, is on the desk. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Arka is back with us. So Arka, my man, good afternoon. How have you been feeling?
I've been doing good, my friend, but the most important thing is that that's the most excruciating circles I've ever witnessed so far in this grind, because ultimately, you know, those who think out of the box, try to be in the open fields rather than being inside the compounds region, were the only teams to attain the maximum advantage of those final circles. But what a game it has been. For everyone, it was a question of their crosshairs and gunpowder.
Yeah, I mean, it did come down to the wire towards the end, and it could have been anybody's game, because the final shift of the circle, both the teams were out in the open. For LiveCraft, it was just barely 8 meters, but like I already mentioned, sometimes those 8 meters feel like 800. And yeah, that did happen, but thankfully they did not lose their temper and managed to close it. But right now, heading on to Miramar. Now, you've got a, kind of a glimpse of, the idea, the mindset that the teams are coming in. So if I have to ask you any prediction for what we could expect in Miramar, what would it be?
I guess the stronger teams might look out for some early skirmishes like X-Park or probably even Megastars, because ultimately they were not able to put either of the points, let it be finish points or let it be position points. So they do understand that if a circle like this, a urban circle, when it comes to Lost Leonis, might come up, and if there is a possibility, then they might look out for those finishes, and due to which we might see some early skirmishes is what I feel.
Fingers crossed. There have been times where we've seen those early matchups, early battles that teams do not intend on taking, but it's mostly because of the vehicular competition that does end up in that. But yeah, I think in fact even in Erangel we did talk about it, right? Nameless crew having lost out on one of their players early on, still managing a third finish is, I think, quite commendable. And that was sort of in conjunction with Troy Tamil Esports in Miramar as well.
Now, you know that you do praise me by telling the person who likes to break down fights and all those stuff, but you need to realize that I looked up to you in certain points of my life to be where I am today. So there's going to be a few questions from my side this time, rather, to understand what's going on in your head. You did predict the circle was going to shift away from the Pochinki region into the open fields, right? So if you were one of the teams who had strong assaulters like Team X-Park, what do you think they could have done a little bit different to attain or to grab that circle as well as get early finishes?
I think, they should have held on to the vehicles, and instead of going for that bigger compound push, they should have directly taken an early exit and do what they actually did eventually after that fight. But I think maybe it was those doubts creeping in their head that if they try to go out, they are going to be short of, because of course we knew where the players are. And having these gray hairs and knowing that my reflexes aren't strong anymore, but having played the game for so long and having casted so many matches, you kind of get that idea that yes, you're in for something.
Exactly.
And exactly that's what happened. But for X-Park, I think the idea, the mindset was right, because I loved what they did initially, the way they baited out Sarang, because they knew that there is a team in front of them. It was not Megastars. I think they did not have the idea, but once they got those knocks and finish, and for Megastars to kind of crumble down like that. Because if you look at how they played in the previous year, Arca, you would also admit, now this is a team that loves to take fights, and it felt like they were just running away from them.
I mean, I guess it was so much dependent on Blacks over there because he's one of the key players for the whole squad. And then when eventually he got hurt, they understood our strongest link is now broken. So they had to think of something else. Probably they thought that let's try to play for the circles. And that is what they tried to do. But ladies and gentlemen, the big bird has hit the skies as we'll be stepping into the deserty lands of Miramar with the flight path starting off all the way from the southern side. This is going to be an interesting affair. Don't go anywhere. Share it among your friends.
Yep, and don't forget to fasten your seatbelts because I could already feel that turbulence because, you know, Miramar, it's going to be one hell of a show. Surely there has to be a new victor, or will it be LIVECRAFT? We never know. I think I'm interested to unravel all that mystery, but it's nice, right? Just dissecting the map into two halves. You know, teams, they won't be having a lot of issues dropping down. But now the big question, like you've already raised, Arca, where will the circle form, and are we going to anticipate any early skirmish?
I guess, you know, we can expect the circle to go to Todehemura region yet again, as that of yesterday. We have seen the first few games of Miramar throughout the grind has always gone to the eastern side. But in case it does go that side, we all know that probably it's going to favor VASISTA Esports, who played so well in the previous game. I really like the rotation trying to make it inside the circle, but ultimately it all comes down to who holds the center of the circle when there's a lot of hard compounds inside. But yes, with a flight path like this, I'm expecting the side of Megastars or probably Team X-Pac to perform better. But if I have to ask you the same question, who do you think can perform better in a map like Miramar? Who would you choose?
You know, I think, you know, if I have to play it safe, I would love to go for Team X-Pac. But I really want to see something from 5filter Esports. Because this is a team that, yeah, they came in with a lot of hype behind them, but certainly haven't put their money where their mouth was. But right now, Team X-Pac, they could be in a little bit of a situation over here, hoping that Spray God knows what he's doing. He needs to watch his 6, of course. Did take a couple of shots on Cheetah on that iron sight. Has done whatever he could possibly do, but needs to be a little careful. Does not have enough ammo on his weapon left.
Oh, X-Pac, again another mistake. Spray God is going to be surviving with a sliver of HP, and what a way to escape from that rot. If Roller was a little more persistent in connecting those shots, I do believe that Team X-Pac would have lost their player early on. But still, the push is going to be inevitable from either of these sides. Look at that. Ninja is going to be the person to come up front, put a player down. But what will X-Pac do? And this is what we were expecting from them as well.
Yeah, very limited loot, very limited resources to work with. I'm starting to ponder if they even have any vests and armor. But seems like they want to pick a fight. They're being the bullies in the lobby, and they've decided it's either their way or the highway. And JSR, they're being choked down upon, having no means of escape. They're kind of trying to scurry away from there. But Team X-Pac constantly on the chase. Everybody trying to provide cover fire for each other. Yeah, did halt that progression from Sarang for a wee while. But JSR, they need to recover. But Team X-Pac, I think they would be happy now, since they've gotten a free elimination early on, which could have been a close call.
Very much a close call. But at the same time, I really like the way Ninja chose to come in and become that assaulter, tried to take the fight to the face of the enemy rather than falling back. And I do believe, you know, when you have assaulters like Sarang, as we can see, who's got 76 finishes when it comes to the BGIS 2023, we can expect him also to start things off when required. So let's see 3 strong assaulters coming in together and a new IGL. I think this could also be a dream team for any IGL, if you ask me.
I mean, for Team X-Pac and Sarang individually, yeah, 2023 BGIS was one of those years that he's going to cherish, one of those tournaments he's not going to forget for a long, long time. But that's about it, Arca, because right after that, we could not see much out of X-Pac. And so much hype around that roster. He's also got his brothers in arms back again with him. We've got Spray God and Sarang reuniting once again. But if we have to pick that one impact flare from Team X-Pac, has to be Ninja Jor without any doubt.
Yes.
You put this man in any given roster and he's you know, bound to succeed. even this time around also, this could have been much worse for Team Xpark had Ninja not provided the cover fires, the revivals over there. Yeah, they still met a similar fate towards the end. But still, you know, Ninja Jord, he's always been in the thick and thin of things. Even in the previous game of Erangel, he was the one who got that knock on the players of Megastars, the first one to just kind of initiate that entire fight.
Obviously, right, because he's been that prodigy who's an unsung hero for most of the teams he's played so far. And no wonder Team Xpark chose this guy to be that strong assaulter or the entry fagger for the team. At the same time, he's one person whom I've seen who can adapt or switch roles rather than anybody else, because from being an assaulter to being a supporter to be the last man standing, as you correctly pointed out, this is the person you can rely on.
Oh yeah, and he's never out of form, is he? Every single time, every single tournament, he's constantly been putting up those numbers. And be it with God's reign, sometimes you could go on to say they were a little unlucky last time around, did have a decent performance in the INKR, but that was it. But then deciding to part from his brothers, found a new home in Xpark. And you could see that fire always burning within him. But yeah, considering how the circle has formed, I think the gods have favored LIVECRAFT again. Just around the northern areas of Chumasera. I think they're going to feel quite happy, quite settled about this. But when you look at Team Signature, now this is one of those teams that did not have a good start in the previous game of Erangel, but you never know, they might change their fate this time around.
Yes, for all the teams out there, they are the wounded lions, right? They are the redemption team who's looking forward for some good redemption. So let's see how much of them can actually do that hard work, because this has to be the bounce back map. In case they do not put points on the table by the end of this map, the final map becomes a do or die situation. As you've explained before, they might crumble in the pressure, or they might come out as a blooming flower out of that, you know, dirt which they've created in the previous two games. So let's see which amongst them they'll be choosing. But as of now, I would love to bring your attentions back to the side of Hyper in the previous game. The way they had the chicken in their hand, but still they kind of missed it out because of the lack of throwables. If one or two grenades or Molotov was with them, I do believe that they could have taken that chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, we're going to talk about them because we've got something really important happened in front of us. Spray God, maybe he lost track of time. Maybe he lost track of the fact that he could have been potentially watched over. Ooh. And it's just not Spray God. It's also Sarang. It's down on his knees. Now this is quite alarming for the players of Team Xpark. Yeah, they've dropped those smoke grenades. But Kid P6, he's keeping a watch. A keen eye on every small movements. And look at the push coming in from Team SN over here. As Spray God, he needs to get that revival. But Sarang, is he going to come back on his feet? Because now Ninja, even he's gotten off from trying to res him back up. As Shadow, he's far from the pack.
The information would have been relayed that there's a person upstairs. Oh, Shadow gets taken down as well. This is what Team Xpark would last need. I don't know how come they're making such textbook mistakes of not staying in cover when the players are taken down. You were telling from from a long time that you need to have your vehicles with you when you're traversing around these large areas, but still trying to come on foot, they have been punished, and now it's important for them to pick up the key player. Spray God, will they be able to do so? Because Sarang and Ninja, they can stop an army for sure.
You know, this is atrocious. This is as worse as it gets. Now, such sort of rookie mistakes, you cannot afford to have them, can you? Now, Ninja and Sarang, they've got to piece this one together. However, SN, they kind of felt a little unsure, unsettled about the fact that they wanted to push. Now, these areas are very easily defended if done rightfully. And Ninja Jord showing us why. You know, he's managed to pick one player down already. The other, had he been taken down, this would have been tables flipped for Team Xpark.
100%, but Sarang is still on his feet. Ninja Jord is also still on his feet, so we can expect anything to take place over here. Obviously, Ninja Jord is going to be cooking that grenade towards the opponents and making sure he restricts only 2 players from approaching and making it a full-man squad.
How on earth did Team Xpark not realize that they had a bounty on their head? Couldn't really figure out why. should have understood that, yeah, SN came after them. They know they'd love to drop down around San Martin. And that's how they kind of positioned themselves. And the mistakes, they kept on rolling to the point that they're also just almost about to get languished from the server. Now, having given that revive up, Ninja might feel a little gutted. He's found another angle though. Kid on real low HP, needs to connect this one, but still finds no success.
Ninja and Sarang, they need to be very careful. I really like the angle being held by Sarang over here. He's making sure to cover all those blind spots so that it becomes easier for Ninja to concentrate on anybody trying to push in towards him. But it all comes down to the basics of how much throwables you're carrying, what kind of guns you're carrying as well. Shotguns being held by only one player of that of Xpark, whereas the opponents, I don't see. Yes, there's one DBS by Pablo, and I do believe that if he's trying to push, then the story can be different. Sarang does do the damage. Now the call out would have been given that there are players next to me, and let's see whether Ninja Boy is going to come in over here.
Yeah, again, those mistakes. Positioning yourself, re-peeking from the same angle, causing so much of that trouble. Somebody needs to say, Team Xpark, that no, it's not a rookie lobby. These glads are hungry. They've come in after you. They want to chew you off, bite you down. Every single bone dissipated as Ninja jawed against the world. He goes in for the clutch, managed to find one, but can he find a little bit more? Yes, he does. The second one also down and dusted. The door's open, but Ninja, he needs to position himself. He needs to get that reload, and he does it in style. Absolutely exterminating Team Signature P6. Everybody just funneled through that one door, and Ninja gives them a treat that they will never ever forget.
This man, I mean, I know that this man is capable of pulling off such things, but still I'm shocked. At one point of time, I really wanted to tell this team to back off. They've already done the damage to Team Xpark, but they're still standing one man who can take down an army, who can take down squads standing alone, and he's proved to us yet again. But that's the story which has been done somewhere far away, UDF. Oh my goodness. But as I said, it all comes down to what kind of guns you hold, and eventually it was that S12K, and he had the perfect angle. He kept on shifting that position left and right, not allowing the opponents to predict where he exactly was, and then eventually was able to put them down. Oh my goodness.
Alright, actions happening elsewhere also. We're gonna get back to that, Arka. A lot of things to break down over there, as now our esports, they've already lost out on Shreya, and Akshu could be next. Desperate for revivals. Yeah, going at Akshu's direction. Wolfie does take a stop over here, but Ketak, he's watching over him. And out in the open, you cannot be smoking like that, buddy. As finally the push comes pouring in, as Crisis, he finds another angle. He needs to get himself up over there, and Akshu already being dealt with by Wolfie. And yeah, that's a storyline that, well, even our esports would not have wanted. Panic setting in, our esports in a whole world of trouble.
Wolfie, he needs to be holding this angle itself, because if he tries to go to the other side, the story will be so much different. And I was expecting his teammate to give him some kind of a cover, but as far as what I can see in the minimap, it seems like he's ran away. And Wolfie, can he do what Ninja Jot did previously? I don't think so. It's going to be easy for him. Yes, he's put down one player, but ultimately it's the other one who backstabs him at the right time and eventually puts an end to him. IO will be rewarded with 3 finishes for that early push.
And Wolfie just made things easier for IO. He's like, you don't get to finish my teammate, I do. And yeah, that's how the cookie crumbled. Our esports just survived by Crisis, and that's all they have. But UDF, Mizoram, they've spotted out the players of Instinct Outliers. You can see Orion already trying to create that little bit of a flank. And now seems like they might be pincer down. If they kind of find those perfect angles, they might be dealt with.
UDF from a distance. I really like the split coming in from their side as of now. But what's more important is they need to watch their backlines as well. Because the distance they're holding right now, if one person gets knocked out, from the side of VE.
Alright, a little bit of spray coming in from Levi. Team AK, they're trying to maybe get some work done. ASTROKIDS in the previous game of Erangel, they were phenomenal. But this time, can they repeat? Can they even get beyond their limits? That's what they need to cross. As Ghetak, well, he's got the players of V right in front of him. VASISTA ESPORTS. In the previous game, all we could see them doing was get a couple of finishes. But look at this zone shift, Arka. This is unbelievable of what has happened. Goes way down south towards Chumasera. Volt, they're going to be feeling very happy, very confident about the position they're holding. But look at Ghetak. He's got violence in his mind. He wants to start closing in. But MADSOUL ESPORTS out of nowhere from the backlines. But it's going to be Ghetak who gets the knock on MJ. And will not even take a breather. Instantly finishes him off.
Only 2 players from the side of VASISTA left out right now, and we can see that Austin is a single man or the lone survivor who's outside of the circle right now, and he's got more than one cross aiming towards him. He needs to be careful in every move he makes, but somewhere far away, somebody falls off from his vehicle, and Ghetak is being clever enough to keep reading what's happening in the finish feed and eventually goes and picks it up. Ghetak has been clever so far, but has he done enough? Has he done enough to hide himself? By the looks of it, he might get hunted down.
Sly and cunning as a fox. But Cheetah, is he going to be fast enough on his reflexes, on his trigger? That's the big question. Instinct outliers, they've been unbelievable so far, especially Ghetak. With the way he's been contributing for his squad, left, right and center, he's been picking up 3 finishes already registered to his name. UDF Mizoram, however, in the previous game, we saw them just charging in like a fireball and destroying everything that comes in their path. But yeah, the fire was doused pretty early. Now that is one thing that they need to work upon. As Orion, he's being dipped down. A lot of HP already lost. We'll have no trouble getting the rest though. But the big problem, the big issue in hand is Arca, they've got to get inside the circle.
I mean, it's still stage 3, right? Stage 4 is going to be coming up, and all these players
Look
have
at
been
Ninja.
watching the previous games in the grind. Yes, Ninja has somehow made it through all these commotions, but still,
What?
because he's traveling in a vehicle, probably UDF or that of VASISTA would have seen him, but somehow he still survives. So if this man is standing until the final circle, I can place my bets on this single head that he might be able to pull off that chicken dinner for his team.
You know, I'm not going to go that far. But, you know, to be setting my expectations quite realistic, I would say that Ninja should focus on what he's been doing the best. We have seen in this BGIS as a new point structure, you get more rewards for getting those finishes. If he can stay from the backlines, maybe get a couple of finishes stolen. But JSR, they do some good work out of the players of MADSOUL, the final one. Finally resting in peace over there. Or maybe it was just a knock. As it'll get unfolded just in a wee while. But yeah, MADSOUL esports, they finally get wiped out. But yeah, coming back to Ninja, right? Getting back to that one fight also, I really felt like, you know, Signature could have done so many other things. There were other avenues of also trying to get on. 2 players coming in from the stairs, maybe 2 players closing in from those crooked, broken parts. I think that could have worked out for them. But Ninja pieced everything so perfectly fine. And as a result, he managed to clutch it out. But all of it goes in vain, right? Considering the fact Team X Park making all those mistakes, Arca, for sure, it has to hurt.
Oh, this was the moment, right? Ninja, he knew that he's getting damage from that very angle. He tries to push in a little bit forward, understanding the opponents have ran out of bullets. Then again, he gets into cover, reloads, comes back, wait for the opponents to make that mistake of coming out from the door, and then finishes them off. Clinical, perfect, sticking to the textbook basics. I think he has done that perfectly.
Now imagine had all 4 of the players pushed in. Because there was a one point where Ninja just had 1 bullet in the magazine. Did not have could not have given him the opportunity to maybe go for a reload there. But yeah, they would feel quite gutted when they see the replay of that. Yeah, that's kind of quite shameful also sometimes, you know. Like, how could we just mess it up? But yeah, Ninja needs to muster some courage over here. But we've got another fight. And it's down south. We've got the players of Team Ghost in a really good position. But LiveCraft, they had dropped down at Chumasera. But Pasha already being taken down. Viper's got a beautiful angle on Cheek. and she's really low at this point.
Now Viper, he needs to be careful as well, because Lowish is concentrating on him a little bit more, as LIVECRAFT now will have a chance to revive themselves. But the most important thing is all of this is happening outside of the circle, and it's just 1 minute before the circle closes in. So they need to end this affair as quickly as possible before they get into the circle. Off angle held by Trigger could be the right kind of an angle in case they get the first knock.
I think both these teams rotating quite beautifully, always constantly forcing the other to change different angles and keep the opponent into thinking, as Viper is slowly but surely getting isolated as a knock on Lavish. Now this changes things entirely. Now the buck stops on towards Viper. How is he going to respond? Are the players of LIVECRAFT, they're going to initiate that push? Yeah, she's to stop this, and somehow against the entire world, she gets knocked out as Alpha Male. Certainly a beta this time around, as he's been dealt with, as Levi won't have any idea, won't have anything to work around with, as LIVECRAFT completely put them 6 feet under. It's gonna be Megastars next, and LIVECRAFT, oh my goodness, they're performing beyond their minds.
Exactly, and the presence of mind to understand that there's someone else so close by, and the information being relayed to the right person to go in and do the damage against MG Megastars has been phenomenal so far. They're keeping them at bay, and that's the most important thing. Now they need to make it inside the circle, but looking at the map, LIVECRAFT, there's someone else coming closer to them. That's got to be in the name of VE. As Sue and MJ are coming closer to the circle, can they do a little bit of a damage? Join hands with that of Megastars and try to pick some finishes out there.
This was inevitable. Megastars have to get upon themselves that they shall not let LIVECRAFT pass, have that high ground advantage to themselves, and it's still stage 4. They can work around with some boosters or maybe some first aids, but VASISTA Esports in a whole world of trouble. Nice tracing coming in there from Trigger, has managed to take down one and has almost dismantled Sue, and he's also going to be put down to a sleep, and he's not going to wake up any time soon.
LIVECRAFT doing the same mistake what others did previously. All 4 of them in a single vehicle. Yes, God. There goes 2 players, and I do believe it's few more shots coming in. They might taste their own medicine, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. They took down VASISTA the same way, and it seems like Karma has to say them hi by putting them down similarly. Now what's going to be the story of Megastars, as Blacks is also getting shot by and is way outside of the circle with just bandages coming in. Can they make it inside? Oh yes, he does it safely. But this circle is going to be the judgment for which team is going to stand as the best under God.
I think UDF, they could pose a threat for the players of Megastars Gaming over here. But Megastars have a really pivotal position, a really good advantage given to them considering where they are situated, just playing around the high grounds. It's one of those rare occurrences of the zone that we are getting to witness, and this is where all these teams are going to be truly tested, especially the IGLs. And yeah, LIVECRAFT, I think the panic button just set in, but Ninja, this is what I wanted from his side. You know, he knows that he's going to get so far with just getting those position points, but if he can get a couple of finishes to his name, and bear in mind, this lad already has 6 to his name. All the finishes that Team X Park has accrued so far. Kudos to Ninja, credits where it's due, as now maybe Instinct Outliers could just be next on his hit list.
And look at that, he's got just 2 more grenades, but still is not thinking twice before laying them down, and perfectly!
Oh my God.
All these small pixels to put opponents down, and he's done it perfectly. He does realize that he'll have to make it inside the circle as well, and his keen ears has also given him so much information that somebody is passing by. He's got that opportunity right now to take up a vehicle and make it inside the circle. But he does understand that picking up these finish points is much more important.
He's got no means of escape. His vehicle already in smokes. Yeah, he's got to make sure that he gets as much finishes as possible. As Nameless, they're under heavy fire. Kratos already being put down to the depths of hell over there. And for now, Team Volt, they're trying to make an entry inside the circle, but it's going to be shots coming at Cyrux and Aryan's way. and somehow they need to deal with all of that, and somehow they need to push it against the players of Megastars Gaming over here. And boy oh boy, surprisingly they've made it alive somehow. But Blacks and Cypher, they should have done the job. But now the breach is there. They're trying to infiltrate in. Aryan already taking that higher ground. Megastars kind of giving them that advantage over here. As now Volt, they need to work this through. They need to think about it, because UDF from the other angle, they're also starting to close in.
Oh, Cypher on the other side is going to be that sneaky snake who can strike. He can get a little bit closer with that grenade. Not only knock a player, but also give information to his teammates. But this divided attention from the side of Megastars, are they doing it right? Do they need to fall back to the hard compounds, or do they need to stick to this fight against Volt? Cypher, can he do a 1v3?
Well, at this point, Cyrex already being taken down. Aryan not having the best of HPs. Not quite healthy though. Thunder, he's been picked off. Legit, that grenade could do some real damage, and Vishu, he's been brought down, and now it all rests on Aryan's nimble shoulders. He needs to pop those revives. He's got 40 seconds to work around with, but it seems like Megastars Gaming, they've read the knock feed, and they want to go in. They want to get those 4 finishes to their name, and one good grenade could secure it all. Steal it right in the face of their opposition, and maybe Blacks, he gets the job done. But again, all he could finally gather was just another knock. But the push, the pressure, mounting on them, and that one grenade will do the deed done. And there you have it. Megastars Gaming have 4 in the bag.
Oh, they called the right monster to come in and do that damage, because they understood that they were not able to calculate the grenade perfectly, and Blacks comes in, was all alien healthy, and understood that we finish Walls first and then concentrate on the team inside the circle. Now UDF in the crosshairs of Megastars, what best can they do?
Well, at this point, Cypher, he's the holding point. Certainly has to look around. Does not have his cam around anymore, does he? Not at least in the battlegrounds. But Legit, see, what does he do? Megastars Gaming did not have a best of the starts in Erangel, but certainly looking forward to reclaiming their lost glory. They had been incredible in the previous tournaments, but this time they've got to make it matter. As UDF Mizoram, a team hailing from Mizoram, we've seen some really nice teams coming out of that region. But now Cypher is being dealt with. Thunder on the backlines, nothing to work around. A smoke screen blocking every single vision. Hindered around the murky smoke. UDF make a good work of things. Now Team MG, they kind of splattered around, and Galactus, he's going to be pushing through. Future on the backlines, well, he's going to do the deed. All he could get is one, but the trades coming in from Megastars Gaming, absolutely incredible, as they managed to pick off those knocks. And now UDF Mizoram, they're reduced to just the final member standing, and it's going to be Tempest. But seems like he's way out in the open, but still somehow he manages to retaliate back.
I mean, it was a perfect cover coming in from the side of, I think, one of the players from Tempest. But yes, that was it for them, as Megastars, they were busy going in for the revival. I think it was one of the players, I do not remember his name, all he was doing was trying to come into the crosshair of Blacks, and eventually when the shots were not getting connected to Tempest, he was able to retaliate back perfectly. The final 3 teams on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, and who are they? They're all undergods, no experienced teams, no teams we thought would make it inside the final circle. From one side, we have that of Storm. On the other side, we have Hyper, who could replicate what they did in the previous game, probably grab that chicken dinner, which we were wanting them to. And from far away, it's going to be the new favorites. It's going to be Megastars, slowly building their caliber.
Oh, Teju did not see this coming, right? The MVP of the previous game, he's down on his knees. Megastars Gaming, they have to get inside the circle. And now it's going to be a long way from home. Especially when you've got those higher grounds, and now you've got to go into the lower territories, into that dip. When you've got so many eyes looking over you as Storm. They did not perform in the previous game, but this time they've got something else to say about it. As Ghost, he's going to be pouring in some lead, trying to connect it onto towards Ohm, but nothing seems to happen as of now, as Ohm, yeah, the numbers too overwhelming for him as he gets taken down, isolated. Hyper stuck in a rock in a hard place from the backlines. Even Aryan, he's not going to breathe for a longer time, and now they've been reduced to just that final player surviving. Where on earth is he? He's been found out, but he gets a beautiful trade, but the knocks have been coming in from Team Storm as the final battle is between Team MG, and there you have it. They secure this in style, just letting that fight brew between seen the lads of Hyper and Team Storm over there, and they capitalize. Megastars Gaming from up above secure this chicken dinner.
A perfectly executed game, if you ask me, from the side of Megastars. They was just waiting for the right moment from every single fight. Let it be UDF. They did not extend that fight. They understood that I could come back and clear off Volt. They restricted that fight, cleared off Volt, then looked forward to UDF. Then they again waited for the other two to take fight, and then they came in and finished things off. And this is what I call a silent prey prowling and coming closer to you and strike when the time is right.
Oh yeah, for sure. Undoubtedly, this has to be one of the best chicken dinners that we have seen, especially considering that entire journey that we saw from Megastars over there. Initially, they were kind of silent assassins, right? They're taking their spot above the hill, had that sniper position. They were kind of in the nest. First of all, it was LIVECRAFT they went after, did not let them breathe, absolutely choked them down. Then it was fights left, right, and center. They picked off one fight, then suddenly UDF comes out of nowhere. They take those damage. Tempest almost dismantling them. They still fight back, constantly exchanging those punches, just wrestling through and clawing, scratching their way to victory. I think this is as good as it gets. Who says these lads do not have this experience? Who says they're the new kids on the block? The way they've been playing, I think they've earned this spot.
I mean, I can say this: Megastars are going to be one of the other teams who are rising right now.
Take your words back.
Make waves, to make waves. And I would say this, these viewers who are watching right now, let me remind you, the in-game qualifiers have already started, so you can execute something like this. You can learn from these players as well if you watch in closely. But at the same time, you can also follow us on our socials. I mean, I don't know why I said that.
All right,
still,
for sure.
I guess
you can do that for Arka.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
you
can
all
follow
love me, I know that. But,
follow us on our socials as we'll try to break down more and fixes.
Right.
I have a question for you, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
Yes.
The question is, what could LIVECRAFT done differently in that fight? Because eventually all four of them in a single vehicle. It's not just LIVECRAFT. We saw VE. They were using a two-wheeler where two players were traveling in a bike. And then we see LIVECRAFT coming in a single vehicle. Then we saw Megastars were also traveling with almost just two vehicles. What do you think is happening different, and what LCraft would have done different?
I think they relied on their instincts a lot. I'm pretty sure, considering there were two teams, there must have been multiple vehicles, but the circle was already closing in. It was the fourth zone, and they were feeling the heat of things. And it was just like a last-minute escape. Guys, mayday, we need to get inside the circle, and kind of did not gauge the situation. And as a result of which, they fell down. But taking a look at the MVP, who might that be? I mean, certainly Ninja did have a lot of finishes to his name, but I'm not going to be surprised if we see somebody from Megastars Gaming also get this title, and it's going to be Ninja Jord, undoubtedly. Man had 6 right from the very start, managed to get 2 more, just threading the needle over there against Instinct Outliers. He is nothing short of a spectacle.
I mean, 8 points. Let me put this to you. So many teams would have crossed over and got position points, but nobody would be placed where Team X Park will be placed. All thanks to on our screens, Ninja Jord, 8 finishes, 14% map impact, and obviously 100% finished contribution.
Yeah, and I have that little soft corner for Ninja, right? Studying in the same university, a junior of mine, and looking at him succeed like this, playing like this. But as a team, Team X Park need to understand, it just cannot be a Ninja storyline, right? You have placed 3rd. You are one of those major contenders. You've got such a good lineup, but cannot afford to make such mistakes. But we're going to break that down for sure. But taking a look at the next few suspects of our top performers this time, we've got Storm coming in out of nowhere. I think Ghost, he's done a phenomenal job. 7 finishes to this lad. After having such a rough start, I think that was a nice comeback. But Team Hyper, they were also consistent.
Oh, yes. And also, Ghost, at this point of time, the reason why I want to speak about them is that they were having an uphill battle against that of many other teams, but still they somehow managed to retain that position, use throwables at the right corner, and make it into the top 3. So let's see how many points in total have they put up, because 70% with 7 finishes, add on another 3 probably. another 14 to 15 points is what they might have breaked up. But still, that's a decent amount if you ask me.
Yeah, I think there was one more player that kind of comes to my mind. It was IO's Galactus also. And for Storm, I think they had kind of kept themselves at bay. They were not showing themselves up, but finally in that commotion, I think they managed to accrue a lot of finishes to their name. But for UDF Mizoram, we saw them. They had a really good chance of closing this one, and maybe a little too much on the plate, and there was as much as they could have chewed there. But yeah, Ninja and his heroics have led Team X-Pac to the third position, which could have been an absolute disaster. The management, I think the recovery has been done quite well. He's mitigated the damages. But yeah, Megastars Gaming, they will be taking this chicken, and yeah, 21 points to their name. Team Storm 99, 16. Undefeated Mizoram. I think they've been relying heavily on those fights. This time, a little improvement on those position points. But boy, oh boy, if you have to talk about someone being consistent, I think Hyper Legends and LIVECRAFT. I think 8 and 6, not too shabby.
Completely agreed. But at the same time, I love it when every piece of the puzzle coming together. We really, but the discussion was that which are the teams which are going to be performing well. We went with Megastars and Team X-Pac, both of them in the top 3. They performed it perfectly. 11 finishes and 8 finishes, concentrating more on their firepower. But the bottom half of the table, this is where there are some disappointments. Our esports, MADSOUL and VASISTA esports, especially VASISTA esports, because in the previous game they had that early finishes of 5, but it seems like this time they chose not to go for those early fights and have paid a very hefty price of getting just 0 points in this game.
And I'm kind of gutted with our esports as well, especially that one fight you could see against Team IO. Really, I mean, they kind of were so scattered, they did not know, running around like headless chickens. I think it's all that pressure that's speaking in volumes of how it really went down for them. But Vasista, I kind of agree with you. Now you've got so many big names in your team, and still the performance hasn't come up. And this is what happens, right? Just before a tournament, yeah, a band of 4 players are completely playing from different orgs. The synergy clearly seems to be lacking, and I think it would be really a heartbreak if they don't bounce back in week number 2. Because again, a wonderful reminder for all our viewers that yeah, these are the 3 games that have been finished off. After this, we're gonna have a shuffle. The shuffle will be based on this, week 1, week 2's performance. Again, these 256 teams will be going up against each other. They'll get 3 more games respectively. And, kudos to Crafted to actually do that, because back in my days, we just had 3 matches to qualify. It's either 3, you get in there, or otherwise you sit it out. Now, giving these young lads such opportunities, I think this is really nice.
Completely agreed. But ladies and gentlemen, there's something which we'd like to bring in front of you from the side of Crafted, because this promo has so much information in it, and I like to enjoy it every single time watching it. This is for you guys so that you guys can also enjoy in front of you now.
Right. Left. अरे यार, रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले. Left. झाड़ी के पीछे से ले. झाड़ी के पीछे. अरे यार, right. जल्दी. उतर. चल. Finish कर दे उसको. रुकना मत.
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
You know what, Arka? You've still not accepted my friend request. I've sent you on Bullet Echo India. And if you want to be friends with me, all the viewers might as well hit me up on Fixes Cast. But inside the game, of course, we could share a couple of lobbies together. But coming back to business, I think Miramar now being done and dusted. I think today's day has been filled. I don't know what to expect from the next group that comes out. Every single game has been picked with action. It's not been slow. It's been, all these teams kind of rotating around, those mechanical plays, those macro rotations during those fights, those micro movements. Everything has been so wonderful.
I mean, you will have to thank the BGMI gods for it as well. The circles, the kind of circles which is forming up today has been perfect for a competitive lobby. And it all, no matter how experienced you are, no matter how good you are in this game, everything comes down to that line as well. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the next group which is going to be playing with us. And I would say this, right? It's still the same groups: Team XSpark, LiveCraft, Hyper Legends, Megastars, and any last words, Fixes, before you leave us? I guess Fixes has to sip a cup of coffee, and let me get back to what I was speaking about. JSR, MADSOUL, and Undefeated Mizoram. With all these new teams coming up, and my old friend Necro coming back on the desk, I would like to ask you, Necro, how did you feel the map of Miramar go for you?
Listen, before you ask me any type of questions, I need to talk about that 1v4 from Ninja John. Man, that was an outstanding clutch from the man, the myth, the legend himself, Ninja John. Once again, striking back inside of the lobby, just astonishing all of us with that moment. The S12K just holding down the staircase, waiting for the players to funnel up on top, getting the new magazine as well. Then once again, just continuing the wrath in that fight. Incredible moment from Ninja John. But then moving on forward and getting that chicken dinners was Megastars. And this was something I saw coming as well. I had a full-blown explanation with Fixes. We had a full-blown conversation about this entire team with Fixes. I said this on the chance of Miramar. This team's probably going to be standing a high chance. I still remember all the way back in the day, Miramar used to be their stronger suit. They like to hold things off with the high ground. And once again, they did the same thing, started things off with the high ground, got so much intel to play with. And then later on in the final few moments, they were also winning the majority of the trades.
I completely agreed. But at the same time, there were several other teams like Team Megastars, right? The way they got assaulted in the map of Erangel, I was not expecting them to make such a comeback. I thought that they might hold their horses a little bit and then try to concentrate on building up that momentum. But time and when they got that chance to pick those fights, I do believe that Megastars were ready for it, and they took it into the faces of the opponents.
I mean, they've got one of the most stacked lineups, right? Backed up with Blacks over there, Thunder, even Pros over there, Legits over there. These are some of the players that we have been witnessing in the past for a long time. And these players have been sticking to each other for a long time too. Cypher is another one of those players that has been playing phenomenally inside the roster. Back in the day, this team was called Team Mayavi. That's a whole other story. I do not really want to touch upon it. But Miramar has been their stronger suit. And once again, they've proven the same thing. Moving on forward towards the map of Sanhok. Now, Megastars Gaming, they're known for their aggression. And Sanhok really rewards a team that likes to play aggressive and that likes to assert dominance inside of the map, because once again, it is a zone-centric map, and if you're left outside of the zone, you would need to try and assert some dominance in order to get a better spot inside of the circle in the first place. And I think so Megastar Gaming is one of those teams that can easily make that happen. The same thing can also be said for Team XSpark. Even this team is trying to go for a lot of those fights. So at this point in time, it's really tough to say which team might be the one to come out on top, but still talking about some of the newer teams, 5Filter Esports, my eyes are also going to be locked on them. I've got some decent amount of expectations from them.
I mean, if you speak about expectations, my expectations is going to still be on Hyper Legends, who have been so consistent throughout the day, and also the Mizos, because as we know that yesterday was not the days of the Mizos, but today the story can be different, as finally, after the heat of the desert, we'll be stepping into the tropical forest of Sanhok, as now we're able to see that this is going to be one of the final games to be played, and it's going to be a very interesting one.
Indeed, as the plant flat path, as you mentioned, starting all the way from Tombang towards the opposite side, which is going to be Cow. Once again, the plant flat path does not really matter on this map. You can easily stretch onto the location wherever you want, unless you want to move in towards the extremities, which is going to be Kampong and Docks, which I highly doubt the teams would want to go over there. Unless if they do, well, they will need to drop down towards a temporary drop location, get their hands on the basic loot, and then move there. But once again, everyone's just waiting for the circle at this point in time. If it is going to be Camp Alpha Island Circle, you just got to make sure you're being as quick as possible. I'm just trying to spot some drop collisions, but so far we're not seeing any of those. Interesting, on the map of Sanhok, no drop collisions. That sounds unorthodox to me.
Somewhere I feel the northern eastern side of the map, I can still see that VE and SN, both of these teams are pretty close to one another, and I do believe we can expect a fight to take place. But yes, your golden tongue is spoken, and our esports versus AK is going to be the first fight which we might witness.
Golden tongue, that's the first time I've heard that phrase, but yeah, it sounds pretty good to me, you know. I feel quite honored that you said that to me. But yeah, Hyper, You wanted to see this team come out and top, but off the rip, they're actually engaging inside a fight against the team VOLTX, and it's not going to be that rewarding of a fight, in my opinion. Himu pushing up close and personal. The Tommy gun pre-fire's perfect. And VOLTX, they've sort of got the advantage inside of the fight, too, because second player, he gets overwhelmed as well. Two of the players instantly drop dead. Arca, you got some words about this?
I mean, I would say that it's when you feel a gangster holding the Tommy gun, I don't think so it's going to be hard for you to miss those shots. But at the same time, in that close range, you need a proper SMGs to fight against a QBZ. I do understand that QBZ is a decent gun, but still, a Thompson in close range is much more stronger.
Indeed it is. It is the SMG, right? It's meant for the close ranges and the mid ranges. Yep. And the man used that perfectly, pushed up close and personal, went for the complete aggressive note, came out top in that duel. But you went for this team, right? You were saying that this team's probably going to be the one to win this game of Sanhok, considering it is the last game for this group. And I guess sort of you cursed him a little bit, no?
I mean, I guess it's all about choosing a team rather than putting a curse, right? Whereas on the other side, we were also expecting that of Megastars to be doing good, and LIVECRAFT also to be doing good, and we see them also coming close to one another. So, yeah, if you consider that I did put a curse on the team, it's not like I did, but if you play like that, you can consider it.
Man, Arca, you know, you're someone who's not that. How do you say? You're someone who's like calm. Old. So sometimes, you know, my young jokes do not really you don't really get it, maybe.
See, the thing about old people is sometimes we be sarcastic and it kind of backfires or becomes way too serious.
But you know, enough for the banner. Once again, going back inside of the game. UDF. MG just trying to back away from this. Megastars Gaming, which is Black, so once again, all by himself. And Black needs to stay alive. He's one of the main firepower inside of the roster. So if Blacks gets taken down early, it might just be a big blow for the players of MG, and they won't be able to recover from that. Our esports crisis taken down, another big name. Knocked out, at least for now. And ASTROKIDS, they would want to go for the confirmation, that's for sure, but Crisis is trying his best to keep himself alive. Our esports, they need to make sure that Crisis is going to be back up on his feet, but they're a little bit too far away. 3 players wanting to play with each other, while ASTROKIDS slowly and steadily trying to push up. The aggressive note's going to be there from ASTROKIDS, but I also like the positioning from RE. Unfortunately, the man advantage is probably going to be working up against him, but it's something they need to work up on with.
Oh yes, our esports, Akshu's location has to be either a very strong one or the weakest one as well. Because in case he's able to give that initial knock, the story can be different. But in case he gets knocked out, it's going to take so much of pressure on the team with just 2 men standing. They'll have to choose between going for the revival or going for the fight. And I do believe you do not need to, put your team in such a situation.
Indeed. Crisis got taken down instantly. The man disconnected from the lobby. You can't see. But yeah, our esports, with now just down to a 3-man squad, it's going to be even more tougher. Maximus 2 just meets his makers. Now it's all down to one last man alive from Hyper. And Aryan, that dude is getting chased down because VOLTX, they know they've already got the big advantage inside of the fight. You might as well just want to go for that last piece of pie that's just currently running around the board. Aryan's position still uncompromised. And that's why you can see Vishu just driving around, trying to scout the man out. Finally, the man has been spotted. The call's been conveyed. And he's now wanting to run over the last man, too. Shotgun in the hands. Aryan's got too many players approaching him. And there's a chance he can be overwhelmed, and he has been.
I mean, sometimes you need to remember the basics of every map, right? There was a chance for him to go around, find the biggest bush out in this region, lie down inside that, rather than, sitting behind a hard rock and be expect the opponents giving them that expected position of yourself.
SN? I mean, what happened to them in the previous game? It's something that these guys are going to be heavily marked with. Hopefully they're able to clear their mindset and now move inside of the game with a complete new one. Because it's time to refocus. This is the last game of the day for this group. 3 games done and dusted, not a lot of points secured from SN, and that's a big red flag right there, because in the upcoming 2 weeks, you will have another chance to play the 3 games, but still, it's all about the pressure, right? In 3 games, you would need to convert so many points in your favor, because you need to place yourself somewhere in the top 64 to directly qualify and have that little bit of a head start.
You know, I'm just waiting for the next circle to form up. I really want to know, is it going to stick to the northern eastern side? And before I speak about the circle, I need to speak about this team, VE VASISTA Esports, because K47 is one of those players who have been so strong when it comes to close range, and we have seen him play under the banner of Entity, and he has done some wonders before, but I'm able to see that he's still not able to bring out his firepower. Probably is not able to place himself in the right corner of the circle.
Not just him, even Austin, if you remember.
Oh, yes.
He used to play for Lucknow Giants in the past, so even this player's quite a renowned player. He's been there inside of the competitive circuit for a long time. So in general, this team consists of some experienced players. They probably do have a lot of experience, but it's about being able to pack the punch when it matters the most. And sometimes this team does tend to struggle with that. VASISTA Esports, they've got a decent amount of spot in the zone, but once again, they're trying to play from the extremities, which is the edge of the zone, and I'm not a big fan of that, especially on the map of Sanhok. You never know where the circle is going to be shifting, considering it is a heavily zone contested map. So you need to make sure you're always, or at least closer to the centric spot. Team X Spark engaging inside a fight themselves. They've got a decent amount of foes around him. And I'm pretty sure X-Spark is one of those teams that will be noting down all the information that they're able to get. But look at Black's getting approached by R Esports. Black's all by himself inside of the compound. Spots out the second player too, wanting to toss a nade in the front lines. And finally, he pulls out that nade. But unfortunately, he does not toss it because he knows the opponent's a little bit too close for comfort. Once again, Black's all he needs is that one single shot. And he finally connects that. And he takes down the third one too. Blacks, that 1v3 was incredible. What am I witnessing today?
That was perfect execution. Shifting. And look at that immediate information that there's another team at this corner. They're always on the tip of their toe. They do understand that the war is not ended. Each and every fight they take is so clinical. I would just take a few seconds to break down what happened. Blacks, look at that. This is going to be the FPP, the best way you can use an FPP. Then he realized that he needs to wait for the opponents to make that mistake. And once he came out of his cover, landed that one, and the final almost a 360, turning around and landing it perfectly to that window. Oh my god, Blacks. This man, no wonder the team considers him a prodigy.
And I mentioned this too a while ago, Blacks is one of those players that consists the most amount of firepower in that roster.
Yes.
I mean, nothing taken away from legit Cypher and Thunder. Of course, they are incredible as well, but Blacks is being sort of like the forefront of the team, right? He's always the one to lead the pack. He's always the one to take a lot of those fights and being able to convert those fights into positive. And he does so once again, takes down 3 players all by himself. We're seeing a lot of those individual plays so far. And this just increases the excitement even more for the grind in the upcoming weeks. This is the last day, and for this group, this is the last map as well. So the pressure is going to be equally felt by every single team inside of the lobby, including Team X-Spark too. Because even they have been struggling a little bit. Yeah, they're getting those consistent point flow, but still, it's not something that you expect from a team like Team X-Spark, right? We're not really seeing that sparky performance.
I guess they can end the day in a perfect note, because the ignition has already come in from the side of Ninja Jor in the previous game. They've got a decent 10-pointer, a total of 13 points so far in the 2 games they've played. And if they get a good 20-pointer over here, they can end the day on a very good note. But yes, that needs a lot of hard work. And they've got the perfect team in case they build up that synergy from this moment itself.
SN at the top of the hill. And Githuk, even in the previous map of Miramar, this man was being quite annoying to a lot of the teams. And Githuk once again spotting out the team in the front lines, getting so much information noted down. Shilpy's the man in the front. SN P6. But they haven't spotted Githuk yet. There's one of the mans on the high ground going for the spot too. The next circle shift's going to be there. Shift somewhere in between a Paradise Resort and Boot Camp. This is where the players of MG, they're going to find themselves in the biggest advantage. And even Team X-Park in quite a decent spot. All they need to do is make sure the teams that are going to try to close in to the centric spot, they're just holding them off.
I mean, look at the center of the map. The amount of teams holding that boot camp region or the southern side of Paradise Resort. Whereas the western side, the northwestern side of the map, the Mock region, where the compounds which Storm has been holding right now, these are the places you would like to hold yourself. And by the looks of it, if I see VASISTA Esports, the way they're rotating right now, picking those vehicles, they might end up in that no man land and have that opportunity to probably pick up the chicken dinner in the final moments.
Rolla knocked out a finish too. What's going on with a lot of these teams? LIVECRAFT, I'm not sure what exactly is going on with this team, but now taken down to a 3-man squad. Oh! And even another player falls down. Lion, what is he doing? Single-handedly dismantling the team. And Lion, he dealt so much damage. Even from the back, it was the players of VOLTX. What a big blunder that was. But then a nade being squeezed in by Pasha through that doorway. And he gets the last nail in the coffin. But at the cost of what? 3 of his own teammates. It was not worth it. LIVECRAFT Esports, they should have tried to play it a little bit more safe, gain some more information around the surroundings, and then maybe try to go for the push. That was indeed a big blunder. But now it's all down to Pasha, and the man needs to make sure he's keeping his position anonymous for at least a long time. UDF undefeated Mizoram up against the players of ASTROKIDS. And ASTROKIDS, they're not really one of those teams that has been shying away from the fights. They're taking those fights head on. And already they've found themselves in the advantageous side of things too, as Orion's being knocked out. The confirmation's easily going to flow up, so it's not that big of a deal for them. ASTROKIDS, a great start in another fight.
Somewhere at a distance, I can see VE as well as on the other corner, Megastars. And I do believe if both these teams are able to hear the commotion, they might want to come in a bit more closer to see what's happening. But yes, ASTROKIDS are playing it perfectly. A 4-man stack, sticking together, making sure that if the opponents are pushing in, they have enough information before rushing in. Galactics, lucky for AF that he doesn't have a grenade for himself. AK.
LIVECRAFT Esports finally eliminated from the game, a team that did so well in the first game. The consistency completely dipped down. The performance came to a massive dip. And now undefeated, they're getting chased down by the players of ASTROKIDS. It's understandable. They've got the big advantage inside of the fight, a man advantage. 3 of the players trying to push in tandem. You've got Tempest in the back lines who's holding down the grounds as well, making sure he's going to be the one to provide that cover fire to his teammate. He spots out Lovish, just waiting for Lovish to actually step out in the open. And as soon as that happens, that's when the real cover fire will be there. And you can see Tempest, unfortunately, fails a little bit there to get the cover fire, but Lovish is still going for the peak. Nicely done. Finds that knock. Lovish take it down. Tempest instantly pulls out that frag grenade, pulls the pin, tosses it in the front. Luckily enough, the players of ASTROKID, they're also quite good in repositioning themselves instantly as soon as the moment escalates. Alpha Male going for the patch-up upon himself. The confirmation instantly flows up. Even for UDF, they need to get Galactus back upon his feet. But with that moment, once again, the situation's taken down to neutral grounds. It's a 3v3 fight.
Now, it's important for AKs to be careful. Because I do understand the 3-man stack is kind of going to help them, but ultimately one good grenade is going to extinguish the complete squad. But yes, they elongated this fight so much that eventually they had to, get a casualty on their side. Look at the circle betraying every other team, especially VE. They went to that that mock region, thinking that the circle might shift to the northern side of the map, where they were a little bit closer to the Paradise Resort. Yes, they did take down one of the players of MAD. There's another knock which is coming in from their side. Probably they can get the confirmations as well, and it's going to be helping them a lot. It's going to be Sue with MJ joining hands, and probably that's the end of another squad, as 4 finishers being raked up by that of VASISTA Esports.
And they need these eliminations too.
Yep.
VASISTA Esports has been one of those teams in the first 2 games. They haven't really had that big of an impact. So once again, they're here to make that impact being felt. Oh, utilities being exchanged from both the sides. 5Filter Esports, another one of those teams. Impact missing. And that's why even they're looking quite desperate to seal the deal and get these elimination points in their hands. 5Filter Esports, all the 4 players wanting to stick to each other. It's a 3-1 split. 3 players in the front lines trying to take the fight. 1 man in the back lines. I'm not sure what the 1 man in the back is doing. Probably going to try to provide that cover fire, but it should be the opposite way in my opinion, but fine. Maybe they've got a better game plan lined up. Volt, once again, kicking things off. They get the first knock. SN, how do they find themselves on the receiving end of things all the time? But Pablo this time returns back the favor. He finds a return knockout against the foe. Pablo going for the patch up as Kid P6 is knocked out. To get the resurrection back up onto Kid, it's not going to be that tough, but still he needs to make a smoke trail towards Kid, and that's what he's doing, tossing out the smokes so that he can easily cross on over, but the vehicle's being blown apart, and it's going to be easily blown up as well.
Yet again, in Stage 4, we are able to see that most of these teams are losing out their vehicles. And finally, when they'll have to come on foot, they get punished ruthlessly.
Oh my
SN,
God.
this
Oh,
grenade
no.
has to do the magic. And it seems like it's done a little bit of a damage. But Aman, he has no idea that the opponents are still not finished off. He picked up a grenade or a Molotov yet again, but let's see whether he'll be able to land it perfectly yet again. This time, the projectile is
Okay.
perfect, and there it is. 2 finishes into his pocket.
A perfectly tossed nade and a perfectly cooked one as well. We'll find both of those eliminations, and then this time we see the players of MG getting pushed up on by another team. MG, they're already one of those teams that has been feeling the heat. They can feel themselves inside of the fight. It is their momentum. It is the wind in their sails. And another nade tossed in from Flex. Storm caught. Oh, man. This is really tough for the players to Storm. In a big wall of trouble. Now it's all down to Magnet in the back lines. He's holding down the back, but still, it's going to be tough to execute the fight and actually make it convert into his side. He just needs to make sure he's keeping his position anonymous at this point in time, because there's another team at the top in the name of VASISTA Esports. So you can instantly see the players of Megastar Gaming just backing away because they know there's another team now wanting to be a part of this fight. And Magnet, yeah, is the only lonesome survivor. It's completely fine for the players of MG. They're not being too greedy, and I like this. They've learned their lesson from the past. ASTROKIDS. Before now, it's the players of VASISTA Esports. Even Austin knocked out. So as well follows up. What is going on? ASTROKIDS looking so promising. Approaching the zone with complete confidence, shutting down one of the big dogs in the lobby. And then even VOLTX now starting to face the problem. Himmu instantly gets knocked out with that beautifully placed nade. Even Aman is knocked out in the return. 5Filter Esports, so many problems brewing up for them at the same time. And then you can see VOLTX in a big sandwich scenario. From the back, it's going to be the players of NAMELESS crew trying to close in. VOLTX in a big sandwich right now. Vishu as well gets knocked out. And the entirety of VOLTX, they just come crumbling down. What a big panic that was from VOLTX. But you can't really blame them. They were in a massive sandwich scenario. 5Filter Esports, for them it was a date with destiny, getting those elimination points, shutting down a big opponent like VOLTX, and now they might just have the future lines a little bit more cleared up, considering in the upcoming fight too, they've got the man advantage. It's a 2v4 to be executed by the players of NAMELESS.
This is going to be an important fight.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. The approach comes in.
Getting a little bit too rough. Spray is trying to spray down the players. And Team X-Park, what am I watching? X-Park, they just run into a death trap. And now they're the one inside a big sandwich. 5Filter Esports, they shut down the entire push from Team X-Park. But 5Filter Esports still to get a lot of the points confirmation. And then Shadow 7 is there to wrap things up in a roll. He sends another player back to the lobby. Nick is there around the corner. He pushes up and he gets that elimination too. Now Shadow 7 needs to get the resurrection back up on a Ninja Shot. What a scrappy fight that was. Team X-Park, though, still to survive somehow with a 3-man squad. I'm not sure what the game plan was from Team X-Park there. But we've also got the final 3 teams alive, from which Magnet is all the way back in the blue. And it seems like Megastars Gaming, they're probably going to be having a 2 chicken dinner back-to-back because they've got the man advantage and also the zone advantage. They're already controlling the prime spot inside the zone, wanting to spread themselves out a little bit more. And Storm, this team is still somehow alive. Magnet, he's keeping the banner alive. He's only got one last first aid, and as soon as the first aid runs out, that's going to be it. Blacks, he finds the opener. The man's gotten 6 elimination points so far, but Blacks gets backstabbed. Megastars Gaming, now the situation's taken down with 3v3. And Megastars, it's better to be a little bit more proactive, go for the zone control, but instead they're not doing so. They're trying to play a little bit put.
Now this is going to be very, very important for the side of Megastars to hold that corner of the circle.
It's a 3v3, but Blacks is now back upon his feet. So I guess that's a good thing for now. Megastars Gaming, they can feel it coursing through the wings considering they know they've also got the zone and the hard cover to play with. It's the players of Team X-Park who are wanting to move inside of the zone. Ninja Jot, he needs to find at least one knockout to get the things back in the neutral grounds. Blacks pulls out the nade, wanting to toss it against the opponents. This nade needs to find the opener, but it does not. Instead, it just chips a little bit of more damage, but another nade tossed in, and this time it's going to find the mark. Ninja Jaw knocked out. Team X-Park slowly and steadily fumbling down. They're getting dismantled, and it's a systematic dismantling from the side of Megastars Gaming. It's all down to Shadow 7, and the man does not stand a chance. It's going to be the players of Megastar Gaming to get another chicken dinner in the back. What a way to close things off in this group.
And they've done it in style, accomplishing something that nobody expected. Everybody hoped to see them fall, but rising from the ashes. Here they are, Megastars Gaming, Necro. I was in awe all this time, every single time, every small movements they were making, those quick reflexes, the way they were trading their opponents off. And I think nothing taken away from the boys. They were just too good.
That 1v3 from the Black as well to kick the action off for that team. Even that was something that added so much confidence on that team's banner. In the final few moments, I also like the fact that they were not being too greedy. If you remember, they took a foul fight against Team Storm, and they still did not really try to fully commit to that fight because they knew there's one more man alive in the backlines. It's okay to let him have that piece of his mind. And then Team Megastars instantly backed away. They focused on another fight. They focused on holding the position down they had. And then in the final few moments, they also had the zone advantage. Unfortunately for Team X-Park, I'm not sure what was that decision they tried to come up with, pushing in that sandwich scenario, getting completely caught off guard, and then it was left to the leftover players, which was Shadow 7, to clutch things out. He did so, and that's why Team X-Park was alive till the end.
Yeah, of course. I mean, even towards the final circles, we could witness they were out of any sort of utility. The only golden window that I saw was when Blacks got knocked out. But even then, you could see players had an eye on X-Park's direction because they had been causing so much ruckus over there. And Team X-Park, they had to get inside the zone, could not do much. But by all means, considering how their previous 2 games went, I think this is still something that they can relish, especially considering it's another team effort, not just a ninja effort, because Miramar was all about that, lad. The first game, they again fell short. And getting a good game in Sanhok, I think overall, I can anticipate Team X-Park maybe in the top 3.
Hands down, Team X-Park is probably going to be on the second spot, right underneath MG. But then moving our focus on the players of ASTROKIDS too, the way they were rotating inside of the zone, they were showcasing so much confidence in every single fight they took. There was also one of the fights that they took inside of Paradise Resort. They were also pushing it so confidently. Yes, it's a whole other story that they actually got punished in that fight itself, but still, it's about the confidence, right? They also eliminated VASISTA Esports with ease, not even showing any type of struggles. And VASISTA Esports is one of those teams that is also quite a known face. They've got some experienced players in the banner.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at VASISTA, I think this is one of those discussions I had with Arka earlier, where you've got players coming in randomly, you make a team, and there's no synergy. They kind of are not fitting in together, and no matter what they tried, you could see those problems quite obvious, and there was no remedy for the hemorrhage in the entire team, and it's not a good week 1 for them, but maybe next coming week, they will have a complete shuffle. That is where they could still redeem themselves, but that's again, just being us being hopeful. But I think credit where credit is due. Megastars, especially Blacks, that four-man finish that he did, you know, everyone coming in through that door shifts his perspective, and suddenly just it's a whammy, and there was no answer from the opposition at all.
Exactly. We're seeing a lot of these individual glorious moments in the map. In Miramar, we saw Ninja Shot pull off a 1v4. Now in Sanhok, we saw Blacks pull out a 1v3 against the Team Storm. So we're seeing a lot of those individual brilliances. Blacks has, of course, been one of the main players for this entire lineup. He's been one of those players that adds on a lot of that firepower. Even Legit is another good player in that lineup. So in general, it is quite a balanced lineup, and I want to see a little bit more of them in the upcoming weeks. We will probably will. But now moving on forward, and it's time to find out the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Blacks, hands down. He had more than 6 elimination points.
Yeah. Otherwise disregarded, right? But yes, even the gods of BGMI, the stats gods, they also agree with us. 7 finishes for this lad, 63%. And goes on to show how instrumental this lad has been for his team. And it has not just been about, Blacks, because you could see the other 3 also contributing. Maybe not in terms of finishes, but the kind of avenues they open up for him, and they make things so much easier. That is exactly how an ideal squad should be. You've got a fragger, you've got the others, everybody playing according to their roles, everything done right to the T. I think Megastars Gaming, they are going a long way in the BGIS.
Another team that was taking a lot of fights was also VOLTX Fixes. This team was not shying away from fights at all. Instead, they were approaching the challenges head on. And even VOLTX, I'm not going to lie, even they have sort of made a little bit of a spot for themselves in my heart. Moving on forward towards the top performer of the previous map, it's going to be Nameless Rapido over there too, with 5 finishes wrapped up. Levi with 4, K47ist with 3, and then Spray there too from the side of Nameless Crew. I guess even Nameless Crew wrapped up a decent amount of points.
Yeah, I think for Nameless, goes on to say that they've had 2 good games, and even this time around. And you could see the mentality of the players when they kind of realized that, yes, this is our final game of this week, and we'll have nothing to play, at least till the next week begins, right? So they decided to go all out. You could see those commitments being made by the players, quite unfazed, and they put in everything they had. Nameless Crew, again, not getting enough position points, but those 10 finishes to their name certainly propels them up to that second spot. But Megastars, 21 points once again, especially after that big flat fall in Erangel. Boy, oh boy, did they recover.
That is true. 5 Filter Esports too, finally getting those 8 points. But still, are these 8 points really enough to keep yourself in a better spot in the overall standings? That's the question I'm wondering. ASTROKIDS, as I mentioned, that confidence once again speaking for itself, getting 9 elimination points, from which 7 points are just from the finishes. VOLTX Gaming, a team that was taking a lot of the fights head on, even they got 7 finishes wrapped up for themselves. VASISTA Esports, a team that could have had a really good stance in that previous game. They had the high ground to play with, they had a lot of information to work with, but then they got backstabbed by the players of ASTROKIDS. So VASISTA Esports, even for them, the entire game plan just came down the drain. Then Team Storm 99, the last man, was able to keep himself alive for a while, so that's why he managed to secure 5 points for his team.
Yeah, I think, we could see that happening. Team, that particular team, Storm, they had a good game in Miramar. But you could notice one thing quite in common is that they've been getting a lot of position points. Had it been the old point structure, they could have certainly benefited from that. LIVECRAFT Esports, after having such a good start in Erangel, our second game was kind of decent. In the third, they fell off. But hey, this is Sanhok. We can't really complain. Because Hyper Legends, look at them. They went in so close. They were in fact consistent in the first 2 games. And suddenly in Sanhok, it was again a flat fall. But MADSOUL Esports, our Esports, these are the teams that left a lot to be desired.
That is true. I mean, I was asking Arca for his pick, and he went for the pick on Hyper Legends, and instantly on the second moment, you see Hyper Legends being completely eliminated from the game. So that was another unfortunate moment for that team. MADSOUL Esports 2 getting 0. Our Esports, a known organization in the 3 games, not able to pull off a lot. Now it's time to move on to the overall standings and get the picture a little bit more clear. As we do see on the first spot, of course, it's going to be Megastars without a doubt with 45 points. Hyper Legends, not that far away with 28 though. LIVECRAFT Esports, even though the next 2 games were a little bit of a bomb, but they still managed to get 25 points in total. Team Xpark not that far behind as well.
Yeah, I think 25, 24, 22. These are the sort of averages that we've seen around that middle order. And yeah, this has to be one of the most competitive groups. Don't you agree, Necro? So far, at least, not just in week 2, but also week 1 and 2 combined, because all these teams are in so much close proximities to each other. Yes, Megastars Gaming, they showed that they were a cut apart. Now imagine if they had a good game of Erangel. There could have also been a possibility where they could have challenged maybe the likes of Aiku Soul or Hyderabad Hydras, trying to breach in to that 50s or the 60s.
Honestly speaking, I just can't really wait for the players to actually move on forward in the upcoming week and sort of go through the shuffles, because that's when the real deal will start to hit the deck, because we might just see a little bit of more balanced matchups or maybe a little bit of more different matchups, and that's where the lobbies are probably going to be even more competitive, because you've only got the final 3 games, right? Everyone's going to be try-harding a lot, and they've also learned a lot from these first 2 weeks, so the notes are going to be noted down. The teams will try to learn from their past mistakes and come back with a little bit more of a better mindset and gameplay. Moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, you've got Undefeated Mizoram, a team that you were talking about, Fixes. Unfortunately, Undefeated Mizoram this time, they seem a little bit defeated.
You know, Undefeated Mizoram, the only good play we saw from their side was in Miramar. In Erangel, they were sort of, they started off, they got a couple of finishes, but you could not see that consolidation coming in from their side. But when you have to talk about disappointments, 5 Filter Esports, that is a name that really pops up. VASISTA Esports having so much to do, yet failing down. Our Esports, yeah, we were kind of in the dark about how they're really going to perform. And if you have to draw a comparison between our Esports and Real Esports, could go on to say that Real Esports did perform better. But MADSOUL Esports could not even open their accounts. Yeah, there has to be one of those teams that was absolutely struggling to kind of feel the energy, the vibe of the lobby, and could not get into the groove. But it's all right. Week number 2, they're going to be hopeful that the next day they come to play should be a better day in the office.
Exactly. Fixes, you said a lot of stuff, but now I guess it's time for us to say something to the upcoming pro players that might just be there inside of the main event. If you do manage to qualify through the in-game qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, and the in-game qualifiers, they've already started from today itself. You will be having a chance to play 4 maps, which is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi. And make sure you're playing with only your main playing 4 that you have registered on the website.
Of course, and we've given a few pointers here and there. Stick to each other, get some good averages going out for yourself, and ensure that you choose the right map, something where you're really comfortable in and you've been practicing. Do not try anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, I mean, it's up to you to not come and blame it back on me that, hey, Fixes, you told me this and this went all right. But yeah, I think teams, we're going to see a lot of interesting prospects. We've been looking at so many of these players coming out and making waves. And the talk of the town today, I think, has to go to 2 players, particularly Ninja. He's been an old guard, but Blacks, these boys, the way they've been playing, the young blood really coming out there, goes on to show how bright and beautiful the future of BGMI Esports is going to be.
And exactly, as I've been mentioning, in the upcoming weeks, things are just going to be even more entertaining. So if you guys think that, the first 2 weeks were super competitive, well, just wait for the upcoming weeks. Everyone's going to be buckling up so well. Everyone's going to be try-harding so much that it's going to be just packed up with a lot of entertainment. There's a chance we might not see those early game clashes, though, considering these guys would probably research on each other's drop location and they would know which team likes to drop where. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, talking about new things, we've got some new things lined up for you guys, and this will be revealed in the promo itself.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.
Fixes, now it's time for the group shuffle, and another group is going to be chiming inside of the action, Group 10, and we've got some of the big dogs in here too. My expectations are quite massive. At the start of the day, we touched upon the group, so let's move on and look at the matchup, because you've got some of the big dogs like Marcos Gaming, REVENANT Esports, a team that was there in the grand finals and doing super well. They're back once again here.
Some big names coming up, and I don't know, truth be told, I'm already satiated. I have seen all I wanted to see, and it was exhilarating. And yeah, I kind of got a little exhausted after the matches, how electrifying they were. Needed that caffeine shot. Now I'm all pumped up because you've got Revenant Esports coming into the fray. You've got Marcus, Do or Die, MAYUR Gaming. You've got ASLAAA Esports, Insane Mizoram. And let's not forget Team TAMILAS. Boy, oh boy, even R4W official, they're also making a huge comeback.
Exactly. Team MAYUR in the back, or in the past they were known as Team MICI Esports, and even this team was there all the way till the grand final stage. ASLAAA Esports, a team, when we saw their debut matchup inside of the main event, they actually managed to squeeze in 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a whole nother story that this ASLAAA is a different ASLAAA compared to the previous one. The lineup is completely new. But then moving on and looking at Team TAMILAS, another one of those teams that went through a lot of changes. Not exactly changes, I would say, but they have been struggling a lot. So I'm pretty sure they have changed some decent amount of things inside of the game.
You know, I will vehemently disagree on this because Team TAMILAS Necro, I've been following those lads lately. Yes, there was a big dip right in the officials after that, but 2024, they've been dominating the domestic circuit. And I think this is the best out of Team TAMILAS we have seen so far. But yes, for Revenant Esports, again, this is a big name. And coming back, talking about Revenant, they made some massive changes in their roster. Getting in Punk, I had been so much vocal about how Punk needs a better team. And what better way to reunite with his old IGL sensei. You've got Fierce, one of the best assaulters in the country. And let's not forget, everything comes with a package, right? You've also got Aquanox. Yeah. Now, on pen and paper, they're looking as good as dandy. But then again, who is playing which role? Who's going to be their support? So many questions. Are they going to be all out fragging, or what are they going to do? I think it's just about the story revealing itself.
I mean, once again, it's all going to come down to the execution, right? And the same thing I would like to say for Team TAMILAS as well. If you remember, all the way back in 2023, the struggles were a lot from this roster. But now they're moving on forward inside of the 2024. You can't say that Fox over here, he's been able to perform incredibly well in the past. So now I want to see what Fox packs up inside of the main event when it matters the most. Inside of the official event when it matters the most, they need to keep themselves in the top 16 or either top 64 to have that sort of a head start inside of the tournament.
For me, however, the impact player shall be Mr. IGL. And these are again going to be some bold and strong statements from me, but I feel like he's one of those IGLs that's very underrated. And especially with the way he's been fragging all over the place, you could rely on him in those clutchy situations. He gets the team always out of trouble. The rotations have been quite immaculate, and goes on to show portray that he's getting there into the leagues of the likes of Manya, who's another accomplished IGL in terms of assaulting. Also, he's not there yet. He's still yet to perform in the officials, and once he does that, I think the debate will be resolved. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is times we head into the greener pastures. It is going to be the final group of this week, ladies and gentlemen, the game of Erangel, where the flight path trajectory goes all the way from Quarry towards Miltapa. Quite parallel. This is going to cause a lot of turbulence.
It indeed is. A little bit tilted to the southern side, so if the teams do want to move in towards Yasna Poliana, once again, the stretch will be way too tough, so they would need to try and drop down onto a temporary drop location, get their hands on the basic loot, and then move in towards their main drop. Even VE is going to be moving towards the Georgiapol area. Team Tamila is moving down south towards Primorsk, so that's going to be all good in the hood for those teams. Revenant Esports, they like to go towards Milta side. They're probably going to be going towards that spot, not really changing anything. Nothing's going to be there. Now, another team that can be a part of the conversation fixes is going to be Marcos Gaming, a complete revamped roster.
I think for Marcos Gaming, the problems still persist. And I honestly, if you ask me at this given moment, Necro, what to expect, I'll say not much. But I'm open to being surprised. I'm open to being impressed. Because Marcos Gaming, the previous roster, you've had the likes of Spray God, Aladdin, Vexy, Siam, and they were big names. And by all means, very well accomplished in their roles. But I kind of felt like they were too settled. Marcos Gaming then made those stark changes. And these boys on the block, they've been new. We've seen them in the third-party tournaments. We've seen them in the domestic circuit. They've kind of been making a few waves. I mean, waves would be a bigger word. A few ripples here and there. But you never know. they could just come out swinging like the likes of maybe GLITCHX Reborn or somebody else and absolutely catch us off guard. But I think a lot of things are happening down around that farm and Milta area. Quite a lot of teams.
Okay. There are indeed a lot of things happening, but then the circle moving in to the left side. What am I watching? U4G, Captain S7, wanting to run the man over. Unfortunately, the plan's not successful. You can't really do that. So yeah, I mean, U4G just wanting to back away now from that fight. Captain S7 gets his hands on that Dacia, instantly backs away from that entire movement. But another team that I would like to talk about is DOD, and for now, DOD is in a big world of trouble. NARZO, oh, they really had their hopes high. They wanted to run that man over, but then he instantly gets his hands onto that vehicle, and even he starts backing away. Interesting. But yeah, Fixes, what are your thoughts on DOD?
I think DOD, we've seen them in the previous official tournaments. They've done fairly well. They've stuck onto each other. This is another team to watch out for. They've been also the hustlers on the block. We've seen in various domestic tournaments across after the officials. They have been getting to the finals. Yes, they've not hit that final nail, but they're on the right trajectory. And if they continue and keep on doing so, I think this is one team that surely needs to be looked at.
Even MASTIZONE, right? It's another team that's returning back in the competition. I saw this team in the previous third grind, and one thing is for sure, MASTIZONE, this team was struggling a lot. But hopefully, as I keep on mentioning, people learn from their past mistake, and hopefully the same thing's going to be happening with this team too. Because if they haven't, then the same problems are going to continue, that's for sure. Now, we've got ASLAAA on the screens, and this team, once again, just going through a complete roster shuffle. The previous ASLAAA, they were quite strong when it comes to the firepower and playing that aggressive note. I want to see what type of playstyle we're going to be seeing from this ASLAAA. Because their debut matchup, as I mentioned, they managed to get 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. I'm not expecting the same sort of performance considering the lobbies these days, they have been really tough. But at least you can try to get one.
I think we can compare ASLAAA to the likes of GLITCHX Reborn also. Another organization that has been giving out so many beautiful underdogs. And yeah, in the past, ASLAAA did manage to achieve that feat, but that was a different lineup. We've already seen them play, and they were quite decent, if not really at their very best. Things have changed across the year. So many of those shuffles happening here and there. And to kind of build that synergy, to kind of have that confidence. And like I say, in all these big leagues, in all these big stages, it's always the pressure, because every single player in the lobby, you won't find a major difference in their skill set or in their mentality or in the thinking. It's all about how you are living that moment. It's all about how you handle the situation, the pressure. I think that is what segregates a diamond from a coal.
Pretty much. And I mean, ASLAAA indeed has been one of those orgs that has been given some strong players to the community. And hopefully this lineup is going to be as strong as the previous one, right? And you mentioned a lot about Equinox too, so let's talk about Equinox a little bit here. Finishes 63 with a finished contribution of 27.9 in 33 matches. These are the stats from all the way back in 2023, so Equinox has been one of those consistent players for the lineup. But he used to represent a different banner back in the day, so once again, this change has been there in the lineup too, but these players have been able to gel up with each other quite well.
In a stark contrast to his brother, Ninja Jord, Equinox has not had the best of days. You could see him just after the officials. He's kind of completely lost his form. It felt like we were watching a different player altogether. He was struggling massively. But lately, I think that's good news for the players of Revenant and all their supporters that, yeah, he's been gaining some ground. He's found some traction there. And that's the best possible thing that Revenant would hope. Now, Revenant as an org, they've always made it to the grand finals of the officials, beat anyone. But yeah, the big curse, that big dark looming shadow over their heads, as always, I think that is the challenge. They've time and again made those changes if necessary. But yeah, they've taken all those right decisions, and somehow it does not work out. It kind of, you know, forces me into thinking maybe it's not the players. Maybe it's just about that luck factor that they're kind of lacking. But we've got a fight just brewing amidst this. It's going to be IMPRNT against Team SA. IMPRNT having a little bit of that high ground, but seems like they do not want to be a part of it.
Better to back away this early inside of the game. Taking a fight does not really make sense. That too, 4-on-4 collision. If it's a third party, then there's a chance you can't have the big advantage. But taking a 4-on-4 collision, there's a chance you might as well lose out on a couple of players. So it's better to just back away and try and play for the placement or the good position inside of the zone. And that's what IMPRNT is doing. You've got SA2 on the screen. And for now, SA, they found themselves a little bit of that comfort zone. And they're looking pretty comfortable in this spot. The circle, once again, it is a little bit of that standard circle, but still, it really depends on the upcoming circles too, the upcoming zones and how they form. And that's when the circle can actually try and pull off a little bit of pranks here and there too. I want to see some hard shifts. I want to see the circle end on the shorelines.
Look at the roster of secret agents. They've got the likes of Ultron. They've got Atlas, who used to play for 8-bit once upon a time. Ultron quite regarded, but he's been lost in the crowd somewhere. I think this is one of his moments where he kind of reclinches glory. It's been a long time for him. With Pardhan, one of the ex-substitute players of Revenant, everybody has a thing to prove over here. I'm really keen to see what secret agents put on the table. Getting in some new blood. They've got the likes of Raksu and Jordi. But, you know, looking at this team now, MZ. Again, we've seen them in the past. And this is one of the teams, like you've just talked, right? MASTIZONE Gaming goes after one of the creators of Hydra, the same name. I'm kind of wondering if he kind of owns the org, but that's a different, you know, discussion altogether. But because it comes down to how you are going to shape yourself through, how you're going to carve yourself through. Because now when you look at this circle, it's kind of going a little down south around of Katka, has high probable chances to maybe end around Quarry. And boy oh boy, the Quarry circles are always so much fun to witness. And a few more stats and figures. MAYUR Gaming's Kunal.
Yeah.
We've seen this lad flourish in the previous years. Can he replicate or even do himself a little better this time? That's a big question.
First game, there's always going to be a lot of mysteries just unfolding slowly and steadily. And so far, MAYUR Gaming right now, in the past it was known as Team MICI. I just feel a little bit bad for Mudit because he was always one of those players that used to go for the heal battles. But now that inside of the new zone meta and the new point structure, you can't really go for the heal battles. It's not going to be giving you that much value. What am I seeing? Interesting. Demigod. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but Marcos Gaming, even they're going to be on that rotation as the circle moves down south a little bit. There's a chance we might see the bridge finish. What do you think, Fixes?
I mean, I won't say it's just a little bit. I think the teams are rattled at this point. You could see that Por come in, that northwestern side completely stacked up. You could see IMPRNT, secret agents, and from the backlines you've already got the players of Marcus Gaming, MAYUR, even VE trying to close in, and there you have those casualties. Team TAMILAS making quick work of things, and GD have already lost out on one of their players, but TAMILAS also have been traded off. Maxi is down on his knees. They need to quickly get those revives, but considering the fact that Team FL is right beside them, it's going to be such a tough call.
I guess Team TAMILAS, they're going to make the call to let Maxi go. And that's going to be a rough call for them too to make. Maxi's going to be bleeding to his death, that's for sure. But are they really going to go for the resurrection onto Maxi? They've still not given up yet.
I think they are.
Tossing in a couple of smokes. They want to get Maxi back up on his feet. But then the players at GD, they've also got their crosses trained, just waiting for Maxi to move from that spot. Maxi's still behind the tree, is not making any sort of moves. Interesting, AKM 3X, it's not something that you see that often. And that's where you can see the recall's not that stable too. But Roger, if he's able to connect some of the crucial shots that's needed to be connected, then maybe TT will actually start to feel the heat.
In the right hands, AKM does have the potential to dish out some massive amount of damage. That is exactly what I was talking about. One shot on the head gives you a feeling of a DMR. Just that you can spray and pray with those bullets. And considering how these players have been evolving, this is what I was talking about, right? The skill sets. Everybody capable of pulling off such things. And Team TAMILAS hell-bent on getting the numbers back up. You could see them in a whole world of trouble. Fox not having the best of HPs. Needs to find some stable ground.
Team TAMILAS is completely surrounded by a lot of foes, and that's why they're backing away finally. But MANTOG is going to be the casualty. Team TAMILAS is backing away towards the Fair Pier area. They're going to find themselves a little bit of safer grounds, but still the amount of foes that are around them, if the circle moves away from this spot for Team TAMILAS, it's not going to be a good of a sight. Positioning game a little bit lacking from them, even the rotation getting caught off guard in that. And then you've also got another team engaging inside of the fight in the elimination feed. You do see that. It's going to be... So, once again, you can see these individual blows being handed out, but you're not really seeing a proper squad fight.
Yeah, this given moment, it's all about trying to have a good real estate, a good position to hold on to, and REVENANT just poking, trying to connect those shots. But yeah, right now at this given point, ASLAAA have a really good control over the zone. They've held on to that junction point. If the circle goes down south, they could be the first ones making to the entry. But Manti, having lost out on his life, Rock even getting finished off over there. Secret Agents, Ultron, an elimination already so early into the game. That's going to be a huge blow for them, because at this point they've got such a nice position. And imagine Necro, if they had all 4 of their players alive, they could have gone much farther. But yeah, they could still surprise us. But still, losing out on an assaulter like Ultron, that's going to be a major setback for them.
It indeed will be. At this point in time, any type of individual blows you take will be a major setback. U4G, they've pinned down the foes in the front. BE in a big world of trouble. They can't feel all the bullets just pouring on top of them. And that's where you can see the players just tossing out the smokes. I'm not sure what Captain S7 was trying to do. This man has got some heavy driving, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. You've got to excel at those things. No corners cut, right? But now I think all these teams, they're all quite feeling settled. Everybody's found their own house, their own ground to hold on to. Whilst DOD, they have nothing doing. Maxkash, being one of those members in the roster, latest additions, we have seen him being one of the former players of Enigma, had a small spell with Team Forever, and finally parting ways. And with this promising roster of DOD, he carries a lot of potential. He was my teammate once upon a time, back in the days, and I would really love to see him flourish this time around.
Talk about flourishing. I mean, with a zone like that, it's going to be tough to flourish Fixes. It's a big splash of color towards the centric side. Even the outskirts are now starting to get filled up with so many teams. All the good spots taken away. All he can try to do is just hold down a compound, maybe in the outskirts, and then slowly and steadily move in with the blue. And that's what some of these teams are doing. DOD is one of the prime examples for that. MAYUR as well, moving in all the way from the edges from the left. I'm not sure how big of a fan I am going to be of this move, but the next circle shift is going to be on the screen. And look at this, Fixes. A lot of the ground is even unplayable. It's inside of the water, so there's not a lot of playing surface.
Oh my goodness. The first game of this group and you get a circle like this. That's more like it. Because now you could see so many of those teams. Now everybody would be looking out for boats. Maybe kind of get down to the southern bridge. Maybe try and take some control. Because now whoever tries to cross that, I think ASLAAA will be keeping a close watch on them. And everybody sort of kind of converging onto that one area. And Secret Agents, Team TAMILAS, they're going to be facing so much of that heat. With R4W, IMPRNT, GD, MG, everybody coming into the mix. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Oh my god, Fixes, it's a wave of vehicles just moving into that same spot, and look at what DOD is doing. This might just be a 200 IQ play. Just try and contest for the bridge, because they know there's a high chance they're not going to be shot at from the sidelines anyway, so just go for the bridge. They're going for one of the longest rotations. Hopefully they've got enough mets to tank that damage, which it seems like they do. And IMPRNT, even they're going to be in a bit of a problem for themselves. This Pickle is not looking too good, as Ninja's being knocked out. Neo's also quite fragile. Aryan was knocked out a while ago, so at this point in time, IMPRNT cannot afford to lose any type of players. But considering it's a big splash of colors, a massive wave of vehicles just wanting to move in, this fight's going to be attracting a lot of the eyes.
Oh, for sure. MASTIZONE Gaming, They're kind of in a situation, in a predicament over here. They somehow need to find themselves into safer zones, safer territories. But before that, they need to get those rays up. Darksoul already has lost his soul. Down and out of the zone, out of the game already. Rex also losing on his life as IMPRNT inching closer to get this entire squad wiped out as the progress comes up. As the players Ninja, OP trying to close in on Rage. How long can this lad hold?
Oh my god, he's cooking those nades up to the final second. And then finally the fight escalates a little bit more. IMPRNT, within a matter of a second, it's going to be MASTIZONE Gaming just vanishing from the lobby. Nicely done. What a perfect execution that was before MASTIZONE Gaming. I only got to say one thing. They took too many heavy blows at the start itself of the fight, so they did not really have a lot of players to back him up and sustain that spot till the final few moments. We did see the next circle pop up, and we did see the players that do or die moving in all the way from the military island, and they've finally stepped inside of the zone too, so they've got a really good spot to play with.
Sure they do. And
imagine fixes.
If it kind of shifts onto them, then...
Exactly, that's what I was about to say.
Absolutely. They're phenomenal. Just the way they planned it, right? It was all scripted. But hold on. We've got the players of Marcus Gaming in a whole world of trouble. 2 players already being dealt with as NARZO coming out of nowhere. This is a third party and Roger somehow deals with it.
The man just instantly gets slapped down. What is going on, GD? Marcus Gaming 2 with a big world of trouble. NARZO, they try to make some incredible moves out from that play, but just did not really work out. The third party... Yeah, it was a great decision. It was a great play, but still, it's all about the execution sometimes, and it's all about crashing the vehicle on the right spot. The man just crashed the vehicle right in front of the enemy, and it was an easy point to be picked up. Sav getting knocked out. Marcus Gaming still trying to squeeze some more points away, and that Nate's going to find that point. Nicely done by Hunter. Hunts down the last man, and Marcus Gaming still somehow keeping themselves alive in this fight. He's struggling a little bit to climb that thingy, but yeah, finally makes it in.
How on earth did Roger get away with that? In broad light. Just gets away with murder there. But at this given point, Marcus Gaming already have lost their limbs. 2 players surviving.
Oh my god!
If they can even get the revive.
Oh my god!
But look at this circle. This is atrocious. This is preposterous. This was never supposed to happen. And this is the reality.
Camp the
Brace
bridge.
yourselves.
Camp the bitch. Just do it. Camp the bridge. DOD, you guys have the best chance to rack up so many eliminations. And look at this. Now it's the Grand Theft. It's the chase for the main jewel. And as soon as you see the too many thugs in front of you, you need to take some of them down. And that's what is happening over here on the bridge. ASLAAA, they're facing the opposite side of things. They're getting taken down by the players of REVENANT. And it's going to be an easy piece of cake the players of REVENANT Esports chew on.
3 finishes already for these lads, certainly hungry for more, eyeing out, but they need to be watchful. You've got a lot of teams around. Shroud still alive, U4G just down below, Equinox, and he has to find some means of escape. Kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. He's being surrounded, engulfed by teams, everybody wanting a piece of his body. At this point, Team ASLAAA, Shroud just reduced. One man we know, if he is the reality, if he is Shroud himself, surely has to find a way out.
Fixes. Look at Equinox. He still somehow made it out of that tricky spot. And he's already crossed on over to the opposite side.
What?
This should not have happened. DOD being able to make sure that REVENANT Esports crosses on over to the opposite side. This is not going to be good. REVENANT Esports are one of the stronger contenders for this entire zone. So DOD, they're going to have a tough fight against the players of REVENANT Esports in the final moments, that's for sure. Before now, you've got ASLAAA Shroud. As you mentioned, if he is the real Shroud, he really got to come out on top in this scenario. Stark pushing up close and personal, slowly and steadily. He does spot the player in the front lines, but still U4G does not really want to make some big waves at this point in time, just to focus on making it to the opposite side of the island, which is going to be a tough one to make, or which is going to be a tough one to execute, actually. So many teams just going for the waterways fixes. There's going to be so many fishes right now in the sea, and if anyone wants to go for the claim, they can easily.
Oh, they certainly can do, as Prithvi just finds Ninja traveling in his vehicle and instantly puts him down to sleep. As now he spotted some some fishes in the water, and surely he's gonna go after them. But whilst all of that is happening, one of the other old guards, Daljit, he's back in the lobby and he's instilling all that hurt all that led into the hearts of his opponents. And from here onwards, Revenant, they've got such a commanding position. Could surely go on to get that chicken dinner. But DOD will have something to say about it. As around the pair, you've got so many of these teams trying to duke it along. You've got the likes of SA, Secret Agents, reduced to one-man Raksu. You've got the players of FL and Jatu. He's been put down to sleep. R4W from the backlines, they do come in. But do they have any vehicles? Do they have any boats?
Oh my God.
They will be destroyed for sure.
Fixes, remember at the start of this game, start of this group, I mentioned I want to see some hard shifts. And these are one of the most hard shifts that we've seen, the hardest hard shifts, if you'd like to say. Another hard shift comes in. It actually favors the players of Revenant Esports. And Revenant Esports, they find themselves on the lucky side of things. That rotation was the only hardest thing they needed to pull off. And as soon as that rotation came through, right now, Lady Luck is blessing them. Even TT, they're finally starting to make their moves on towards that island. R4W, they had a little bit of a problem to be dealt with. But they actually deal with that problem quite with an ease.
I don't know what they're gonna do next. They're already being watched over. Team Tamilas, they've made it across the shorelines, are on the other side, on the southern side of the island. And now, yeah, shots are being fired at their direction, but should not be something too concerning because R4W, they've got their own problems to deal with. It's already a mad frenzy over here, Necro. As all these teams, everybody trying to get in. Now this is where the zone starts really hurting you. It's the 5th stage. And you cannot be swimming in the waters and heal at the same time.
But they've got no other choice, Fixes. They need to go for the swim. On the shoreline's going to be the players of TT. And you can see Fox OP instantly in the waterlines trying to scout out the waters. Making sure there's not going to be a lot of sharks in the water anymore. So I like that play from Team Tamilas. At least they might just be able to squeeze away more points. But this circle, man, it has played with a lot of the emotions of the players. A GD towards that little bit of a cover that they've found in the middle. I'm not sure for how long they're going to keep themselves tucked. What a great spot that was. Oh, man, that was a great find. I was not even able to see him on my screen, but Avnish, nicely done.
We've got big PC monitors, don't we? Just through that mobile device, he managed to thread the needle there and succeeded. Avnish certainly does not want to stop from over here. Spotted out Mr. IGL. Surely gets that finish. Daljit doing all the damage and shall be stolen. Is it going to be the case? Mr. IGL fighting. But yeah, Avnish manages to get the job done for his team. As R4W, they find themselves in really thick, troubled waters as the numbers keep dwindling down.
DOD, it's time to move inside of the zone and buckle up a little bit more. They've still got 2 of the players playing the high ground, so I guess that's a really good thing. And the majority of the zone sides and favors the players of DOD too. So all the players need to do is try and close on up with each other, and that's what exactly happens. The circle shifts right on top of the players of DOD. The stars are now aligned, and there's so many elimination points to be claimed. DOD at the top, they're under heavy fire. They're also being the center of attraction, considering they're in the prime spot. Every single team is looking at them for now, but then Fierce gets compromised. And Fierce instantly loses his life too. Fierce taken down in the lobby. Revenant Esports, they might just fall on top of their faces, but still they've got 3 more players to back him up.
Indeed. Let's see how many finishes they do have to their name. Instantly deleted was Fierce. Equinox, before he even could provide the cover fire. But this could be going either ways. Of course, DOD have the best position possible inside the lobby, but if U4G managed to take 1 or 2 players down, then the floodgates could open once again. Revenant, they're trying to make their move, but they have to be cautious. They're well aware of how U4G have situated themselves. They want this fight to simmer. They want DOD or U4G, somebody, one of their players being taken down, and Revenant wants to capitalize on that situation.
U4G spot is quite good. Captain on top of the bridge. Even his position's known. But DOD, for them, this is the dream start for their entire group. There's so much potential to rack up so many elimination points for every single team that's going to try to approach against the players of DOD. For them, it's going to be an uphill battle, and also they need to clear out the surroundings. So that's another problem. And you can see Prithvi just going for the spam inside of the smoke. Revenant Esports, they need to be super careful. I like that split from the players of DOD. One man all the way on the left. It's going to be Avnish too, and he's the sharp shooter as well. We had a little bit of a glimmer of that in the past, but look at U4G unleashing the hell against the players of Revenant Esports, and now it's time for DOD to make that artificial red zone and make sure that Revenant Esports is going to be collapsing in front of them, and that's what happens. They unleash hellfire against Revenant Esports, and now it's DOD's game to be claimed. U4G, for them it's going to be an uphill battle, but they still somehow strike one player down. Max Kosh, he tosses another nade, finds the knock as well. Captain S7 knocked down. U4G slowly and steadily trying to close up close and personal, but it's not going to work. It's a complete uphill battle. DOD, they've also got the man advantage inside of the final few moments. Another man collapses. Prithvi knocked out as well.
I think they're doing the right job. Bhalu getting that flank angle, and Kasa, he's got nowhere to run or hide. And surely they will be closing in from two directions, and that is all she wrote for U4G as DOD steal this in style. One bold move, and that is what it takes for DOD in securing this beautiful chicken dinner. I think they were the ones who thought differently from others, and look at how it has paid off for them, and they start their campaign into the grind in such beautiful fashion.
Hands down, one of the most entertaining game I've witnessed so far inside of the Grind 2024. What a zone shift that was. And the crazy part is, I mentioned this too before the game even started, saying that I want to see some hard shifts from the zone, and we instantly see those. It was something that we did not expect as well as us as commentators, but we still somehow pointed it out, saying that what if it actually shifts down south, and instantly the next moment, that's what happens. You see a big panic set inside of the lobby, every single team just wanting to go for the swim. It was a big wave of players moving in, but then Revenant Esports, they somehow found themselves on the lucky side of things. They got the quicker rotation, even towards the bridge. You saw them take the fight, come out on top in that one. It was a scrappy moment over there.
You know, I slightly beg to differ. I don't feel Revenant just got lucky. I think they also made some big, bold moves, because it could have gone massively wrong in various proportions for Revenant, because they were also surrounded. I think U4G were right under them. We also had Shroud. We had multiple teams. I think that one fight, and even Aquanox. Yeah, Aquanox, how he got out alive, I have no idea. But Revenant, initially, they were banking upon the fact that it could shift towards where they were, but DOD, considering they had the high grounds and the circle also favoring them. And yes, Necro, there are times when the gods of BGMI also do hear the commentators, and maybe you made the right offerings and your wishes have been granted today.
I'm not sure what I offered them, but hey, I mean, I'm down for that. Inside of Miramar, which is going to be the upcoming game, I want to see Lost Leona Circle. If you guys are listening to me, even I know you guys are not, but still, if you guys are somehow, I want to see a Lost Leona Circle. But yeah, moving on with the conversation.
Greed is one of the 7 deadly sins, Necro.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not being greedy. I'm just, maybe it's a little bit of an icing on top of the cake. I'm asking for that. But TT, Team Tamilas, another conversation over here that we need to talk about. And now, you personally had a lot of expectations from this team. You mentioned in the third-party tournaments, this team's been doing great. But unfortunately, when it matters the most, they were not able to perform. But I guess you can also blame it on the zone.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to emphasize on. But we'll talk about Team Tamilas just in a wee while, because we've got the MVP in front of us. And do or die, they were absolutely stellar inside the game. But who the MVP might be, it's going to be Kasser from U4G. I think a relentless effort. Kudos to these lads, because the way they kind of pushed in, even from that downhill situation, from the foothills, trying to get a couple of knocks. And indeed, they managed to succeed. They managed to take down Avnish. But the way Bhalu rotated and kind of that two-pronged approach from DOD, that was enough to secure that game. But Kasser, he's been fighting it out through and about. He managed to take down a lot of fishes in the barrel. He managed to take down all those players trying to cross over the bridge. And even if we look at the top performers, quite some anticipated suspects over here. Even Prithvi also has been quite stellar.
The amount of utilities in the final moments that we saw the players of DOD just toss on top of the players of Revenant, man, I just feel so bad for them. It's like the players of DOD were just stacking up on the utilities for that exact moment. But yeah, I mean, the top 5 players is there in front of us. Prithvi with 5. You've also got Maxes with 4, Aquanox with 3, and then Hunter from the side of Marcos Gaming with 3. A lot of the teams, they did not have a great start for themselves, but as I mentioned, you can always blame it on the zone. Honestly, I would let that slide this time, because the zone was actually super cruel.
It certainly was. There's no second thoughts about it, and this looks to be a more competitive lobby. Do or die, 18 points. U4G, by the virtue of those finishes, you could see they're going head to head against DOD. Revenant Esports, yeah, a fine balance, 10 points, just the way I like it. But R4W official, I think we've got to talk about them a little bit, because it is also one of the comeback stories of Daljit. R4W official being one of the oldest clans of the country. They finally come back up, and I think 8 points is not too shabby.
Exactly. For the start, and considering the circle was so cruel, I would say 8 points, being able to squeeze out from that spot, it was quite a great outing for themselves. Moving on towards IMPRNT Esports with 7 points, GRAVEDIGGERS with 6, Marcos Gaming with 6 points too, Team TAMILAS, a little bit of a rough start for them with only 4 points. I would still say the teams that managed to get 7 and 8 points, that's a great start. U4G Esports, a team that's came out of nowhere and getting 18 points, equivalent to the team that got the chicken dinner. That is a big surprise. Team MAYUR, also their position compromised. Even MASTIZONE Gaming, they were in quite a tricky spot. They got vanished within a matter of seconds when they took that fight. Team Insane MIZORAM, there's going to be a lot of fans. Unfortunate stuff for them.
Yeah, I couldn't really cook much over here, but still 2 more games to go. Talking about disappointments, can't really, put it on the players this time. The zone was so cruel for them. But Secret Agents, considering where they were initially losing out on Ultron, that was a huge setback for them, and felt like their arms were not over there. They could not get that firepower, because even when the circle kind of shifted, they were around the shoreline, should have secured a vehicle, in fact a boat for themselves. Team MAYUR, I think this goes on to show that yes, we expected a lot out of them, and this game wasn't certainly theirs. ASLAAA Esports also, you were talking about getting those back-to-back chicken dinners in the official tournaments, but this ASLAAA, I think they need to cook a little bit.
I mean, Team MAYUR has always been a team that like to heavily rely on the placement points and the positioning points, right? But considering this new point structure really does not give you that many placement points, you need to go for the elimination points as well. And I guess Team MAYUR, they probably have went through a recent little bit of a change in the playstyle itself, because back in the day you could automatically heal, so you could automatically do a med strat and try and squeeze in as many placement points as possible, but you cannot replicate the same thing anymore. So for Team MAYUR, this has been a big change, and I want to see in the upcoming map of Miramar, and especially Sanhok, what they've got as a game plan.
Sanhok is going to be a whole different story, because we know unexpected things happen over there. But coming back to Miramar, now, we've seen, the teams that have been performing really well, how they've adapted to the situation. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the viewers that have already registered for the BGIS, they might be watching the broadcast. So once again, as you know, the in-game qualifiers have already begun. It is the 15th of April. This will go on till the 21st of April. Now, we request you all to be participating in that. The ones you've registered, make sure that you have your top 4 players. The registered first 4 players only are playing the in-game qualifiers. You can do that across Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi, and ensure the fact that it is not an event mode. It has to be those regular maps that you have to dive into, and wishing you all the best.
Exactly. All the best from my side, too. And I want to see you guys on the main stage. I want to see you guys there in front of my screen and me sitting over here and casting you guys. Okay, I want to see you guys there. And of course, we're always thrilled to see new players come up to the entire pro circuit and just making a big comeback story, or making a big story for themselves. But now moving on forward, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about a lot of those new stuff. And of course, Crafton keeps on bringing up this new stuff for you guys. So let's move on for now and look at this promo that is going to be right on the screens about now. Fixes, Miramar on the horizon, and I guess your expectations from Team TAMILAS are going to be a lot on that map.
Oh, sure. You hit the right strings over there, Necro. Because Team TAMILAS, I feel like they could have done so much in this game, but look at how they were surrounded. It was just not two teams. It
Yeah.
was multiple. It felt like entire hordes were kind of just rampaging through them, and somehow they were struggling to just breathe and survive. But yes, Miramar has to be that redemption ground, but just not for Team Tamilas, but even for the others. We would want to see MAYUR Gaming come out on top. We want to see somebody or some of the other teams that could not do fairly well in Erangel step up in Miramar.
Even Marcos Gaming can be a part of the conversation over here, because even they struggle quite a lot. Do or die, getting that chicken dinner. Now all they need to do is just maintain that consistency. So even for them, they cannot just sit back and relax. Consistency should be the key. ASLAAA Esports, another known name, even they need to get a chicken dinner.
So far, they haven't really gotten even a single point. And for now, with the way things are right now, Miramar is going to get oh so exciting, especially with those ludicrous circle shifts that we had to see so far. You know, Necro, I think you need a breather over there, so I'm gonna let you go and welcome my man Arka back on the desk. So Arka, it was an exhilarating game of Erangel. Like I'd already said, you know, after watching the previous group, my hunger suddenly was satiated, but feels like I'm starting to feel hungry once again.
I mean, speak about hunger, there were only two teams who were thinking out of the box and were really hungry for the chicken dinner. In the first Erangel, the first map of the day, we saw that LIVECRAFT thought out of the box and they were away from the Pochinki region. And this time we saw that DOD
Correct.
were thinking out of the box and took a longer rotation. And it seems like from today onwards, the grind might look something very different than how it used to look on the previous days.
You know, to be honest, it doesn't feel like grind anymore. It feels like we're
Exactly.
casting one of the, you know, main event BGIS matches where everything is on
Yes.
the line. And considering
Yes.
how grueling this format has been for all these players, everybody is putting their A game up. Everybody is kind of trying to take those risks, trying to make it matter. Like you said, for do or die, we could see for a long time, they were kind of away. They were kind of languishing in the blue zone. And suddenly, they saw that hard shift. And then they decided, you know what, we're not going to be a part of that. We're going to be staying off everybody's grid. We're going to take our own way from that eastern bridge. And how beautifully they set themselves up. We also talked about Revenant, but you know, enough chatter about them, because there were so many other teams that could have performed much better, right? And from the ones that you saw, which team did not live up to your expectations?
Team Tamilas for sure, because
Okay.
they had so much to give, especially that one fight which they took almost next to the ferry region above that hill, when they stopped the vehicle, took a knock, got a finish, and they were wanting that greediness of picking up a finish before going into the shorelines. I do believe it affected them a little bit. They lost a player over there, and then after that, where the firepower is so strong that they could have replicated what U4G have done, controlling that bridge region and then trying to make it through. It seems like Team Tamilas thought that, you know, the waterways would have been better. But I somewhere believe that you need to count the number of players alive before you take a decision like that with a smaller circle, because a 4x spray can reach you no matter what.
I think the problem, I felt like they kept all their eggs in one basket. Did not have any
Yes,
means
true.
of escape, should have had some control. I think eventually did have a boat, but they could not get ahead of themselves in that situation. You could see from the backlines they were picked off. I think it was Avnish who managed to steal that finish, which Daljit caught, but everything put aside. Let bygones be bygones, as ladies and gentlemen, we charted through the desert of Miramar, finding out who the next winner shall be of this map. The flight path trajectory all the way from Impala towards Valdemar, and this is absolute monstrosity. I do not know. I think the gods of BGMI, they're angry today.
Oh yes, either they're angry or they thought that today's topic is going to be entertainment. Today's topic is going to be
actually.
drama, and that is what they're trying to do. Flight path in one corner, circle in the other corner, and then there's a drastic shift away to a no man land. Oh my goodness, I can't expect less from the map of Miramar as well. But let's see how things will turn out, because those early colors which I can see jump off at the beginning of the flight shows that most of them want to prefer the eastern side of the map.
Seems like Loki himself has took over the realms, and he's decided that since he's got the entire helm under his control, might as well be in the mood for some mischief. Like discussed, a very southern flight path trajectory, and everybody seems to be struggling. This sort of makes them vulnerable for those early vehicle skirmish that we might get to see. But R4W and GRAVEDIGGERS right beside each other. Now this is one of those fights that is breaking out in Los Leones. Now everybody needs to collect as much loot as quickly as possible and start relying on this RNG. You spot one, take him down, go for the push.
True, but at the same time, I feel that taking an early fight in the map of Miramar, where the first circle is still not formed up, I don't think it's a wise decision. If they feel, yes, the circle is, on them, and then they can extend that fight for 2-3 minutes, then probably, they can extend this fight. And it seems like the circle has formed up exactly towards this region, and we might see a fight which might continue for a longer period over here.
Yeah, seems like Loki needs to be disciplined. We need a Thor in here. And who strikes that hammer? That's the big question. And Revenant, look at them. Quick rotations all over. Quite... I'm not familiar with Revenant trying to pull off this stuff. But considering the fact that Los Leones was absolutely stacked, Sensei decided otherwise. And he's been making all the right moves in all the right directions. But Zika would certainly be hoping he had a scope on his mini. One of those weapons quite regarded in this beautiful map. And, alright, Team FL, are they aware that there's a slithering, rattling snake who's kind of waiting for them to come out in the open?
I really like it that Zika did not go for that shot. He maintained his patience. He maintained his crosshair, and he was like, you know what? I do not want to give away my position. Let me wait for the right time to strike. And with 3 players, we all know that all 3 of them will look forward to travel in a single vehicle. Oh, guess what? Guess what? They know that there's a player on the other side. And if they connect the shot, then the story can be a little bit different for the side of team number 8.
At this point, Insane Mizoram in the previous game could not see them doing much. But Zika letting loose of those bullets. And this is where Mini 14... gets really deadly if you do not have the right vest and armor. Could really pack a punch. And we could see a golden example of that just happening in front of our eyes. As Zika spots out Thrawn as well. And at this point, maybe he's going to take his chances. Slowly but surely, they're being cornered. They're being pincered around. Dead to rights, 3 of their players. No saving grace so far. As Insane, they're going to be circling around them like piranhas in the ocean. Team FL. What do they do? How are they going to remedy this hemorrhage?
Look, if you ask me, they have the perfect loadout. One is holding a shotgun, which is good for a close range. One is holding a Tommy gun for mid-range and close range. All they have to do is lure the opponents to come in a bit more closer. Insane. They have to be very, very careful as to how they're going to execute this. They need to maintain distance, and if they get too close to comfort, I do believe that they might get taken down. Now, this is the kind of loadout I would love to see. Molotov being tossed into perfection. Zika from the other side has got that perfect angle, and eventually with 2 knocks coming in, now the push is going to be inevitable. And guess what? Shikar Jod with that pistol can't do much but say goodbye from the lobby.
Yeah, flanky spots. Did not really get that moment to breathe, and yes, they kind of made peace with the fate that awaited them. And Insane Mizo, a nice start for these lads, gaining 3 finishes already. And for Flanker, they lost out on one of their players quite early on, and the 3, it was quite chaotic towards the end for them. Kind of a start in Miramar and an exit so quickly. This is something that they never thought in the wildest of their dreams. But now Insane Mizoram, they're set on their ways as they cut off one team already, looking to head towards maybe El Pozo and get some work done. As Los Leones, like we discussed, it's completely stacked. You've got the likes of Team TAMILAS, you've got R4W, you've got ASLAAA, and just beside all of them, you've got GRAVEDIGGERS. A little up north around La Bendita, we've got the players of Marcus Gaming. Now R4W, I've seen this clan. They've got, if you have to talk about the past, Arka,
yeah,
they've got so many stars, big names. One of the founders being Scout himself. But right now, I think things have changed over here. Daljit making a comeback into this roster. Let's see, can they do something really nice this today?
guess they've got a decent start and they can dominate on that as well. But at the same time, you know, looking at the bigger picture, the number of teams, or the group 9, I do believe, and group 10, these two groups have got certain different kinds of games they're played. And I do believe wherever these set of teams fall, they're going to flourish when it comes to further games. Because they've got the hardest of the lobby, they've got that experience of dealing this kind of a pressure, and the next lobbies they play, it's going to be much more easier for them.
Experience, sure. But have they synergized well in such a short span of time? Because Daljit, even after his stint with Enigma and also his time with Team Forever, we could see him take a little bit of that competitive break. And his comeback, finally. And he's got to make this big. And so far, I think I'm quite happy with the way he started off. In Erangel did manage to rack up a couple of finishes to his name. But I think being Daljit, I think one of the kings of Miramar, quite well known for his prowess with those bolt action rifles, but certainly the meta has gone. But right now, seems like Maxis is also gone in front of Aquinox's faces as he keeps spraying on, but nothing seems to connect. Maybe a little bit of a compensator could have really helped Aquinox. Still persistent, still relentless, eventually to get traded off. Oh my days.
I mean, I wonder from which angle he got shot at, because he's got that suppressor. Not much of sound the suppressor would have made, but somewhere from far away, oh, it was the teammate who relayed the information. But yes, 3x with that M249, which is recently buffed, it's gonna look deadlier in close range, and I'm waiting to see which of these players will choose to go with that M249, because lately, if you ask me personally, I feel that's the right answer for TBS.
That dude just managed to spray around 150 meters with an M249. He tapped his way. I think it was quick burst, but that really hit Aquinox hard and heavy. Surely needs a new helmet. Absolutely got a trim over there, but Revenant somehow thanking their days that IMPRNT did not decide to push in on. Ninja, of course, he was getting a little sneaky. He was trying to breach in through, but some figures in stats for Fierce. One of the coveted assaulters, one of the finest to have graced this game. 61 finishes in his journey in the BGIS 2023. One of the top 10 players of the country. Surely has got the numbers. Surely has always been that Mr. Reliable. Something that you can relate with Ninja from Team X-Path. But can Revenant do this deed this time? Can they succeed? That's a big question.
Before we speak about the success of Revenant, yes, before I start off my topic, ASLAAA is going to get off his vehicle trying to do as much damage as possible. Lucky for Raw that he ran out of bullets, but still, he's going to be persistent with his teammate, get a knock, and it seems like Raw are going to be having a casualty for themselves, and Daljit is just going to tuck his tails and run away.
No other option.
About one love story, just the fact that is Sensei and his old assault.
Yeah, R4W, they've kind of been having those days, right? This was one of those moments. And again, those mistakes, those rookie mistakes. Why on earth would you travel in one vehicle? And they're kind of dealing with the brunt of it as Revenant find themselves very happy, very content around San Martin. You've got IMPRNT finally taking over the hills of the western side of San Martin. You've got U4G. Now, U4G has been one of those teams that has really come under the hood, and they have showcased what they're made of. Trying to prove their mettle. They've definitely impressed us in the first game. But they seem to be in the right trajectory so far, Arka. Considering now they're focusing on the center, they've got a really good spot. We've seen those iterations of the zone go exactly to where they are. And I'm really keen on seeing what can they produce from this matchup, as Insane Mizo slowly but surely are starting to close in on them. But U4G, they've got their numbers a little scattered, and I'm pretty sure they've got their vision. Surely can hear all that commotion. Any intervention shall go noticed.
I do believe it's going to be IMPRNT who can do the damage against the side of U4G, because they're right to the dead center between the formation of U4G. So I'd love to see whether they're going to try and challenge them. But it seems like it's the high ground which is given a great advantage for them.
I mean, for U4G, I think they're feeling quite happy with this position. In fact, I am as well. Because now they've got that bird's eye view also to aid them, spotting out all those teams trying to traverse through the lands. And maybe they could get a couple of finishes already. Now, this would be ideal situation. And yeah, I think they've spotted some unfriendly neighbors. Yes, Insane Mizo, Alpha, a little gutted that his position has been compromised right now.
Far away, it's going to be another team traversing around in the blues. I do believe with a circle like this, you get a little bit of an opportunity to wait it out. As Sanchit has got 33 finishes in 33 match. That's 1 KD ratio or 1 FD ratio. And let's see how well he's going to perform in this game as well.
Yeah, of course, the numbers he's put up, we've seen better, but I think for an underdog like Sanchit, who's been trying to make his mark, I think he's done fairly well. Now, changing the banners under MAYUR Gaming, really excited to see what can he produce over here. But looking at MAYUR, they've not had the best of starts, certainly hoping that they kind of get some relief in Miramar at least, but cannot say the same for ASLAAA. Again, Arka, they find themselves in trouble.
I'm not shocked. Because somewhere I feel that, the rotations are not going right. It kind of feels like I'm looking at VASISTA Esports from the previous group, whose rotations were also not their strongest forte, and that's why they couldn't do much. But let's see whether ASLAAA will be able to recover from this and perform much better, because they have a lot of expectations.
OMG. They had a decent start in the previous game, but they fizzled out quite early. This time, however, they want to make it to the finish line. They want to be the victors, and with the kind of a zone shift, I think they're going to feel happy about themselves, want to fight through the edges of the circle. Got ASLAAA pinned down, but they realize that they need better position at this point, and they want to move ahead. Still the center being held on by the players of U4G. A very good commanding position. IMPRNT not far behind. IMPRNT, I think they've shown those signs of fighting. You try to poke them, they'll pluck your nose off. And REVENANT, who better than them to know about it?
The next circle is going to decide the fate of many teams. Just in case, I don't know why I feel so, but just in case the circle shift towards the La Cabrera area, and it's going to be a shift which all the other teams are not expecting. I do believe Team TAMILAS is going to be one of those teams who is still going to curse their fate for what's going to happen next.
Yeah, Team TAMILAS, we haven't talked about them at all. The last we spotted, they were around Los Leones. And this time, they've been rotating from the southern side. They've got the team of GRAVEDIGGERS right in front of them. And the big question, however, is do they fight their way through? Because the TAMILAS that I've seen in the recent domestic circuit, they always somehow tend to get the center of the circle and play like their lives are on the line. And they deliver. But from the past 2 games, we're not witnessing the circle really helping them out. And this shift, NARZO officials finally happy about their position. REVENANT also feel quite secured.
Yeah, U4G as well. They're at just the tip of that corner from which many teams try to breach in. But all they have to do is be a bit careful. But as far as what I know, U4G will look forward to the dead center of the map, where they can find themselves a hard cover, stay away from other crosshairs as of now. But let's see whether that's going to be the case. As the northern side of the map, where DOD yet again going for a wild rotation, might be rewarded another chance to get that chicken dinner.
Alright, Insane Mizo losing out on one of their players. And Trouble in Paradise, R4W finds some respite. One finish for these lads, but there you have it. Alright, the retaliation is over there. Abhi gets heavily damaged, but not enough to put him down on the ground. Leo is trying to take a couple of shots on Superman, but seems like he's got his cape on, and he will escape in broad daylight.
No, it's gonna be so important for everybody to maintain their resources now. Because from the get-go, we are able to see that everybody are burning their resources. And I do believe in the map of Miramar, you need to carry some heavy ammunitions in the final circles, especially those throwables.
All right. Arka, did you notice that Daljit has a Car 98 with an 8 times?
Oh yes,
Already
the
equipped?
sweet music. I'm just waiting for him to pop it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, would love to see some skulls getting cracked. And I think he's got a cult of his own, right? A lot of people, he started using bolt actions just watching this mad lad. And such a humble personality. But it's been quite some time he's not used that. Now, having pulled off in one of the biggest stages in an official tournament, that goes on to speak volumes of how confident he feels. Because with bolt actions, it is kind of quite unreliable. If it's not the head, then doesn't really make any sense, right? Instantly opposition kind of gets into sweet covers, but for team Insane Mizoram, it hasn't been greener pastures. They've already been struggling with so many shrubs, so many thorns along their way, and the next on the line could be the players of VE.
I mean, I don't understand why there was a necessity for them to come and, challenge a team in a high ground like this, which is kind of vulnerable in a circle like this. I do believe that you being played this game can give a little bit of an info regarding this. Why do you want to challenge a team when you know there are 57 people left in the lobby and most of them will be looking out for finishes in the open?
The only answer is to gather real estate. And of course, the new point structure does help their cause. Get those finish points up the board, and yeah, that's the idea.
But a humble battle?
No, I mean, you've got to do what needs to be done, right? What are the other means of escape for them? But this little progression from Leo, this could prove quite fruitful for them, as Frezix is also closing in from the backlines. But this is what I was scared about. R4W
Yes.
from the backlines, yeah. Daljit, that one shot on his head could really put Frezix off. But in the meanwhile, Maxka, she's been put down and out.
Let's see how things goes. Because right now, I'm just thinking about the small mistakes being done by Insane. Because I do believe that, probably Raw would have missed a shot or two. But if it was somebody like Aquanox on the other side, I don't think so he would have missed that opportunity. But somewhere far away, we've got IMPRNT in deep troubles with the side of MG, and the circle shifting into the favor of Revenant, and Team TAMILAS somehow find themselves at a perfect spot as of now. This final circle is going to be a very interesting affair because all those teams out there are very well known for their firepower.
And Revenant must be thanking their stars. This has to be their game to lose. Surely anything less than a chicken, I mean, would be a disappointment for me and all the Revenant fans out there. They've got all the pieces set, everything working in line for them. All they need to do is start racking up a couple of finishes to their names. And they've already decided on doing so. Sensei trying to take a few shots at the players of R4W. Daljit might be on the receiving end of things as Giant trying to maybe spot out Punk. But Punk does not want to reveal himself. Outplay, out in the open. Eyeing out on Ashok. He's heard that vehicle. He's heard that all that commotion. Ashok, he's walking on eggshells at this point, creating so much ruckus, so much noise. And this could backfire, Arka.
I do believe he's got a plan in head because it's a high ground. Probably he's got a vehicle nearby, and in case he grabs too much attention, he would want to run away from that position. But I understand it's a bit impractical for what I'm trying to say, but Insane, finally, they're going to be cursing for this decision they made, where they have nothing else to do but tuck their tails.
Yeah, even if they tuck their tails and run, Arka, the problem still persists. Right from the very beginning, they had no other route of entry, and they decided to go the hard way, tried to brute force their way in, but in return, they've been getting multiple shots at them from multiple directions. And IMPRNT, they've been having their bad days. Weather in Miramar for them as their numbers keep on reducing down. It's not a good news. Just survive with 2 men right now. U4G They were impeccable in the previous matchup, and this time just playing around the edges. They have to close in onto the zone, find a rather better spot, as Leo is still making things worse for Team IMPRNT, pouring in all that lead.
It's so important for Leo to, hold on to his nerves now. It's just 2 men standing. I do understand that they might have said that we need to make it inside the circle. I might not. Why don't you take that journey up ahead? I'll try to give you cover. But 2 men stack is much more important in the final circles.
U4G. Now this is one of those teams, but hold on, ASLAAA, they decide to go after the players of VE. Alright, one of those players already trying to run over the vehicle, and maybe XGod, he needs to retaliate back. He is hidden under the smoke, but Exist, he has to come out in the open, but they need to be watchful of the players of U4G, as Exist in fact decides to jump in on the players. As Rock, he will put him down on the ground. The cover fire has to be there. That Molotov has been tossed. Shroud already down and out. It all rests on Rio, who's being pushed over by XGod. Does have managed to find out one finish over there. And in fact, ASLAAA from the backlines, they're trying to do whatever it takes. But it is a little too much for them to chew, as Rio, that one grenade could prove absolutely crucial. But a long shot, it goes miles afar from where initially it was supposed to be redirected. However, the second one does not fail, manages to pick one off, but Exist yet to be revived.
I mean, Exist is giving the right information. He's going to be continuously marking, telling that land that grenade right here. But still, it seems like Rio and his teammate were not able to do so, due to which they'll be losing a player as well. But finally, from a distance, Asur is going to put an end to the misery of the opponents. Let's see what's going to happen next. Now, ASLAAA, it's just 2 men standing, and they didn't make it inside the circle.
This was such a narrow escape from them. This could have gone down really bad in multiple proportion, as secret agents, they've been silent all across, but now it's 3 teams fighting it out. Viper being picked off, but Pardhan, he's been traded out by the players of MAYUR Gaming as Ultron before he even could fire a single bullet. Surya puts him down to the ground, and now secret agents, it's not a secret anymore. They have fumbled, they have flustered, as Jordi, he has to get that revive, but will he get that in time? That's the big question. The moment that smoke dissipates, I think it could be troubling times for them.
Alright, let's see how they're going to be giving an answer for all these troubles they're trying to face, because the circle doesn't have many teams out there, right? But I do believe the Crosshairs, which are waiting inside the circle, which are hungry for those finishes, they don't miss much. So it's better they stack up some finishes. Oh my goodness, look at what happens. Look at what happens. Ultron gets revived, and another revival in the open is going to be ruthlessly punished. Now Ultron will have to play for possession points, hide away from all these teams, and then play better.
Surely would not have been greeted with garlands. What were they even thinking of, trying to give a revive like that in the open, when you know your opponent is right in front of you, without any smoke, without any cover? This cannot be forgivable. Ultron still trying his level best, gets a knock, and will certainly look towards getting the second. But it was Sanchit with a sliver of HP will close it off, but has enough time to get a revive, as Revenant, they find themselves in trouble territories. In fact, are the ones in a commanding position right now. A big fight against U4G. Stark already put down to the ground. Prithvi also down with him. Kasa, the MVP of the previous matchup, he has to find another way as captain. He rides a vehicle and will take along Punk with him. But Aquinox, this is his time for glory as captain on real low HP. Aquinox has to make some quick work, not with the S12K. He needs to shift to his M4. But before even doing that, U4G, they've been dealt with. In fact, the S12K does succeed. 7 finishes, and Revenant will get a revive on Punk as well.
I mean, I completely agree that he had to shift to the M4, but I do believe that somewhere the S12K's range has become so beautiful that it was the right gun to be used at that moment. But still, you know what? The game is still not done. Revenant Esports will now have to make sure that they get that finishes right, as this is going to be an opportunity for them to strike. As Sensei had made a statement that he's got everything, he's got a dream team, and he has to execute a proper win.
I don't think if with this team Sensei cannot produce any results, then with which team can he? Getting back with his pack of brothers, but Team TAMILAS still holding strong, still 4 of their players alive. And now they have to get inside the circle with Revenant watching over them, Fierce having that high ground, hearing all that commotion. He is well prepared. His gun's already oiled, just waiting to unleash himself. Team TAMILAS, they're up against the entire world as now Revenant shift their attention towards the players of MAYUR. That's a beautiful spray from Punk and can get a second one as well as MAYUR. They've got their attentions on the players of the Gold Diggers, and now the numbers are slowly and surely starting to crumble.
Oh my goodness, one more spray was all it needed for Punk to finish things off. And guess what? If he just pans a little to the right, some more is going to be coming in his name, and there it is. I do believe from here on, this chicken dinner has to be returned in the name of Revenant.
Hold on. Nothing can be said yet. 4 teams still alive. R4W from the backlines could surely bite someone with their venomous fangs. Still have the numbers though. Team TAMILAS position already compromised. Up from above, it is going to be an artillery barrage as Mr. IGL Fierce. This is the moment he was waiting for. This is exactly the time he was prepared, but not prepared for this grenade. Comes in from Maxi, and suddenly Revenant find themselves in a little bit of trouble as DOD. They might just get pushed upon. R4W looking to make their move as another grenade comes in from Manti's side as Sensei needs to find some semblance of cover, needs to trade one player off.
DOD, look at them still surviving. Even in the previous game, they were the team to be in the top 2. And now yet again, they stand here as Punk. It seems like this man is given all the independence to play as a freeman. He's all alone at one corner of the map, busy picking up finishes, not bothering his teammates who are busy, right now challenging the side of Team TAMILAS. Manti, perfect execution over there, but Aquanox now he'll have to prove himself yet again as Maxi from far away is trying to do the damage, but eventually it's gonna be Aquanox who comes out on the top. A perfect gameplay coming in from the side of Revenant, and the final circle is just gonna turn interesting.
A sacrifice in the name of Sensei shall not go in vain, say the players of Revenant. They're going to carry the torch forward. Revenant 15 finishes strong already, inching in closer to their chicken dinner as Punk from up above will unleash hell on the players of DOD. And next on their hit list will be the players of R4W as Superman, completely devoid of all options, instead goes for the healing battle. Surely has to give his life away to the zone as Revenant. They want to close this thing in style. Punk getting picked off, one free finish for Superman. Can he get a little bit more? And no shall be the answer. Gives his life to the blue as Revenant have this in the bag. A beautiful, well-earned, well-carved chicken dinner.
I just love the way Revenant Esports executed this. They waited for the right moment, and this is what I was expecting from a strong team like this. There's no necessity for you to get casualty in the beginning of the game when you have that firepower. Wait for your IGL to get you that perfect spot, and when he says attack, all you do is just spray around, pick up as many finishes as possible. And I don't think so any other team in BGIS grind can have this name Avengers apart from that of Revenant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the kind of unwavering faith they've shown on Sensei, and this is what happens, right? They had everything down to perfection. They had, like you already explained, Punk was on a free man role. In fact, he was playing more on the support role, ensuring that the other 3 players go ahead, and he had to deal with maybe DOD or somebody from R4W, whoever was trying to plug those thorns. But once Revenant deal with Team TAMILAS, of course, Sensei had to be the casualty. Somebody had to pick him off over there. But they, in turn, made sure that they have everything covered and a very well-executed chicken dinner. They were aware of the fact that they might collide against Team TAMILAS around Los Leones, decided against it, went towards San Martin. And look at how it paid off so very well. Back-to-back consistent games for these lads, and they've propelled themselves up the top, and not just the very top, they've created quite some margin.
I mean, let's not forget the chronicles of Sensei. He has to get finished off for his team to get that chicken dinner. So it seems like, got back on track now. And probably Sensei would look forward to, somehow be that sacrificial goat for the gods of BGMI so that it becomes easier for his team to get that chicken dinner.
Right, bang on point. And I couldn't agree more, Arka, because yes, this has been the show so-called tale. But yeah, look, if the sacrifices are made, surely you're going to reap rewards. And I think Revenant, this was a very well-earned chicken dinner. They did everything correct. Nothing, I think, no complaints whatsoever. There were few jitters, but all right. But barring Revenant, there was another team that, again, has been consistent. I think we have to talk about Do or Die.
Yes. Again, their rotation outside in the blue. It's better to take damage off the blue rather than coming into the crosshairs of the wildest dogs out there in the lobby. I mean, the ITL is thinking right, if you ask me, because he knows that, the third zone or the fourth zone itself, the damage is not that high that you'll have to exhaust most of your resources. And thankfully now, since they're able to, use bandages as they travel, it becomes much more easier for teams to somehow reach their destination thinking out of the box. And I do believe that after this, the next phase of this grind, most of the teams would love to think the similar way and then try to gain that perfect access into the circle.
Yeah, and we're gonna keep carrying forward this conversation, but it's time for some facts and figures, and there you have it. The MVP of this game, Aquinox, redeeming himself back on the stage where it matters. Yes, questions were raised, doubts occurred that what happened to that amazing form of Aquinox. Lately he's been doing well in the domestic circuit, surely has been well reflected in the official event as well.
I mean, see, we speak about prodigies, right, when it comes to the game, and I'm sure that there are several names which is going to be popping up right now. One has to be Aquinox, second has to be Punk, and it's good to see that Sensei's name is also be in this list, because 3 finishes from this lad who is capable of getting more, but still, I guess it's about the damage he dealt throughout the day, throughout the map, that he's able to place himself in the top 5.
And Sensei has always been one of those players that has constantly been in the upwards craft, right? And he's figured out that, like Shadow for Gujarat Tigers has done, he realizes that I just can't be the mines anymore. I also need to shoot. And it's better to have one more helping hand. And he's kind of become one of the usual suspects these days, quite often making it to the top performer, sometimes even MVP. But Superman from R4W, I think a really good game from their side, considering in the first game all they could manage was a couple of finishes, but this time a second position certainly propelling them a little higher up the table. But for Mayur, little respite for these lads as well, as the point standings will be in front of us in just a wee while. And this has been a wholesome game. Revenant Esports 18 finishes, 28 points out of just one game. R4W official also really shining it out, 13 points for these lads. Team Mayur getting 11. I think one of the most pivotal fights for Team Revenant was the fight against U4G.
True, and the way they tackled it was also pretty decent. But again, Revenant Esports, if they have gained 30 in this game, and in previously I do believe they got somewhere around the 10 to 12 pointer, I guess now this is one of those teams. If they replicate what they've done here in the map of Miramar, in the map of Sanhok, they might breach that big number which has been put down by the side of Team Soul in the grind. I'm not telling it's impossible, but at the same time, I feel that it's almost next to possible.
They're walking on their footprints though. I guess, so far if you look at how things have occurred for Team Revenant, they've been on the right craft and could potentially achieve that. Who knows? But as we move on ahead and looking at some not so good news, Marcus Gaming again, they are struggling, man, Orca, and this time they had no means of escape. Also, Flanker Esports right from the very beginning was surrounded by the players of Insane Mizo, who did a good work out of them. GRAVEDIGGERS not finding too much success in terms of getting those finishes. IMPRNT also, and Volcanic Esports, haven't really established their feet. But secret agents, I think they really need to figure out if they're actually secret. Do they have those invisible cloaks? Do they have those fancy equipments? Because the mistakes they made, I mean, I'm still yet to digest that.
I guess they want to learn the lesson the hard way, or probably they're still, trembling in the pressure which has been put upon their shoulders. So probably they'll need another 2-3 days to recover from what the mistakes they've done over here, and probably the next week, the most crucial week of grind, they'll have to bounce back a bit more harder. Probably they'll have to bounce back so hard that in case they fail to qualify into that, mid bracket of the overall standing, they'll have to again play from round 1.
Now the path they are on, that doesn't even lead to any sort of brackets at this point.
Yeah.
And they've gone downhill. And yeah, for one little tip for all the new viewers watching who've relatively started their BGMI gameplays, is the fact that, you know what you can do? You can carry your teammate if he's knocked out. Maybe get him inside a compound and get the revive. And these are small things, but very important when you're playing such competitive games. And could be handy for all you viewers, because that is one of the tips you can use in the BGIS in-game qualifiers, can't you? Because now it has already begun, 15 to 21st of April. And bear in mind, you play the 4 games, the 4 maps that we have been talking about, Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Vikendi. And also have to ensure that they are not the event mode. They have to be those regular maps.
Yeah, and that's very, very important. Remember, guys, do not play in the events and expect yourself to be qualified. But again, there's another important pointer from our side. Make sure you're playing with your first 4 players or the registered 4 players as a team. There was another option for you guys that there are 2 additional players you can use as substitute. Do not use them in your in-games, because that won't be considered as well. So your main playing 4, no events, and I think you're done with that.
Yes, there you have tips and tricks from Professor Arka himself, and we really hope to see you, man. Get on there, live your dreams, live that lush life that everybody's been talking about. But you know what? Kudos to Crafton for this amazing event, for having us over here. But it's not just about this. They've been doing some amazing things lately, and a quick glimpse of one of it in this video, which is going to be around your screen just about now.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. Who's that guy?
Not just a game, it's an emotion. A game or an emotion that binds us together every single night, every single evening. You know, toiled from work, you come down before bed, just get into the battlegrounds. And, the fun we have had, the friends we have made, every single thing. And, looking at that ad, you've got Mr. Animesh, you've got Mortal himself, doing so much in life, kind of fills your heart with joy. Certainly. And, yes, again, getting back to things in hand. Final game, Sanhok Arka. And so far, we've seen few teams that have been very consistent, few teams that have not really managed to replicate that consistency in across 2 maps. But in Sanhok, I think everything changes. Alright, so, while Arka is getting his mic fixed up over there, we have to take a quick look at the matchups once again, ladies and gentlemen, because it's going to be the same old teams, but we've got some new entries over here in terms of how they played in Miramar. And this time around, REVENANT ESPORTS, they have been the talk of the town, especially in this group, the way they've been playing. But we have been impressed with how Do or Die have come out, getting back-to-back podium finishes. Certainly, I think this is a statement that they've put out over here. Insane Mizoram, a little shaky, but Team TAMILAS, they haven't really performed to their expectations, what we've been hoping for. But right now, Necro, he's had his coffee break, he's back on the desk, and he's gonna do some nice, good analysis and good cast with you guys.
Yeah, of course I'm over here, Fixes. And I was looking at the game in the backlines, right? REVENANT ESPORTS, Do or Die, being super consistent. And then Team MAYUR, once again, back to the basics. They like to go for the med strat, and that's what you saw them doing as well outside of the zone. Just overall, going for the patch up over and over again, just going for the heal battle, just trying to squeeze in some of the extra points. And he actually got one more point from REVENANT ESPORTS before he got taken down.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing great stuff, right, Necro? Because we've been talking about do or die in the previous game. They made some really unorthodox plays, and somehow they're all working out for them. But this time wasn't the case, don't you think? Because this time they had to fight for the circle, and towards the end, like you said, getting those finishes off of Revenant, are still making sure that they're kind of in that top 3 all the time. I think they will be quite satisfied with how far they've come across. But in the map of Sanhok, seems like I'm going to be doing that. It's my first Sanhok, and I'm getting excited because, Necro, every single time I watch you and Arka or maybe Tanya when she was with us, I kind of missed out on that super fast-paced action.
I mean, you're not going to be regretting casting Sanhok. I'm a big fan of Sanhok, and I'm pretty sure even you like that aggression, right? Early game battles, we're all a big fan of that. Before now, going back to the teams once again, Marcos Gaming, another team that we had a lot of expectations from, a known Baroner inside of the community, but the new playing forward that they've got, they're not able to perform that well, Fixes. What are your thoughts on them?
Marcus Gaming, again, struggling with the zones. They kind of are getting caught in the middle of nowhere all the time. Every single time you see Marcus Gaming, they're surrounded by teams. And they've been trying to force those fights. But the moment, even if they get a knock, they instantly get traded off from elsewhere. So I think instead of just going with the herd, they should be kind of a little aloof. Maybe that's their style of play. I'm not going to question that. But surely that hasn't been working, has it?
Yeah, it's not been. I mean, a lot of the revamped rosters that we saw playing in the past, right? Gladiator Esports, one of the prime example. Now we're also seeing Marcos Gaming in front of us. ASLAAA Esports, another example of a complete revamped roster. These guys have been struggling a lot. I guess they did not really have enough time to play with each other. Maybe that's one of the main issues, but I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes. But what's on the screen right now is that they are struggling way too much. U4G, another team. The first game itself, we saw them finish things off in the second spot, but then the consistency, there's a big dip in the performance on the map of Miramar. Hopefully, the same thing's not going to be continued on this game of Sanhok as the game begins and boots up on the screens. It's time for us to step inside of the rainforest, and as the plane flight path starts all the way from Camp Alpha towards Dock, this game flight path is actually not that bad. Once again, it is the map of Sanhok, and we know you can pretty much stretch them wherever you want.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, doesn't really matter how the flight path trajectory is. But what would really matter is if we get to see a Western Circle. I think we had some glimpses of it yesterday. And who knows, Necro, because Loki, he's been commanding these zones. And for sure, he's been up to some mischief.
That's for sure. Mischief will be there. DOD, another team that is being staying super consistent. First game, a chicken dinner. The second game, a decent outing. And then the third one as well in the game of Sanhok. It's a zone-centric map, so you never know what the outing is going to be. And look at this, Painan. We've got a little bit of a drop collision over here. Fixes. There's a chance we might see some early squad wipes. And I'm down to see this. Flanker Esports, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be the team to go up against the players of IMPRNT. This will be an interesting fight to witness because both these teams, they have sort of divided Painan to each other.
If you talk about numbers and figures, IMPRNT, they've been the better lot. Flankers last time, they kind of got outplayed by the players of Insane Mizoram in the map of Miramar. But again, Sanhok being one of those maps where unexpected things happen, you won't really be surprised if Flanker really get their hands on IMPRNT. It's all about, getting that loot done, trying to get over those small, hearts, try to take control over those roofs, try to find those pesky angles, and, get one single knock. But the big question is, even after you get that one knock, the moment you cross that bridge, Necro, that's where you get very vulnerable. And that is something that either of these teams have to be very careful about.
I mean, it's pretty much like if you want to cross the bridge, you wouldn't need to move out in the open, right? And that's when the opponents do get the big advantage. So it's either two choices. You either make that push happen completely, you commit to that push, or just do not push and back away from that spot. Because you're going to be getting a decent amount of loot anyways, just looting the half side of the Painan. So you should be good. You should be okay on the meds and a decent amount of ammo to back you up. So it should be all good. Marcos Gaming, a team that can definitely feel the nerves right now, considering it is the last game of the day for this team, and they haven't been able to rack up any sort of points. I can't already tell. There's a lot of pressure on the players. It's a big banner they need to represent, and considering what the stakes are, the pressure just keeps on adding up. REVENANT Esports all the way down south. I'm not sure what the players are doing over there, but even for them, the loot's going to be all good.
All right. There you have it. insane. Mizo, they kind of land themselves in trouble once again. I think the idea over here, Necro, was try and cross the bridge, maybe have one of the players situated on the other side. But this is something that they should have been prepared, because Team TAMILAS, they kind of tend to drop around here. And this is one of those games where Team TAMILAS can decide to go big. They've got some nice territory control. They've got the good spots. They've already gotten their loot done. And they are set on paths of success as secret agents. They will be locking horns against Team Insane Mizo.
I mean, Secret Agent has been one of those teams that has been struggling so far, and once again, going for an early fight. This is a big risk that they're looking to take. And if they do get eliminated in this fight, that means even all the hopes and dreams inside of this game, too, they will be vanished instantly. Team Insane MIZORAM for now, just trying to keep the opponents off the bay, off the guard. Making sure they're not going to be able to push up close and personal. And what just happened? Alpha, the man did not expect the enemy to be there on the sidelines, and he instantly gets shut down. Ultron finds the first. And then the players from the side of SA, they instantly come crashing down. That's not a good news. Ultron is trying his best to fight back. Equal damage being dealt on both the sides, and Team Insane MIZORAM 2 on the verge of collapsing. Ultron pushing up close and personal, slowly and steadily pulls out the shotgun, marches against the opponent. But instead, he can't be the one to meet the makers too. And I like the confidence that Ultron is showcasing, and all it takes is one single shot.
Oh my god. Team TAMILAS even poking from the backlines did make things hell for Team Insane Mizo from around there. Did also manage to take one of the players of Secret Agents out. And now, I think, now this is what I was talking about, right? The moment you know that you're languishing at the very bottom, Necro, that is where you kind of play without any pressure. The shackles are lifted off. And Secret Agents, I think, they're a testament of how teams that have been not playing so well can go all out in Sanhok and produce some good results. They've lost out on Atlas for sure, but 3 finishes to their names. I'm not going to complain.
I mean, once again, there's like 2 ways to look at that point, right? When there's the last game and when you're not doing too good, either you're going to be taking a lot of pressure, saying that if you've still got a lot of hope. But if you give up on that hope and then start playing, that's when the shackles actually are let loose. So, I guess that's what the players of Secret Agent are doing too. Just letting loose of the shackles, just giving up on the hope, and just playing with the flow of the game. And so far, it's been working out. 4 eliminations wrapped up, or maybe just make that 2-3. But unfortunately, they did lose out on Atlas. And that player is also going to be holding a lot of the value in the front lines. Before now, Ninja OP getting another knock in the hands. Team IMPRNT starting things off on a great note inside of the fight. They kick off in a great fashion. They've got the big advantage. It's already down to a 4v2. And NARZO, within a flash, they're down to just a 2-man squad. And the last 2 players just trying to back away, disengage from the fight, but they're actually completely stuck inside of the compound. And you can clearly see Neo just wanting to push up. He does not want to back away from the fight. He wants to take it against the opponents. They're also pulling out the couple of utilities. They're trying to put on a bit more pressure. And the Neo finds the perfect knock.
IMPRNT and Secret Agents, they're kind of deciding to go all out on this. Try to accumulate as much finishes as possible. And NARZO now being pushed up on top, having no choice, no means of escape, will meet his makers over here as IMPRNT quite clinically wipe them out of the lobby. And this kind of goes on to remind you, I think that was Team CES, when they kind of came out to play, it was a similar approach. They kind of were suffering in the first 2 maps, and in Sanhok they decided to go all out. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, was an action from week 1. So kind of reliving those memories a little bit, but they've got to be a little careful. You've got Team REVENANT kind of coming in from the backlines. Surely they've been on the highs, Necro. But this time, how are they going to play? Are they going to be contesting Soul for that 68 points? Let's see.
Even DOD is still tanking the blue. Going for that late rotation. The same thing can be said for REVENANT ESPORTS too. Taking their time moving out of their drop location, which was Camp Charlie and Bantai. And now finally, as they have entered inside of the zone, the upcoming circle, it's going to shift up north a little bit more. Paradise Resort is going to be the hot spot. Right in the center. It's probably going to be the prime spot if the teams do want to contest it. But still, Paradise Resort is not a place you would want to mess around with. FL right on the bottom left towards Pine End. You see REVENANT ESPORTS 2 still towards the southern side, sticking to each other. And DOD still all the way back in the blue, just going for a little bit of a tank on that blue, and even going for that extra bit of loot.
What's up, Necro? I can't figure out. I'm trying to fathom what they're up to. Because look at the loot on the players. They barely have any util to work around with. And now they're struggling. Hold on, we've got a fight amongst us.
What?
As now go GRAVEDIGGERS against ASLAAA, and in a blink of an eye, GRAVEDIGGERS, their graves have been dug, and ASLAAA put them 6 feet under.
Yeah, I mean, within a flash, you blink it and you miss it. That's sort of an action that was. GRAVEDIGGERS, as you mentioned, their graves have been dug, and they've been sent back to the lobby by ASLAAA Esports. Even ASLAAA Esports, you can't say they've been let loose a little bit more. Considering they know they've got nothing to lose inside of the game, so you might as well just try to go all in, and that's what the players are doing. But then a third party instantly hits the MASTIZONE. Even this team is another team that is super desperate to get their hands on some points. And MASTIZONE, they instantly look to push up close and personal. The man's already pulled out the shotgun. DBS going for the random spams inside of the smoke, but he does not find any sort of connections. And Viper, he is almost going to be inflicted, but unfortunately, he's not knocked out just yet. MASTIZONE, even they're facing a lot of the problems inside of this third party. And ASLAAA, they're doing a great job in making sure that MASTIZONE, they're going to be facing a lot of troubles making this third party. It's all down to Rex in the back lines, and Rex is trying to close up. His position's noted down as well. And Shroud, he's pulled out the M416. Needs a fresh magazine on the shotgun too. He's only got one single bullet in the mag. And he goes for the reload instantly. MASTIZONE, they're losing out on the man number, that's for sure. And it's going to be Rex to come out on top. But that third party should not have been this scrappy.
Oh my goodness, what on earth are we witnessing? Rex just jumps in from the window, gets that finish. And MASTIZONE, before they even could have that laughter, it is going to be the storm of Revenant that has come upon them. As now he wants to run away from here, scoot the hell away from that spot, as now Revenant, they will be on the chase, but they also need to be a little careful, because one small mistake and this could go against them. And making sure Fierce that does not let him he does not let that happen, as now IMPRNT find themselves in really troubled waters.
Oh, Neo is way too low, and then another man try to make the push happen. VE instantly facing the problems. They get hit by a truck by the name of IMPRNT. But even IMPRNT, they've lost out on 2 players. At least the players are knocked out, so the recovery is possible. Look at this nade that's being tossed. It might just find the confirmation that's needed, but no's going to be the answer for now. As XGod, still just looking for the right spot to toss the nade in. And he might just have a clue that there's a player inside of the closet room, and he's tossed the Molotov to the perfection. IMPRNT, the players are now in a bit of a panic moment. Another nade tossed inside of the window, but still just looking for that one single knockout. One knock's being found. Neo's getting spammed through. The smoke is way too low, but what a return that was! Nicely done, VE. XGod knocked out too. Now it's all down to SpiderGod. And even he's trying his best to hold his ground, but against 3 of the players of the opponent, it's going to be even tougher.
Oh, it certainly will be. IMPRNT, they've been firing on all cylinders. They've decided to put the pedal to the metal, as now Revenant, thirsty and hungry for all those bodies out there. And the next on their hit list could be the players of IMPRNT. We just have one of the players surviving, SpiderGod. If he kind of maintains that little stealthy mode, then maybe he could sneak in a couple of finishes out of Revenant.
Maybe. There's a big maybe right there. And look at the bottom left side of the circle. There's a big stack of teams. Even REVENANT Esports looking to third party this entire scenario, and they're just here to claim the points. I like what REVENANT Esports is doing. They're trying to go all in inside of this game because they know the first 2 games are super consistent. Maybe wanting to break IQSOL's 68 points record. And REVENANT Esports, it is definitely doable if they do get a humongous games on their hand. And this one can be one of those. The amount of fights they have been taking so far, it's insane. And there's 3 of the players in the front lines too, but REVENANT Esports still waiting to find that first go call, waiting to find that first knockout. And as soon as that knock's going to be on the board, REVENANT Esports will instantly push up. The Molotov's placed to perfection.
Punk. In the meanwhile, he's trying to thread the needle. The moment the smoke dissipates, but Ninja OP gets a beautiful knock on Punk. And now this is trouble in paradise for Revenant. They somehow have to secure that revive on towards him as Fierce. He's almost walking on lava. Aquanox trying to jump around in turn, takes a lot of damage on him as Max is against the world. He's surrounded by the players of Team Revenant, still struggling, still bobbing and weaving, comes out of cover, gets a beautiful knock. Aquanox left stranded as he falls down as well, and Sensei on the verge of getting extinct as he receives some sort of support. Sensei still fights back, but eventually Maxis will seal the deal. He is the reality, and Revenant have succumbed under him.
IMPRNT this somehow pull off a miraculous clutch against the players of Revenant Esports. I expected Revenant to come out on top in this situation, considering they had all the information that was needed, but then all it took was that one single nade from Ninja OP to find the opener, and then later on the situation escalated instantly. Spider God somehow is still alive. This man has kept his position anonymous the whole time, but look at DOD making that push happen against the players of U4G. Even U4G are going to be desperate and hungry for another chicken dinner. In the first game, they ended things on quite a consistent note, but they need a chicken dinner in their hands, and they're pushing outside of their house, and they're instantly facing the problems. And you can see the players of DOD, they're holding their ground in quite a great fashion too. Utility in the hand, looking to toss it to the perfect mark, and it might just find that mark that's needed. It's tossed in. It finds the knockout. DOD, they've got a massive advantage in the fight. Everything going in their way as they can ask for. Avnish almost on the verge of getting knocked out too. The confirmation flows up as well with the opponents, and Avnish is still somehow alive. The man needs to reposition. There's also a third party coming into play. U4G, they're still somehow barely alive. Captain S7, this man is repositioning himself as quick as possible.
It's pandemonium throughout the lobby, all across, everybody just going after each other, everyone hungry, parching, and now you could see R4W trying to make a quick work out of this. DOD somehow still alive, one of their players trying to get the rest back up, but Captain, he stays hidden. Something similar to what Spiderjaw did against the fight where Revenant and IMPRNT were, but R4W making sure, cutting their means of escape, and now slowly but surely, they want to get those finishes to their names, have them surrounded. Where do they go from here?
This lobby's been one of the most entertaining lobbies so far, hands down.
Oh yeah.
Game of Sanhok started off in quite a heaty note, and then even Erangel, the circles were quite interesting. And now even inside of the game of Sanhok, the circle's a little bit of a manipulator. Manipulating teams to play with it. It is the map of Sanhok at the end of the day. You will need to try and follow the circle. Players getting knocked out. U4G, unfortunately, just down to that one last man, Captain S7. And on the map of Sanhok, you need to make sure that you've got the man number alive till the final few moments before now. SA in some trouble themselves. Two of the players getting knocked out, stepping in an unknown territory, and instantly facing the brunt. And DOD making sure that the players of SA, they're going to be facing a lot of pain and hurt. And they do inflict a lot of pain and hurt indeed. But then even from the other side, it's going to be Team TAMILAS. SA was in a big sandwich.
Surely the Aston Martin did not have the stealth mode like 007 did. And yeah, could really work upon that. Secret agents, what were they even thinking of traversing in a vehicle in such a small circle like that? Meeting their makers, acceding to their fate. Started off with a shebang, looking quite explosive, but just fizzled out. The tinder extinguished. As now looking at the center of the circle, Team TAMILAS, they're calm as cucumber. They want to let all the other teams fight. They know their objective is to try and get a chicken dinner and somehow consolidate a good position in the overall standings.
You've only got 9 teams left to live fixes. Not a lot of teams left. And there's a lot of playing area. Team TAMILAS is contesting one of the prime spots, hands down. Spider God still outside of the zone. Now it's going to be tanking up a lot of damage. Hopefully he's got enough meds to patch himself up over and over again. Team TAMILAS with this high ground in the front line is going to be the players of IMPRNT. Even IMPRNT's been feeling themselves considering they got so many elimination points. Look at that points right there. 10 finish points wrapped up. So IMPRNT definitely, even if they do get kicked out of the lobby right here, right now, they're not going to be feeling too bad. That will be 11 points in total, considering they will be getting 1 placement point. Before teams like U4G, who only managed to get 1 finish point, and that's going to be a big stinger. Marcos Gaming too wanting to be part of the action, and you can see in the elimination feed Marcos Gaming making a name for themselves, and this fight has still elongated so long.
Captain still hidden, does not want to move a muscle, does not bite, does not budge at all, wants to survive. You could hear his inner screaming. He wants to get the hell out of there. Same goes for MAYUR Gaming. As they are caught astray, Abhiop, his spray does not miss this time around. As Surya out in the open, caught wild and captured and defeated and sent into the depths of hell. As Marcus Gaming 2 finishes to their names, they still have Flex in front of them. Back flank, apologies there. But how do they play against them? That's the big question.
Look at VE, Spider God. He's all the way back in the blue, boosting himself up. He's taken a lot of damage. He's got 8 first states to back him up. So yeah, he's quite stacked up on the loot. But once again, going for the med strat constantly. Soon enough, the damage is going to be increased even more, because the wall of death is constantly moving. But he finally makes it inside of the zone. Or almost did make it inside of the zone. Still, he does not know what the future grounds consist of. That's why he's waiting outside, going for that information of play, and then finally stepping in the set for grounds. IMPRNT, they're doing okay. Before now, it's all about U4G, and this man is still somehow alive. Captain is almost on the verge of pulling off a 1v2. But no, he gets shut down eventually. R4W, they put an end to his life. They put an end to his misery. But still, Captain S7, this one single man kept the banner alive for a long time, and now it's time for DOD to deal some more damage.
But they're getting injured themselves. From the backlines, it was Team TAMILAS severing one of their players' heads over there. As now Ashok, the final man standing. Oh my goodness. Adi, that cannot be forgiven. R4W really need to provide that cover fire, really need to get inside. And this is what Ashok is banking upon. He needs to reposition himself, quite well aware that he's surrounded, has no means of escape, as Daljit will surround him. And yet somehow he manages to put him down to the ground. But it is going to be Team TAMILAS who put an end at him. But what a relentless, what a beautiful effort it was from Ashok.
This team DOD has been looking super promising. In the upcoming weeks, I want to see a little bit more of this team, that's for sure. R4W all the way outside of the zone. They might just have the surprise package in their hands. And who they want to unfold it against, it's up to them. Superman's position is noted, yes. But they still do not know exact pinpoint position of Superman. If he wants, he can definitely go ahead and backstab the players of Marcos Gaming, try and squeeze up some more points before he gets taken down completely. But instead, he's going to try to play for the survival, patching himself up slowly and steadily. He's got no meds to back him up. That's another big of a problem. No boosters, no first aids. So this man would need to play complete sneak. He would need to be a silent assassin. But unfortunately, the position's compromised. He's banking everything on this one single utility that he's going to be tossing up. It's tossed to perfection, but the man instantly repositions himself at the right side. Maxi getting approached by the foe, and Maxi knows the opponent's way too close, but then it's going to be Marcos Gaming. That unwanted help and support from the players of Marcos Gaming to steal the elimination point away. And TTE, for now, it's all good in the hood for them.
At least for now. They've got the circle, but Marcus Gaming did unwantedly help them. But right now, they're in their own troubles of themselves, as now a fight against the players of FL. There you have it, the numbers again starting to crumble down as Thrawn, the last surviving member, as he gets pushed upon by the lads of Marcus Gaming. You could see Sai tossing that grenade up, but does not hit its mark. Now he also has to enter in. Whilst all of that is happening, Team TAMILAS want to move in. Thrawn, barely. How is he even alive, Necro?
I'm not sure. But talk about Flanker Esports, this is the best game these guys have had so far. I mean, 2 players are knocked out, but the rest is not going to be tough, considering they're not surrounded by anyone just for now. And even the zone is right on top of them. Oh my god, for Flanker Esports, this is a date with Destiny. The best outcome they can ask for. IMPRNT, outside of the zone, slowly and steadily, the man's trying to sneak in. And Spider God's position's compromised too. You can see the players of Team TAMILAS Esports as well, just tossing those nades in constantly. Just chipping out the damage against Spider God. This man's got a lot of utils. This man's got a lot of first aids as well. So even the Met supply is going to be there on the point. Team TAMILAS Esports, they need to start inflicting a little bit more pain and hurt on the lobby. They need to start asserting dominance before it's too late. And Flanker Esports, yes, they have regained their number, and now it's their time to dominate as they do spot out the players of Team TAMILAS, make that rotation. Once again, 2 more players knocked out, but even the next zone is right on top of them, so it's all okay for the players of Flanker Esports.
But the damage has already been done. Mr. Erangel from the backlines, he was the armor. He was the one who provided that cover fire, got 2 down out of flanker. But this has all been followed courtesy to the player from around the blue. But now Fox OP's got to cook that grenade into perfection, all against the world. As this game is just about its end right now. As now flanker, they're trying to make sure as much as utils are being thrown at the opposite direction as Fox. Barely even alive, but how long?
Yeah, he's going for the patch up. And he also wants to get the resurrection back onto Mr. IGL. The players of Flanker Esports did not really see this reposition. Came through! And Fox, he finds the first. Now takes the situation down to a 1v2. Fox, this is still doable. It's still pullable. But then the Molotov comes in. Fox backs away a little bit more. So he's going to be safe for now. But this 1v2, it is indeed comfortable. Loots that death crate, waits for the players of Flanker Esports to force themselves out a little bit more, but then this Molotov, it's perfect. It blocks the outro for them, but they still somehow take an exit from that house, and now they're pushing up close and personal, pushing in tandem together. And this is what we call teamwork. Nicely done by the players of Flanker Esports when it matters the most.
It certainly did. And they were going through a lot of tough times. It was an arduous path all along, but towards the end, they find some success in Sanhok, a map that's well known for its mystery. We've seen so many of those teams that have been struggling, who have been at the brinks of getting extinct, and suddenly find a new hope of life. And that is exactly what happened for Flanker Esports. But Team TAMILAS gaining some more concrete grounds again, back-to-back good performances, and another podium finish. But IMPRNT, I think they have been the team for me in this particular matchup, especially the way they went out and they were kind of dealing with hordes of enemies and still coming out up top.
As you mentioned, they were just dealing with the waves of enemies and they were somehow coming out on top. The conversion inside of every single fight was positive from them. Somehow they managed to rack up so many elimination points. And in the end, they also got taken down in a decent position. So I would say from IMPRNT, that was a really solid game. Another team, which is Marcos Gaming. They were not doing too hot inside of the first 2 games. But then in the game of Sanhok, Marcos Gaming, even they woke up.
Yeah, I think this is what Sanhok is always meant to, right? The final game of the evening, and teams that have been struggling, they find some semblance of success. But yes, now given how things are, this was a very fast and feisty Sanhok. The teams were just going after each other. We could see secret agents starting things off. They went after the players of Insane Mizoram. Team TAMILAS, right from the very beginning, they were just constantly poking the players of secret agents. But for SA, it has been sort of been a downhill storyline, to be honest. They've been tumbling around here and there. But even for the likes of REVENANT, we could see the moment they won that Miramar game, they had an idea in their mind. That seed was implanted. They wanted to beat the record of IQSOL. They wanted to go a little too aggressive. But you remember how that one grenade from Ninja changed the entire course of fight. Even in those situations like that, I think Aquinox, he was found sleeping, prone down. Suddenly Maxis just comes out of nowhere, puts an end to him. I do not know. This game was absolute madness.
REVENANT never expected that nade in the first place, and then as soon as the knockout was there, you saw the players of REVENANT Esports in a big state of discomfort. They just got completely surprised by the opponents, and that's something that REVENANT Esports, I guess, they need to work up on. But once again, in the first 2 games, REVENANT Esports, they did phenomenally well, and REVENANT Esports, they knew that it's all good in the hood, it's all okay in the point standings as well. We can try and mess around inside of this game, we can try and go aggressive, and that's what they did. They took a lot of the fights, and yeah, it's a whole other story that it did not really work out in their favor. Another team that we need to talk about is DOD. Once again, Ashok in that final moment. It was quite an impressive play that he showcased.
Yeah, Ashok, towards the end, I think that knock on Diljit, he just rotates around. It's a 360 flick on that DBS. And Diljit, I'm sure he's going to have some nightmares about that. But kind of goes on to show that so many fights have happened. And I'm starting to ponder, who might the MVP be, Necro?
That's a good question. Soon enough, the MVPs can be popping up on the screen. I think so. It should be someone from the side of IMPRNT, considering they had 10 elimination points when we last saw them. So it should be someone from IMPRNT, and yes, it is. Maxis with 5 elimination points wrapped up and 45% of finish contribution with a map impact of 9%. IMPRNT, indeed, this team was just hitting every single spot right.
Clearly showing why the storyline it supports him. We want these underdogs coming up, and it was Maxis. That man played like he had no tomorrow, and yeah, absolutely impressed us. But you talk about the other suspects, of course Maxi OP had to be there, and Ashok, surely mentions are there, as from Team ASLAAA exists. We did see him pop a few finishes here and there, but from Marcus Gaming, Demigod made his mark felt.
Even Team TAMILAS, after the first game, the final 2 games were super consistent. So even for Team TAMILAS, you can't say that was quite a solid outing. Maxi OP with 4 finishes wrapped up. And then you mentioned Marcos Gaming, Demigod getting 3 finishes. For Marcos Gaming, I'm not sure how the overall point structure is going to be looking like, because waking up on the last game itself, I'm not sure how good of an outing that's going to be. The same thing can also be said for ASLAAA, because even they had a decent standing.
But yeah, for Team ASLAAA, considering how they've had the start, how they've had their fair share of sorrow in Erangel and Miramar, a little bit of a respite at least over here. And we could understand the idea, the mindset of these teams going all out. They wanted to secure as many points as possible because, hey, next week, well, they are going to face a shuffle, and they want to make sure they have as much points to fight for, because towards the end, the fight for the first 16, obviously it's going to be down to just 1 or 2 points. But looking at the point standings, Flanker Esports, they had been silent at first. They were looking at the circle, 16 points for them. But IMPRNT Esports, this is that team that impressed me the most, getting 11 finishes. Of course, the position points not there, but 15 points, I'm going to take that.
That's more than enough. 15 points with only 4 placement points. That is impressive. Marcos Gaming with 5 elimination points and 3 placement points, getting 8 points. As I mentioned, they woke up a little bit too late. If this consistency was there, even in the game of Erangel and Miramar, then things could have been a little bit more different. Volcanic Esports, you had a conversation about this team with Arca, and this team, once again, not getting that good of a performance. The overall standings will be shaky. R4W, moving inside of this group fixes. You had a lot of expectations from R4W.
Yeah, I think for Volcanic Esports, it was all about Spider sort of surviving in the end. But R4W, yeah, this could have been a really good game, and they kind of pushed in over the players of DOD, but suddenly caught in the crossfire, and Team TAMILAS made a good work out of them. But as you move on ahead, REVENANT Esports, quick early 3 finishes, but that was all they could get. Secret Agents, the wipe on Insane Mizo, that was all they could muster for themselves. But MASTIZONE Gaming, I think we've heard so much about this lineup, but overall, even in throughout the day, Necro, I think they did not live up to our expectations.
Yeah, the entire day they were not able to play at all, and considering I've mentioned this over and over again as well, it's all about learning from the past mistakes, but it feels like MASTIZONE Gaming, they haven't learned at all from their past mistakes. Moving on towards the overall standings, REVENANT Esports at the top, DOD at the second as expected, R4W on the third, U4G after that first game, they still maintain that 4th spot, and then moving on towards Team TAMILAS, the consistency in the final 2 games, it brings them in the top 5. IMPRNT Esports, the last game was incredible.
For IMPRNT Esports, kind of goes on to show how much those 15 points meant for them. Suddenly from just languishing at the very bottom, they find themselves at the 6th spot. And a little respite for Team TAMILAS, I think a very good recovery after falling flat in Erangel. U4G Esports, they had been quite consistent. The first game, Erangel was really good. In Miramar, they were doing really well until that fight against REVENANT. But R4W official, I think they had their work cut out. It was the map of Miramar, and even in Sanhok, we could see them getting a couple of finishes to their name. And Flanker Esports, look at that, 1 chicken dinner, and suddenly they find themselves at the 7th spot.
Exactly. Marcus Gaming 2 just barely making it on the first half of the board. Now let's move on and look at this latter half of the board where there's going to be a little bit of a disappointment. Of course, Secret Agents, I guess you had a lot of expectations from this team on 13th spot. You also find MASTIZONE Gaming on 14th. I mean, the bottom 4 teams, yeah, definitely there's going to be a rough luck in the upcoming 3 games that they will be having. But then you move on towards 9th spot, Team MAYUR, MICI Esports in the past, and now Team MAYUR. Man, that's a big performance dip right there.
Yes, kind of goes on to ask the question, what happened to the hunger? Something they were displaying in the previous year, but hey, we could be wrong also. Maybe the next week could be theirs. and all these teams, they will have to bounce back, and bounce back in style, in fashion, and will have to keep a statement. Otherwise, I think their hopes into kind of having a better position in the BGIS, that is kind of on the line over here. Considering the fact that all the matches of week 1, week 2 are over, 256 teams having played their 3 games, it was quite wholesome and kind of goes on. This was just a small glimpse before the main event starts, and you could see all those sparks, all that intensity kind of increase tenfolds. And I'm starting to ponder what is really going to happen once BGIS starts completely.
I mean, that's another mystery that's going to be unfolding when the actual main event starts, right? But Fixes, with that being said, we have finally covered all the 256 teams, and every single teams, of course, they have been trying to prove their metals, but we have been seeing a lot of disappointments, I'm not going to lie. Some of the known banners, they have not been able to perform. The defending champions themselves, even they collapsed pretty hard, and now they've only got 3 more games to try and showcase some sort of dominance inside the lobby. And just make sure that you're finishing somewhere in the top 64, because that's the way to go. If you finish in the top 64, at least if you do manage to get yourself in the first 16, you directly move on towards round 4, and then of course it's going to keep on descending. But it's all about being able to finish in the top 64, and you at least expect the defending champions to be there.
I would like to see them in the top 16. Yeah, it's going to be a very treacherous path, but knowing the boys and the potential, I think they can do it. But they need to make some big changes, and the big problem here is Necro, they've not got enough time. It's just next week, next Thursday we are starting off once again, and who knows, we get to see God's Reign playing there. And along with God's Reign, there were a few more disappointments, a few more expectations that kind of weren't really fulfilled, and I would love to see all of them. But it was not just about, the big names falling down. There were also those new names that really rose up this time around. I think GlitchX Reborn once again, and even 10th Esports this week, they were absolutely phenomenal. Today also we saw some spectacular performances coming out. I mean, U4G, we could see R4W officials come out of nowhere, IMPRNT also putting a mark. Even in the first group, we also saw Megastars Gaming go all guns blazing. So much of good things have happened this week. Yeah, a few bad things. We can just go beyond that and look at the positives.
Exactly. Now it's time to look at top 5 players from these 2 weeks that we've been witnessing Fixes. Let's find out who's the one to lead the pack, and it's going to be, Creatic Esports' Retreat at the top with 18 finishes, and then it's going to be Blind Esports' Dark Lord with 16. You also move on towards Insidious from Hyderabad Hydras.
I had to take a pause over here. This is not usual, is it, Necro? Here, no familiar faces. Dark Lord, yeah, he's not the name that comes up from Team Blind. It's usually Harsho Skips. And I'm so proud about this kid. He's done so well. But then again, when you look at Kuso Esports' Ashish, now that is a surprise I did not see coming. For Creatic, yes, they have been the new team on the block that have been creating a lot of waves. But yeah, I kind of like how this thing is, really cooking over here. Because so many of these new players, so many rising stars, it's getting exciting.
Indeed it is. Even Addy is there from the side of Creatic Esports with 13 finishes. Creatic Esports, a team that's came in out of nowhere, a complete new team, and then just being able to make such a massive wave. They've got 2 players inside of the top 5 players of the entire 2 weeks, and as we move on forward towards the Elite 5, you're going to find IQ Soul at the top, Creatic Esports on the 2nd, Hyderabad Hydras on the 3rd, 10th Esports, another new team, and Team Forever, man, Team Forever indeed has been able to make some insane waves too.
Oh, for sure. What a redemption arc has it been for Oways. 2024, he has been absolutely blazing along with his team. And, despite not having Flock in the playing 4, you could see other players like MJ really showcase his skills. The others, Mafia Omega, also doing wonders. And Team Forever, definitely an interesting prospect. Even for the likes of 10 Esports, I still remember they were in the same lobby of God's Reign. The first matchup, they get eliminated, and in a very brutal fashion. But right after, what they do was nothing short of spectacle. Get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and even in that Sanhok game, they were the ones who got that revenge well served cold.
Exactly. Fixes. Now that the first 2 weeks are done of the grind, we know the groups are going to be reshuffled once again based on the overall standings of the entire 2 weeks. So, as we do know in the upcoming weeks, we're going to be able to see things a little bit more spicier. Things are going to be a little bit more balanced, or maybe a little bit more tougher for the teams. But now, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the in-game qualifiers have already been started. Today is the 15th of April, and the in-game qualifiers will be concluded on 21st April. You will be having a chance to play Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, and Vikendi, and make sure you're only playing with the top playing 4 that you've registered on the website.
Yeah, out of those 15 games, I really hope you play all your 15 games. The top 10, they are going to be considered. And try to focus as much as on finishes you can possibly get, because we have seen a lot of those teams, kind of benefiting massively. One big example, IMPRNT Esports, and even a better example has to be Hyderabad Hydras. Get all those finishes. If you're not getting the chicken dinner, it's okay. Stick to the center of the circle. Try not to meddle in unnecessary fights. Try to get a couple of steals as much as possible. You know the thing. You know the drill. And most importantly, have fun.
Exactly, and I hope you guys have also noted down every single tip that you guys could find inside of the grind that's been going on for the past 2 weeks now, because every single thing, every single new strategy that you guys have been witnessing inside the game, maybe you guys can also implement it with a better fashion, if you can, in your own gameplay that you might just be showcasing in the in-game qualifiers. There's so much to look up to. There's 2 crore rupees to look up to, from which the first placing team will be getting 60 lakh, and then there's also the individual prizes available, which we could like to call as the special prizes. Fixes, as we know, it is pretty much the end of the week and also the end of the day. You've got some final words from your side?
I think I was a little disappointed. Nobody could get close to how week 1 performance was showcased by a lot of those teams. Kratic, IQ Soul still out there at the tippity top. Yeah, there were new entries. Team Forever. We saw the likes of Tense Esports. Yeah, there are new stars in the making already. And I'm kind of very excited to see how week 2 unravels for all of us.
I've got an announcement to make. If you guys want to find out the overall standings of these week 2 inside of the grind, just make sure to go ahead and follow Craft and India Esports' social, all the socials that are available. And you guys can also follow our social. I'm Necro, and that's Fix's Cast right there. With that being said, the entire journey for the first 2 weeks, it has been incredible. Action-packed week as well, which was, of course, the final week. And this group that we witnessed, it was filled with a lot of emotion. We started things off with quite a tipsy-turny, curvy journey, and then things ended off in quite an entertaining fashion. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's it going to be from me, Necro, and Fixes. We'll see you guys next week.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट 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 झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से
है।